Ideal of 491 Individuality of each god as they properly and necessarily do for a living individual. But with this sort of individuality there is bound up at the same time the contingency of the particular traits which are no longer brought back to the universal element in the substantial meaning. Therefore this particular aspect of the individual gods becomes something laid down arbitrarily, which on this account may only surround them as an external accessory and re-echo within them. A material for individualization. Therefore at once the question arises, whence comes the material for this mode of appearance of the gods as individuals? How do they progress in their particularization? For an actual human individual, for his character out of the resources of which he accomplishes his actions, for the events in which he is involved, for the fate in which he is caught, the positive material closer at hand is afforded by external circumstances, the date of his birth, his inborn aptitudes, his parents, education, surroundings, contemporary events, the whole range of relevant inner and outer circumstances. This material is contained in the present world, and, this considered, the biographies of individual men will vary from one another in the most manifold ways every time. But it is otherwise with the free figures of the gods, which have no existence in concrete reality but are the product of imagination. But therefore we might believe that the poets and artists, who fashioned the ideal in general out of their freedom of spirit, derived the material for accidental details purely from the subjective caprice of imagination. Yet this idea is false. For the position we gave to classical art in general was that only through reaction against the presuppositions belonging of necessity to its sphere was it elevated to what it is as genuinely ideal. From these presuppositions there are spelt out the special particular characteristics which fashion for the gods their more detailed individual life. The chief factors in these presuppositions have already been cited, and here we have only to refer briefly to what was said earlier on pages 4404. A. The primary abundant source is supplied by the symbolical nature religions. These serve Greek mythology with the basis which is transformed within it. But since such borrowed traits are here apportioned to the gods now represented as spiritual individuals, they must essentially lose the character of counting as symbols. 82.8716 r. 492 2. For now they may no longer preserve a meaning different from what the individual is himself and what he brings to light. The earlier symbolic content, therefore, now becomes the content of a divine subject himself, and since it does not concern the substantial nature of the god but only his incidental particular character, such material falls to the level of an external story, an act, or an event which is ascribed to the will of the gods in this or that particular situation. So there enter here again all the symbolical traditions of earlier sacred literature, and they assume, transformed into the actions of a subjective individual, the form of human events and stories which are supposed to have happened to the gods and cannot at all have been merely invented by the poets at will. When Homer, one example, tells us that the gods went off on a journey to feast for 12 days together amongst the blameless Ethiopians, this as a pure fancy of the poet would be a poor invention. The same is true of the narrative Hesiod, 453 ff. Of the birth of Zeus. Cronus, it is said, devoured all the children he had begotten, so that now when Rhea, his spouse, was pregnant with Zeus the youngest, she went off to Crete, there she bore her son, but what she gave to Cronus to devour was not the child but a stone swaddled in a skin. Then later Cronus vomited up all his children again, his daughters and Poseidon too. This story, as an artist's invention, would be silly, but the remains of symbolic meanings peep through, which yet, having lost their symbolic character, appear as a purely external event. It is the same with the story of Ceres and Proserpine. Here there is the old symbolic meaning of the dying and the burgeoning of the seed corn. The myth represents this as follows: Proserpine played with flowers in a valley and plucked the fragrant narcissus which from one root sprouted 100 blooms. Then the earth heaves. Pluto comes up out of the ground, puts the lamenting maiden into his golden chariot and carries her off to the underworld. Now Ceres in her maternal grief wanders over the earth for a long while in vain. At last Proserpine returns to the upper world, but Zeus has allowed this, subject only to the condition that Proserpine has not yet eaten the food of the gods. But unfortunately she had once eaten a pomegranate in Elysium and therefore could pass only spring and summer in the upper world. Here too the general meaning has not preserved its symbolic shape but is worked up into a human event which only lets the universal Iliad, I 423 ff. Ideal of 493 cents shine from afar through the numerous external details. In the same way the cognomina of the gods often hint at such symbolic bases but these have been stripped of their symbolic form and only serve to give a fuller characterization to the individual god. Fj. Another source of the positive particular characterization of the individual gods is provided by relations to localities. These concern both the origin of ideas about the gods and also the advent and introduction of their service and the different places where their worship was chiefly to be found. CXCX, therefore although the portrayal of the ideal and its universal beauty is raised above a particular locality and its special character, and although it has drawn together the external details contained in the universality of the artistic imagination into a total picture wholly in correspondence with the substantial meaning, still, when sculpture brings the individual gods into separated connections and relations, these particular traits and local colors always play their part again in order to manifest something of that individuality, though something more specific only externally. Pausanias, example cites a number of such local ideas, images, pictures, tales, which he had seen, or had brought to his notice otherwise, in temples, public places, temple treasures, in regions where something important had occurred. On the same lines, similarly, localities and old traditions drawn from abroad run into native ones in the Greek myths, and all of them are more or less given a relation to the history, birth, and foundation of states, especially through colonization. But since this diverse special material in the universality of the gods has lost the meaning it originally had, the consequence is that stories arise which are varied and outrageous and for us remain without sense. So, example Aeschylus in his Prometheus presents the wanderings of Ioll 788 ff in their whole harshness and externality like a stone bas-relief, without alluding to an ethical, historical, or natural meaning. The same is the case with Perseus, Dionysus, etc., but especially with Zeus, his nurses, his infidelities to Hera whom after all he incidentally hung with an anvil on her legs and made her swing between heaven and earth. One in Hercules too the most diverse and varied material is brought together, and then in such stories it assumes a thoroughly human look in the form of accidental events, deeds, passions, misfortunes, and other occurrences. Cf. above, p. 224, note 494-2. JJ, apart from this, the eternal powers in classical art are the universal substances in the actual shape of the human world and action of the Greeks, therefore many particular remains of this world's original national beginnings, from the heroic age and other traditions, cling to the gods even in later days. After all, many traits in the various stories of the gods certainly hint at historical individuals, heroes, older races, natural events, and occurrences concerning battles, wars, and other sorts of affairs. And just as the family and the difference of clans is the starting point of the state, so the Greeks also had their family gods, Penates, tribal gods, and moreover the protective deities of single cities and states. But in connection with this pointing to history the thesis is advanced that the origin of the Greek gods in general is to be derived from such historical facts, heroes, or ancient kings. This is a plausible view, but a superficial one, even in the form in which Heine has once again given it currency in recent times. In an analogous way, a Frenchman, Nicolas Fréret, one has adopted as a general principle underlying the war of the gods, e.g. the quarrels of different priesthoods. That such an historical factor plays its part here, that certain clans have made their views of the divine prevail, that likewise different localities have provided traits for the individualization of the gods, all this is of course to be granted, but the real origin of the gods lies not in this external historical material, but in the spiritual powers that govern life, and it is as such that the gods have been conceived. From this point of view, a wider scope may be allowed to the positive, local, and historical factors only for the sake of making the presentation of single individuality more specific. Why, now further, since the God enters human ideas and, still more clearly, is portrayed by sculpture in a bodily and real shape to which man then relates himself afresh in religion and the acts of divine worship, this relationship provides a new material for portrayal within the sphere of the arbitrary and contingent. For example, what animals or fruits are sacrificed to each god, in what attire priests and people appear, in what sequence the particular actions proceed, all this piles up into single traits of the most various kinds. For each such action has an infinite mass of aspects and external features which, accidental in themselves, might be this or something else, but by belonging to a sacred action they are meant to be something fixed, not arbitrary, and to pass over into the sphere of the symbolic. In this context there falls, example the color of the clothing, in the case of Bacchus wine color, and also the deerskin in which those to be initiated into the mysteries were veiled. The clothing and attributes of the gods, the bow of the Pythian Apollo, the whip, the staff, and innumerable other externals also have their place here. Yet such things gradually become just customary. In the practice of his religion no one thinks any longer of the ultimate origin of these things, and while by way of a little erudition we might exhibit their meaning, they still remain a mere external affair in which a man participates out of an immediate interest, a frolic, a pleasantry, a momentary pleasure, devotion, or because it is purely customary, immediately established thus, and participated in by others too. When in Germany, example young people light St. John's fire in the summertime or gamble elsewhere or throw things at windows, this is a purely external usage in which the proper meaning has been relegated to the background, just as it has been too in the case of the festal dances of Greek youths and maidens where the interlacings of the dance and their figures imitate the criss-cross movements of the planets, as the twists and turns of a labyrinth do also. We do not dance in order to think about what we are doing. Interest is restricted to the dance and the tasteful and charming solemnity of its beautiful movement. The whole meaning which was the original basis of the thing, and the portrayal of which for imagination and sense perception was of a symbolic character, therefore becomes an imaginative idea in general, the details of which we can accept with pleasure as we accept a fairy tale or as we accept in historiography a specific action in the external world of time and space, and in these cases we can only say it is said, so the tale goes or it is so, etc. The interest of art can therefore only consist in picking out one aspect of this material which has become something positive and external, and making out of it something which sets the gods before our eyes as concrete living individuals and still carries no more than echoes of a deeper meaning. This positive element, worked on anew by imagination, gives to the Greek gods precisely the attraction of living men, since thereby what is otherwise purely substantial and mighty is drawn into the individual present, a present compacted as such of what is absolutely true and what is external and accidental, and the indeterminate. One fires lit on hilltops to celebrate St. John the Baptist's Day, Z4 June 496 2. 2 element, otherwise always implicit in the idea of the gods, is more closely defined and more richly filled. But no further value can be attributed to detailed stories and particular characteristics, for this material, which earlier on had a symbolic significance in its ultimate origin, is now only there for the purpose of perfecting the spiritual individuality of the gods in contrast to men by making it determinate for perception and adding to it through this element, undivine in content and appearance, the aspect of arbitrariness and contingency which belongs to the concrete individual. Since sculpture brings the ideal gods before our vision in their purity and has to portray character and expression in a living body alone, it is least able to make the final external individualization appear visibly, yet it does assert this even in its own sphere, as, example the headdress, the sort of coiffure and locks, are different for every god and are not there at all for symbolic purposes, but for more detailed individualization. So, example Hercules has short locks, Zeus an abundant growth rising upwards, Diana a different curl of the hair from Venus, Pallas has the Gorgon on her helmet, and this sort of thing runs through weapons, girdles, scarves, bracelets, and the most varied externals in the same way. Why, now finally, a third source of the closer determinacy of their individuality the gods acquire through their relation to the present concrete world and its varied natural phenomena and human deeds and events. For just as we have seen spiritual individuality, partly in its universal essence, partly in its particular singleness, emerging from earlier symbolically significant natural bases and human activities, so now, as a spiritually independent personality, it also remains in a steadily living relation to nature and human existence. Here, as has already been brought out above, the poet's imagination gushes forth as the steadily prolific source of particular stories, character traits, and deeds reported of the gods. The artistic aspect of this stage consists in vitally interweaving the individual gods with human actions and gathering up the individual aspects of events into the universality of the divine, just as we too say, example of course in a different sense, this or that fate comes from God. Already in everyday life the Greek in the complications of his existence, in his needs, his fears, and his hopes took refuge in his gods. Therefore it was in the first place external accidents which the priests regarded as omens and interpreted in their bearing on human purposes and situations. If distress and ideal of 497 fortune actually occur, the priest has to explain the reason for the affliction, recognize the wrath and will of the gods, and proclaim the means of meeting the misfortune. Now the poets go still further in their explanations, because what concerns the universal and essential pathos, the moving power in human decisions and actions, they ascribe for the most part to the gods and their deed, so that human activity appears at the same time as the deed of the gods who bring their decisions to execution through men. The material in the case of these poetic interpretations is drawn from everyday circumstances in respect of which the poet explains whether it is this or that God who is speaking in the event portrayed and showing himself active within it. In this way poetry especially enlarges the range of the many detailed stories told of the gods. In this connection we may recall a few examples which in a different context one have already served as illustrations in our treatment of the relation between the universal powers and human individual agents. Homer represents Achilles as the bravest of the Greeks before Troy. This preeminence of the hero he expresses by saying that Achilles is invulnerable in every part of his body except the ankle by which his mother had to hold him when she dipped him in the Styx. This story belongs to the imagination of the poet who is interpreting external fact. But if we take it as if it was supposed to be the expression of an actual fact which the ancients would have believed in as we believe in a fact on the evidence of our senses, this is an entirely crude idea which makes Homer, as well as all the Greeks and Alexander, who admired Achilles according to Plutarch and praised his good fortune in having had Homer as his bard, into simpletons, as Adelungs does e.g. through his reflection that bravery was not difficult for Achilles because he knew of his invulnerability. But in this way the true bravery of Achilles is by no means lessened since he knew also of his early death and yet never evaded danger wherever it lay. A like situation is sketched quite differently in the Nibelungen Lud. There 6 the horned Siegfried is likewise invulnerable but besides he has his cap which makes him invisible. When in this invisibility he helps King Gunther in his contest with Brunhild 7, this is only the work of a crude barbaric wizardry which does not enhance our idea of the bravery of either Siegfried or King Gunther. Of course in Homer the gods often act for the safety of individual. 1 pages 225-36. 3 JC, I7 J2 I806. 498 2. 2 heroes, but the gods appear only as the universal element in what the man is and achieves as an individual when he has to act with the whole energy of his heroic character. Otherwise the gods need only have slaughtered the whole of the Trojans in the battle in order to give the maximum aid to the Greeks. Whereas, when Homer describes the chief battle, he sketches in full the fights of individuals, and it is only when the scuffle and confusion become general, when the whole masses, the collective courage of the hosts, rage against one another that Ares himself storms across the field and gods are fighting against gods. Iliad, XX5 IFF. And this is fine and splendid, not, as might be supposed, a mere heightening of the effect in general, On the contrary, there is implicit the deeper point that in what is individual and distinctive Homer recognizes the individual heroes, but in the ensemble and the universal mights and powers. In another connection, Ibid, 16,783–849, Homer makes Apollo appear too when it comes to the killing of Patroclus, who wears the invincible armor of Achilles. Comparable to Ares, Patroclus thrice rushed into the Trojan host and thrice 9 men had he slain. Then as he stormed in a fourth time, the god Apollo, veiled in thick mist, wanders through the melee to confront him and smites him on the back and shoulders, tears his helmet from him, so that it rolled on the ground and clearly re-echoed from the hooves of the horses, and the plumes were soiled with blood and dust, a thing unthinkable before at any time. The god also breaks the brazen lance in the hands of Patroclus, slips his shield from his shoulders, and even deprives him of his breastplate. This intervention of Apollo we may take as a poetic explanation of the fact that it is exhaustion, as if it were a natural death, which seizes on Patroclus and overpowers him in the tumult and heat of the battle at his fourth onrush. Only now can Euphorbus pierce Patroclus back between the shoulders with a lance. Patroclus did once try to withdraw from the battle, but Hector overtook him and thrust his spear deep into the softness of his belly. Then Hector exults and mocks him as he is sinking, but Patroclus, with a weak voice, retorts to him, "Zeus and Apollo have overcome me without trouble because they have taken the arms from my shoulders. 20 men such as thou art would I have laid low with my lance, but pernicious fate and Apollo killed me, Euphorbus a second time, and thou, Hector, a third." Ideal of 499. Here too the appearance of the gods is only the interpretation of the fact that, although Patroclus was protected by the arms of Achilles, he wearies, is stunned, and is killed. And this is not, as may be supposed, a superstition or idle play of fancy. Indeed it is just chatter if it is held that Hector's fame is diminished by Apollo's entry, on the ground that, since all that we can think of in the narrative is the god's power throughout the affair, Apollo does not exactly play the most honorable part. Such reflections are only a tasteless and idle superstition of the prosaic intellect. For in every case where Homer explains special events by such theophanies, the gods are what is immanent in man himself, the power of his own passion and reflection, or the powers of his situation generally, the power and the ground of what meets him and happens to him as a result of this situation. If occasionally too there are quite external, purely positive, traits in the appearance of the gods, then they become assimilated to jokes, as, example, when the limping Hephaestus goes round as cupbearer at a feast of the gods. But in general Homer is not in the last resort serious with these theophanies. At one time the gods act, at another they remain quite inactive again. The Greeks knew perfectly well that it was the poets who created these appearances, and if they believed in them, their belief touched on the spiritual, which even so dwells in man's own spirit and is the universal, actually effective and moving in present events. For all these reasons we need not bring any superstition with us to the enjoyment of this poetic portrayal of the gods. b. Preservation of the moral basis. This is the general character of the classical ideal. Its further development we will have to consider in connection with the individual arts in Part 3. At this point all that need be added is the remark that however much gods and men get involved in the external world and its detail, still in classical art the affirmative moral basis must appear maintained. The subject always remains in unity with the substantial content of his power. While in Greek art the natural preserves a harmony with the spiritual and likewise is subordinate to the inner life even when it is an existent adequate thereto, still the subjective inner life of man is always presented in solid identity with the genuine objectivity of spirit, i.e. with the essential content of the moral and the true. Viewed thus, the classical ideal knows neither of a separation between inner life and to external shape, nor of one between the subject distracted in his aims and passions and therefore at the mercy of abstract caprice, on the one hand, and the therefore abstract universal on the other. The basis of the characters must therefore always be what is substantial, and the bad, the sinful, and the evil of subjective self-centeredness are excluded from the representations of classical art, but, above all, the harshness, wickedness, infamy, and hideousness which gain a place in romantic art remain altogether foreign to classical. We do see many instances of transgression, e.g. matricide, parricide, and other crimes against family love and piety, treated repeatedly as subjects in Greek art, yet not as mere horrors, or, as was the fashion with us recently, as caused by the irrationality of a so-called fate with the false appearance of necessity. On the contrary, when transgressions are committed by men and partly commanded and defended by the gods, such actions are every time represented one way or another as possessed of an actually imminent justification. C. Advance to grace and attractiveness. Despite this substantial basis, however, we have seen the general artistic development of the classical gods emerge more and more out of the tranquility of the ideal into the variety of individual and external appearance, into the detailing of events, happenings, and actions which become ever more and more human. Therefore classical art proceeds at last, in its content to completing the process of individualization and its contingency, in its form to the agreeable and the attractive. The agreeable, in other words, is the development of the individuality of the external appearance at its every point, whereby the work of art now no longer grips the spectator merely in respect of his own substantial inner life, but on the contrary it acquires a many-sided relation to him by addressing itself to the finitude of his own subjective character. For it is precisely in the existent work of art's involvement with the finite that there is implicit a closer connection with the spectator as such who is finite himself and who now without more ado finds himself again, and is satisfied, in the work of art. The seriousness of the gods becomes a gracefulness which does not agitate a man or lift him above his particular character but lets him remain at peace in it and claims only to please him. If, in general, imagination seizes upon religious idea and shapes them freely with beauty as its aim, it begins to make the seriousness of devotion disappear, and to this ideal of 501 extent damages religion as such. This is what happens at the stage we have reached here, mostly owing to the agreeable and the pleasant. For what is developed further through the agreeable is not the substantial at all, the meaning of the gods and their universal element, on the contrary, it is the finite aspect, sensuous existence, and the subjective inner life, which are to arouse interest and give satisfaction. Therefore the more the charm of the thing portrayed preponderates in beauty, so much the more does the thing's gracefulness entice us away from the universal and alienate us from the content through which alone could satisfaction be given to the deeper immersion of the soul in itself. Now with this externality and the determinacy of individuality into which the shape of the gods is introduced, there is linked the transition to another sphere of the forms of art. For externality implies the variety produced by finitude which, if given free play, finally opposes the inner idea and its universality and truth and begins to awaken thought's discontent with the reality which is given to it and which no longer corresponds with it. Chapter 3. The dissolution of the classical form of art. The germ of their decline the classical gods have in themselves, and when the deficiency implicit in them is revealed to our minds through the development of art itself, they therefore bring in their train the dissolution of the classical ideal. The principle of this ideal, as it appears here, we have laid down as the spiritual individuality which finds its wholly adequate expression in an immediate corporeal and external existent. But this individuality broke up into a group of divine individuals whose determinate character is not absolutely necessary and therefore from the start is surrendered to the contingency in which the eternally powerful gods acquire alike for the Greek mind and for artistic representation the source of their dissolution. 1. Fate. Sculpture in its full excellence does adopt the gods as substantial powers and gives them a shape in the beauty of which they repose on themselves in security at first, because the last thing which comes into appearance there is the contingent character of their external embodiment. But their plurality and difference is their contingency, and thought dissolves this into the determinate conception of the one divinity under whose might and necessity they fight and degrade one another reciprocally. For however universally the power of each particular god may be conceived, this power, as particular individuality, is still always of only limited range. Apart from this, the gods do not persist in their eternal repose, they set themselves in motion with particular ends in view, because by the situations and collisions confronting them in concrete reality they are drawn hither and thither in order now to help here, now to hinder or destroy there. These separate relationships into which the gods enter as individual agents retain an aspect of contingency which obscures the substantiality of the divine, however much that may remain also as the dominant basis, and lures the gods into dissolution. Of 503 The clashes and battles of the finite world and its restrictions. Through this finitude immanent in the gods themselves they become involved in a contradiction between their grandeur and dignity and the beauty of their existent embodiment, and this too brings them down into the field of caprice and contingency. The complete emergence of this contradiction the ideal proper only escapes because, as is the case with genuine sculpture and its separate statues in temples, the divine individuals are portrayed as solitary, alone with themselves in blessed repose, and yet they retain an air of lifelessness, an aloofness from feeling, and that tranquil trait of mourning which we have already touched on pages 485-6. It is this mourning which already constitutes their fate because it shows that something higher stands above them, and that a transition is necessary from their existence as particulars to their universal unity. But, looking around for the manner and shape of this higher unity, we find it, contrasted with the individuality and relative determinacy of the gods, in what is inherently abstract and shapeless, namely necessity, the fate which, in this abstraction, is just the higher in general that overpowers gods and men but remains in itself incomprehensible and inconceivable. Fate is not yet an absolute independent end and therefore at the same time a subjective, personal, divine decree, but only the one universal power which surpasses the particular character of the individual gods and therefore cannot itself be represented over again as an individual because otherwise it would only appear as one amongst many individuals and would descend to their level. Therefore it remains without configuration and individuality, and in this abstraction it is just necessity as such, the unalterable fate to which gods, and men too, must submit and which they must obey when, as particulars, they separate themselves from one another, contend with one another, assert their individual power one-sidedly, and seek to rise above their restricted sphere and authority. 2. Dissolution of the gods through their anthropomorphism. Now since absolute necessity is not an attribute of the individual gods, does not afford the content of their own self-determination, and only hovers over them as an indeterminate abstraction, the result is that the particular and individual side of them is at once given free play and it cannot evade the fate of running into the external characteristics involved in human life and the finitudes. 504 2. Incidental to anthropomorphism, these pervert the gods into the reverse of what constitutes the essence of the substantial and divine. The downfall of these beautiful gods of art is therefore necessitated purely by their own nature, since in the end the mind cannot any longer find rest in them and therefore turns back from them into itself. But, looked at more closely, the dissolution of the gods alike for religious and poetic faith is already implicit in the character of Greek anthropomorphism in general. A. Deficiency in inner subjectivity. For in Greece the spiritual individuality of the gods does enter, as ideal, into the human shape, but into the immediate, i.e. corporeal, shape, not into humanity pure and simple in our conception of it as that which in its inner world of subjective consciousness does know itself as distinct from God, yet which all the same cancels this difference, and thereby, as one with God, is inherently infinite absolute subjectivity. X. Therefore the plastic ideal lacks the aspect of being represented as inwardness knowing itself as infinite. The plastically beautiful shapes are not merely stone and bronze, but they lack in their content and expression the infinitely subjective element. While you may be as spiritually animated as you like by Greek beauty and art, this spiritual animation is and remains something subjective, not found in the object of your vision, i.e. in the Greek gods. But for true totality this aspect of subjective self-knowing unity and infinity is also required, because it alone constitutes the living and knowing God and man. If it is not also essentially given prominence as belonging to the content and nature of the Absolute, then the Absolute does not truly appear as a spiritual subject, but confronts our contemplation only in its objectivity without any conscious spirit of its own. Now it is true that the individuality of the gods does contain the element of subjectivity too, but as contingency and in a development explicitly actuated outside that substantial repose and blessedness of the gods. On the other side, the subjectivity which has the plastic gods as its opposite is also not the inherently infinite and true subjectivity. For this, as we shall see in more detail in the third form of art, the romantic, has confronting it as its corresponding object the inherently infinite self-knowing God. But since the subject at this present stage is not present to itself in the perfectly beautiful figures, dissolution of SOS of the gods and, precisely on this account, does not in what it contemplates bring itself into consciousness as being objective to and as something confronting it, it is itself still only different and separate from its absolute object and therefore is just a contingent and finite subject. Why, the transition to a higher sphere, we might suppose, could possibly have been apprehended by imagination and art as a new war of the gods, like the original transition from the symbolism of nature gods to the spiritual ideals of classical art. Yet the transition was by no means of this nature, on the contrary, it has been carried through on a totally different field as a conscious battle in the field of reality and the present. Consequently, in connection with the higher content which art has to embody in new phones, art acquires a totally different position. This new content is not validated as having been revealed by art, but is independently revealed without it. It enters subjective knowing, first on the prosaic ground of rational controversy, and then in the heart and its religious feelings, especially as a result of miracles, martyrdoms, etc., together with the consciousness of the opposition of everything finite to the absolute, which is now revealed in actual history as a course of events leading to a present not merely imagined but factual. The divine, God Himself, has become flesh, was born, lived, suffered, died, and is risen. This is material which art did not invent, it was present outside art. Consequently art did not derive it from its own resources but found it ready for configuration. That original transition and battle of the gods had its origin, on the contrary, in artistic intuition and imagination which drew its doctrines and shapes out of its own inner being and gave their new gods to astonished men. But, for this reason, the classical gods have acquired their existent embodiment only through human imagination and are there only in stone and bronze or in contemplation, but not in flesh and blood or actual spirit. Therefore the anthropomorphism of the Greek gods lacked actual human existence, whether corporeal or spiritual. Christianity alone introduces this actuality in flesh and spirit as the determinate existence, life, and effectiveness of God Himself. Now therefore this body, this flesh, is brought into honor, however much the natural and sensuous is known as the negative, and anthropomorphism is sanctified. Just as man was originally the image of God Gen. I. 26, God is the image of man, and who sees the Son sees the Father, who loves the So 6:2. 2. Son loves the Father also Joachim 14, 9, 21, God is to be known in an actual human being. Thus this new material is not brought to our minds by the conceptions of art but is given to art from outside as an actual happening, as the history of God made flesh. This transition could not have taken its starting point from art, the clash of old and new would have been too disparate. The God of revealed religion, both in content and form, is the truly actual God. Precisely for this reason his opponents would be mere creatures of men's imagination and they could not be matched with him on any terrain. On the other hand, the old and new gods of classical art both belong explicitly to the ground of imagination. Their only reality is to be apprehended and represented by the finite spirit as powers of nature and spirit, and their opposition and battle is a serious matter. But if the transition from the Greek gods to the God of Christianity had been brought about by art, there would immediately have been no true seriousness in the portrayal of a battle of the gods. b. The transition to Christianity is only a topic of modern art. Consequently, as it turns out, this strife and transition has only in more recent times become a casual and distinct topic for art, a topic which has been unable to mark an era or in this form to be a decisive feature in the entirety of the development of art. In this connection I will refer here by the way to a few publications that have become famous. In recent times a complaint about the downfall of classical art has often been heard, and the longing for the Greek gods and heroes has frequently provided a subject matter for the poets too. This mourning is then expressed principally in opposition to Christianity. There was indeed a willingness to grant that Christianity contained a higher truth, but with the qualification that, so far as the standpoint of art went, the downfall of classical antiquity was only to be regretted. Schiller's Kater Griechenland's Gods of Greece contains this theme, and it is worthwhile here not only to consider this poem as a poem in its beautiful presentation, its resounding rhythm, its living pictures, or the beautiful mourning of the heart from which it proceeded, but to take up its contents also, because Schiller's pathos is always both truly and deeply thought. The Christian religion of course itself contains art as one of its features, but in the course of its development up to the time of the dissolution of 507 Enlightenment, it also reached a point at which thinking, the intellect, suppressed the element that art certainly needs, namely God's actual human shape and appearance. For the human shape and what it expresses and says, whether human event, action, or feeling, is the form in which art must grasp and represent the content of the spirit. Now since the intellect made God into a mere ens rationis, believed no longer in the appearance of his spirit in concrete reality, and so exiled the God of thought from all actual existence, the result was that this sort of religious enlightenment necessarily arrived at ideas and demands incompatible with art. But when the understanding rose out of these abstractions to reason again, there at once entered the need for something concrete, and also for that concrete thing which art is. The period of the enlightened intellect, it is true, did also practice art, but in a very prosaic way, as we can see in Schiller himself, who took his departure from this period, but then, in the need for reason, imagination, and passion which the understanding no longer satisfied, he felt a vital longing for art in general and in particular for the classical art of the Greeks and their gods and world outlook. Out of this longing, pent up by the abstract thoughts of his day, there proceeded the poem I have mentioned. In the original version of the poem, Schiller's attitude to Christianity is polemical throughout, but later he softened its severity because he was only opposed to the outlook of the intellect in the Enlightenment, and this at a later date began to lose its domination. He began by happily praising the Greek outlook for which the whole of nature was animated and full of gods, then he passes over to the present and its prosaic treatment of natural laws and man's position in relation to God, and says, "This sad quiet, does it proclaim to me my Creator? Dark like himself is his veil, the one thing that can glorify him is my renunciation." Of course in Christianity renunciation is an essential feature, but only in monastic ideas does it require man to kill in himself his mind, his feeling, the so-called natural impulses, and not to embody himself in the moral, rational, and real world, in family and state, just as the Enlightenment and its deism gives out that God is unknowable and so lays on man the supreme renunciation, the renunciation of knowing nothing of God, of not comprehending him. Whereas, according to the truly Christian view, renunciation is only the factor of mediation, the point of transition in which the purely natural, the sensuous, and the finite in general sheds its inadequacy in order to enable the spirit to come to higher freedom and reconciliation with itself, a freedom and blessedness unknown to the Greeks. Of celebrating a solitary God, of his pure separation and detachment from the world emptied of gods, there cannot in that case be any question in Christianity, for it is precisely in that freedom and reconciliation of spirit that God is immanent, and, looked at from this point of view, Schiller's famous saying, "Since the gods were then more human, men were more godlike," is altogether false. Therefore we must emphasize as more important the later alteration of the ending, where it is said of the Greek gods, "Torn from the flood of time they hover, saved, o'er Pindu's height, what shall live undyingly in song must pass away in life." With these words there is wholly ratified what we have just mentioned. The Greek gods had their seat only in ideas and imagination, they could neither maintain their place in the reality of life nor give final satisfaction to the finite spirit. In another way, Parny, one called the French Tibullus on the strength of his successful elegies, turned against Christianity in a lengthy poem in 10 books, a sort of epic, La Guerre de Dieu, in order to make fun of Christian ideas by joking and jesting with an obvious frivolity of wit, yet with good humor and spirit. But these pleasantries went no further than frolicsome levity, and moral depravity was not made into something sacred and of the highest excellence as it was at the time of Friedrich von Schlegel's Lucent.Z. Mary of course comes off very badly in Parny's poem. Monks, Dominicans, Franciscans, etc. are seduced by wine and bacchantes, and nuns by fawns, and thus it goes on perversely enough. But finally the gods of the Greek world are conquered and they withdraw from Olympus to Parnassus. 1 edd, Vicomte, 1753 I8 I4. His epic reached a second edition at Paris, 1799. Z. Berlin, 1799. See Hegel's Philosophy of Right, edition to 164. Dissolution of 509. Lastly, in his Braut von Corinth Goethe has sketched in a living picture the banning of love more deeply, according less to the true principle of Christianity than to the misunderstood demand for renunciation and sacrifice. What he does is to contrast natural human feelings with the false asceticism which proposes to condemn a woman's vocation for wedlock and regard compulsory celibacy as something more sacrosanct than marriage. Just as in Schiller's case we find the opposition between the Greek imagination and the modern Enlightenment's abstractions of the understanding, so here we see, contrasted with the Greek moral and sensuous justification of love and marriage, ideas which have belonged only to a one-sided and untrue view of the Christian religion. With great art a terrifying tone is given to the whole work, especially because it remains uncertain whether the action concerns an actual maiden or a dead one, a living one or a ghost, and in an equally most masterly way the love affair is metrically interwoven with a solemnity which thereby becomes all the more dreadful. See, Dissolution of Classical Art in its own sphere. But before we endeavor to get to the bottom of the new art form whose opposition to the old does not belong to the course of artistic development as we have to treat it here in its essential features, we must first bring to view in its clearest form that transition which falls within ancient art itself. The principle of this transition lies in the fact that, while the individuality of the spirit was hitherto visualized as in harmony with the true substances of nature and human existence, and while the spirit knew and found itself in this harmony throughout its own life, willing, and activity, now the spirit begins to withdraw into the infinity of its inner life, though instead of true infinity it wins only a formal, and indeed a still finite, return into itself. If we cast a closer glance at the concrete circumstances corresponding to the principle mentioned, we saw already in the previous chapter that the Greek gods embodied the substances of actual human life and action. But man's highest vocation, and his universal interest and end, had now become present in the world outside religion, as something existent at the same time. Just as external and actual appearance was essential for the Greek spiritual art form. One often translated as the Bride of Corinth, but Braut means fiancé 6e. 510 2. So too the absolute spiritual destiny of man was accomplished in the phenomenal world as a real actuality, the state with the substance and universality of which the individual demanded to be in harmony. This supreme end in Greece was the life of the state, the body of the citizens, and their ethical life and living patriotism. Beyond this interest there was none higher or truer. But political life as a mundane and external phenomenon, like the circumstances of mundane reality in general, falls a prey to transitoriness. It is not hard to show that a state with such a kind of freedom, so immediately identical with all the citizens who as such have in their hands the supreme agency in all public affairs, can only be small and weak and must either be destroyed by itself or demolished from without in the course of world history. For in this immediate coalescence of the individual with the universality of politics, the subject's own character and his private individuality does not yet come into its rights, and it cannot find room to develop in a way harmless to the whole. But by being distinct from the substantial organization into which it has not been incorporated, it remains the restricted natural self-interest which now goes its own way independently, pursues interests far removed from the true interest of the whole and therefore leads to the ruin of the state itself, which in the end, after a struggle, it succeeds in opposing with its subjective power. b. On the other hand, within this freedom itself there is awakened the need for a higher freedom of the subject in himself. He claims to be free not only in the state, as the substantial whole, not only in the accepted ethical and legal code, but in his own heart, because he wants to generate out of his own resources the good and the right in his subjective knowing and to bring it into recognition. The subject wants to have the consciousness of being substantial in himself as subject, and therefore there arises in this freedom a new conflict between an end for the state and one for himself as an inherently free individual. Such a clash had already begun at the time of Socrates, while on the other side vanity, self-interest, and the licentiousness of democracy and demagogy disrupted the actual state in such a way that men like Xenophon and Plato felt disgust at the condition of their native city in which the administration of public affairs lay in self-interested and frivolous hands. The spirit of the transition rests primarily, therefore, on the general cleavage between the explicitly independent spiritual realm, dissolution of 511 and external existence. In this severance from its reality in which it finds itself no longer, the spiritual is the abstractly spiritual, yet not, as might be thought, the one Oriental God, but on the contrary the actual knowing subject who produces and retains every intellectual universal, the true, the good, the moral, in his subjective inner consciousness, where he has no knowledge of present reality but only of his own thoughts and convictions. This situation, in so far as it does not transcend opposition, but sets its two sides over against one another as simply opposed, is of a purely prosaic nature. Yet to this prose we have not yet come at this stage. On the one hand, in other words, there is present the consciousness of a subject who, as firm in himself, wills the good and envisages the fulfillment of his desires and the realization of his essential being in the virtue of his heart as well as in the old gods, the old moral and legal life, but at the same time he is irritated by the present as it exists, by the actual political life of his time and by the dissolution of the old dispensation, i.e. of the earlier patriotism and political wisdom. And therefore is caught of course in the opposition between his subjective inner life and external reality. For in his own inner life he does not enjoy full satisfaction in those mere ideas of true ethical life and therefore he turns outward against the external situation to which he relates himself negatively, with hostility, with the aim of altering it. Therefore, as was said just above, on the one hand there is of course present to his mind an inner content which is self-determined and, while he steadily expresses it, he has to do at the same time with the world confronting him, contradicting that content, and he has the task of sketching this reality in the traits of its corruption which is opposed to the good and the true, yet on the other hand this opposition still finds its resolution in art itself. In other words, a new art form appears in which the struggle between the opposites is not conducted by thoughts which leave the opposition intact, on the contrary, what is brought into the artistic portrayal is reality itself in the madness of its ruin, destroying itself within, whereby, precisely in this self-destruction of the right, the true can display itself on this mirror as a fixed and abiding power, and madness and unreason are not left with the power of directly contradicting what is inherently true. Of this kind of art an example is comedy as Aristophanes among the Greeks has handled it without anger, in pure and serene joviality, in relation to the most essential spheres in the world of his time. 512 2. 3. Satire. Yet the still artistically adequate resolution we see disappearing all the same, because the antithesis itself persists in the form of opposition and therefore presents, in place of the poetic reconciliation, a prosaic relation between the two sides. The result is that the classical art form appears as superseded, since this relation leads to the downfall of the plastic gods and the beautiful world of men. Now here we have at once to look around for the art form which can still be inserted in this transition to a higher mode of configuration and can actually make this transition. We found the culmination of symbolic art likewise in a variety of forms, in fable, comparison, parable, riddle, etc., all having in common the separation of the shape as such from its meaning. If at this point too the ground of dissolution is a similar cleavage, the question arises about the difference between the present sort of transition and the earlier one. The difference is as follows. A. Difference between the dissolution of classical art and that of symbolic art. In the strictly symbolic and comparative art form, the shape and meaning are strange to one another from the start, despite their affinity and relationship, yet they stand in no negative relation but in a friendly one, for it is precisely the identity or similarity of the qualities and traits on both sides that proves to be the basis of their connection and comparison. Their persistent separation and strangeness within such a unification is not such as to be hostility between the separated sides, nor does it rend them apart and disrupt their absolutely close amalgamation. On the other hand, the ideal of classical art proceeds from the perfect interfusion of meaning and shape, spiritual inner individuality and its corporeality, and if therefore the sides joined together in such a perfect unity are detached from one another, this only happens because they can no longer agree with one another and must desert their peaceful reconciliation for incompatibility and enmity. B. Satire. Furthermore, with this form of relation, in distinction from the symbolic, the content of the two sides which now stand in dissolution of 513 opposition to one another is altered too. In the symbolic form of art, it is abstractions, more or less, general thoughts, or even specific propositions in the form of general reflections which acquire through the symbolic art form an elusive illustration, whereas, in the form asserting itself in this transition to romantic art, although the content does consist of similar abstractions of universal thoughts, sentiments, and intellectual propositions, it is not these abstractions as such but their existence in subjective consciousness and self-subsistent self-consciousness which affords the content for one side of the opposition. For the first demand of this intermediate stage is that the spiritual, attained by the ideal, shall emerge independently on its own account. Already in classical art spiritual individuality was the chief thing, although in respect of its reality it remained reconciled with its immediate existence. But now it is a matter of portraying a subjectivity which tries to gain dominion over its no longer adequate shape and over external reality in general. Thereby the spiritual world becomes explicitly free, it has liberated itself from the sensuous and therefore appears, through this withdrawal into itself, as a self-conscious subject, self-contented only in its inner life. But this subject which spurns externality is on its spiritual side not yet the true totality which has for its content the absolute in the form of self-conscious spirit. On the contrary, as afflicted with opposition to the real, it is a purely abstract, finite, unsatisfied subject. Contrasted with it there is an equally finite reality which now on its side also becomes free, yet just because the truly spiritual has reverted out of it into the inner life and no longer will or can find itself in it, this reality appears as a godless one and a corrupt existence. In this way, a thinking spirit, a subject reposing on himself as subject in abstract wisdom with a knowledge of the good and the virtuous and a will to achieve it, is brought by art into a hostile opposition to the corruption of the present. The unresolved nature of this opposition, in which inner and outer remain in fixed disharmony, constitutes the prosaic character of the relation between the two sides. A noble spirit, a virtuous heart always deprived of the actualization of its convictions in a world of vice and folly, turns with passionate indignation or keener wit and colder bitterness against the reality confronting it, and is enraged with or scoffs at the world which directly contradicts its abstract idea of virtue and truth. 514 2. This art form, which assumes the shape of the emerging opposition between finite subjectivity and degenerate externality, is satire, to which common theories have been unable to do proper justice because they remain in perplexity about its classification. For satire has nothing at all of epic, and it does not properly belong to lyric either, since in satire what is expressed is not the feeling of the heart but the universality of the good and the inherently necessary, which, interwoven indeed with the personality of the individual, appears as the virtuousness of this or that man. Yet satire does not enjoy the free unhindered beauty of imagination or pour forth this enjoyment. On the contrary, it clings discontentedly to the disharmony between its own subjectivity, with its abstract principles, and empirical reality, and to this extent produces neither true poetry nor true works of art. Therefore the satirical point of view is not to be understood by reference to one of those species of poetry but must be apprehended more generally as this transitional form of the classical ideal. C. The Roman world as the soil where satire flourishes now, since what is disclosed in satire is the dissolution of the ideal, a dissolution prosaic in its inner content, we have not to look for its actual soil in Greece as the land of beauty. Satire in the form just described belongs properly to the Romans. The spirit of the Roman world is domination by abstraction, i.e. by dead law, the demolition of beauty and joyous customs, the suppression of the family qua immediate natural ethical life, in general the sacrifice of individuality which now surrenders itself to the state and finds its cold-blooded dignity and intellectual satisfaction in obedience to the abstract law. The principle of this political virtue is opposed to true art. Abroad, its cold harshness subjugates all the individuality of nations, while, at home, formal law is developed to perfection in similar rigor. After all, we find no beautiful, free, and great art in Rome. Sculpture and painting, lyric and dramatic poetry, the Romans took over from the Greeks and learned their lesson from them. It is remarkable that what may be regarded as native in the case of the Romans is comic farces, fescennine verses, and Atalan burlesques, whereas the more cultivated comedies of Plautus, and of Terence too, were borrowed from the Greeks and were more a matter of imitation than of independent production. Even Ennius drew on Greek sources and then made mythology prosaic. Dissolution of Cis. What is peculiarly Rome's own is only that mode of art which is prosaic in principle, didactic poetry, e.g., especially if it has a moral content and gives to its general reflections merely the external adornment of meter, images, similes, and a rhetorically fine diction, but above all satire. Here it is the spirit of a virtuous ill humor about the surrounding world which strives to give itself some relief in hollow declamations. This form of art, prosaic in itself, can become poetic only if it so brings the corrupt shape of reality before our eyes that this corruption collapses in itself by reason of its own folly. Horace, example, who, as a lyric poet worked his way entirely into the Greek form and manner of art, outlines in his satires and epistles, where he is more original, a living picture of the manners of his time by sketching for us follies which, unskilled in the means they use, are self-destructive. Yet this is only a joviality satisfied with making the bad laughable. It may be exquisite and cultivated, but it is certainly not poetic. In the case of other writers, on the other hand, the abstract idea of law and virtue is directly contrasted with vices, and here it is ill humor, vexation, wrath, and hatred which expatiate in abstract rhetoric about virtue and wisdom, or, with the indignation of a nobler soul and with bitterness, launch out against the corruption and slavery of the times, or again, without any true hope or faith, they hold up before the vices of the day the picture of old manner, the old freedom, the virtues of a totally different world situation in the past, yet they have nothing to set against the vacillation, the vicissitudes, the distress, and danger of an ignominious present except stoic equanimity and the inner imperturbability of a virtuous disposition of heart. This dissatisfaction gives something of the same tone too to Roman historiography and philosophy. Sallust must declaim against the moral corruption to which he did not himself remain a stranger. In spite of his rhetorical elegance, Livy seeks consolation and satisfaction in sketching the olden days, and above all it is Tacitus who, with discontent as magnificent as profound, without cold declamation, indignantly and vividly discloses the evils of his time in sharp outlines. Among the satirists, Persius especially is full of harshness, more bitter than Juvenal. Later on, finally, we see Lucian, the Greek Syrian, turning with cheerful levity against everything, heroes, philosophers, and gods, and especially satirizing the old Greek gods on the score of their humanity and individuality, yet he often fails to get beyond chatter about the externals of the 516 two shapes and actions of the gods and therefore becomes wearisome, especially for us. For, on the one hand, as a result of our faith we have already done with what he wanted to destroy, and on the other hand we know that these traits of the gods, considered in their beauty, have their eternal validity in spite of his jokes and ridicule. Nowadays satires will not succeed any more. Cotta 1 and Goethe have arranged prize competitions for satires, no poems of this sort have been forthcoming. Satire entails fixed principles with which the present world stands in contradiction, but while a wisdom that remains abstract, a virtue that with inflexible energy clings only to itself, may well contrast itself with reality, it cannot achieve either the genuine poetic dissolution of the false and the disagreeable or a genuine reconciliation in the truth. But art cannot remain in this cleavage of the abstract inner disposition from external objectivity without abandoning its own principle. The subjective must be interpreted to aid what is inherently infinite and absolute, which, even if it does not let finite reality subsist as the truth, yet does not relate itself to it negatively in bare opposition. On the contrary, it proceeds all the same to reconciliation, and in this activity alone comes to be portrayed, contrasted with the ideal individuals of the classical art form, as absolute subjectivity. 1 Jf. I 764 I 832, The Publisher. Section 3. Introduction of the Romantic in general. The form of romantic art is determined, as has been the case every time in our treatment hitherto, by the inner essence of the content which art is called upon to represent, and so we must in the first place endeavor to make clear the distinctive principle of the new content which now, as the absolute content of truth, comes into consciousness in the shape of a new vision of the world and a new artistic form. At the stage of the beginning of art, the urge of imagination consisted in striving out of nature into spirit. But this striving remained only a quest of the spirit, and therefore, not yet providing the proper content of art. The spirit could only assert itself as an external form for meanings drawn from nature or for impersonal abstract ideas drawn from the substantial inner life, and it was these which formed the real center of this form of art. The opposite, secondly, we found in classical art. Here, although the spirit could only struggle on to independence by annulling the natural meanings, it is the basis and principle of the content, while the external form is the natural phenomenon in a corporeal and sensuous shape. Yet this form did not remain, as it did at the first stage, purely superficial, indeterminate, and not penetrated by its content. On the contrary, the perfection of art reached its peak here precisely because the spiritual was completely drawn through its external appearance. In this beautiful unification it idealized the natural and made it into an adequate embodiment of spirit's own substantial individuality. Therefore classical art became a conceptually adequate representation of the ideal, the consummation of, the realm of beauty. Nothing can be or become more beautiful. Yet there is something higher than the beautiful appearance of spirit in its immediate sensuous shape, even if this shape be created by spirit as adequate to itself. For this unification, which is achieved in the medium of externality and therefore makes sensuous reality. Sr 82. 3 into an appropriate existence of spirit, nevertheless is once more opposed to the true essence of spirit, with the result that spirit is pushed back into itself out of its reconciliation in the corporeal into a reconciliation of itself within itself. The simple solid totality of the ideal is dissolved and it falls apart into the double totality of a. Subjective being in itself and b. The external appearance, in order to enable the spirit to reach through this cleavage a deeper reconciliation in its own element of inwardness. The spirit, which has as its principle its accord with itself, the unity of its essence with its reality, can find its correspondent existence only in its own native spiritual world of feeling, the heart, and the inner life in general. Thereby the spirit comes to the consciousness of having its opposite, i.e. its existence, on and in itself as spirit, and therewith alone of enjoying its infinity and freedom. 1. The principle of inner subjectivity. By this elevation of the spirit to itself, the spirit wins in itself its objectivity, which hitherto it had to seek in the external and sensuous character of existence, and in this unification with itself it senses and knows itself. This spiritual elevation is the fundamental principle of romantic art. Bound up with it at once is the essential point that at this final stage of art the beauty of the classical ideal, and therefore beauty in its very own shape and its most adequate content, is no longer the ultimate thing. For at the stage of romantic art the spirit knows that its truth does not consist in its immersion in corporeality, on the contrary, it only becomes sure of its truth by withdrawing from the external into its own intimacy with itself and positing external reality as an existence inadequate to itself. Even if, therefore, this new content too comprises in itself the task of making itself beautiful, still beauty in the sense hitherto expounded remains for it something subordinate, and beauty becomes the spiritual beauty of the absolute inner life as inherently infinite spiritual subjectivity. But therefore to attain its infinity the spirit must all the same lift itself out of purely formal and finite personality into the absolute, i.e. the spiritual must bring itself into representation as the subject filled with what is purely substantial and, therein, as the willing and self-knowing subject. Conversely, the substantial and the true must not be apprehended as a mere beyond of humanity, Si9, and the anthropomorphism of the Greek outlook must not be stripped away, but the human being, as actual subjectivity, must be made the principal, and thereby alone, as we already saw earlier on pages 435 to 6, SOS 6, does the anthropomorphic reach its consummation. 2. The more detailed features of the content and form of the romantic. Out of the more detailed features implicit in this fundamental definition we have now to develop in a general way the group of topics in romantic art and their form. This altered form is conditioned by the new content of romantic art. The true content of romantic art is absolute inwardness, and its corresponding form is spiritual subjectivity with its grasp of its independence and freedom. This inherently infinite and absolutely universal content is the absolute negation of everything particular, the simple unity with itself which has dissipated all external relations, all processes of nature and their periodicity of birth, passing away, and rebirth, all the restrictedness in spiritual existence, and dissolved all particular gods into a pure and infinite self-identity. In this pantheon all the gods are dethroned, the flame of subjectivity has destroyed them, and instead of plastic polytheism art knows now only one God, one spirit, one absolute independence which, as the absolute knowing and willing of itself, remains in free unity with itself and no longer falls apart into those particular characters and functions whose one and only cohesion was due to the compulsion of a dark necessity. Yet absolute subjectivity as such would elude art and be accessible to thinking alone if, in order to be actual subjectivity in correspondence with its essence, it did not also proceed into external existence and then withdraw out of this reality into itself again. This moment of actuality is inherent in the absolute, because the absolute, as infinite negativity, has for the result of its activity itself, as the simple unity of knowing with itself and therefore as immediacy. On account of this immediate existence which is grounded in the absolute itself, the absolute does not turn out to be the one jealous God who merely cancels nature and finite human existence without shaping himself there in appearance as actual. See above, p. 503. So 2. 3. Divine subjectivity, on the contrary, the true absolute reveals itself and thereby gains an aspect in virtue of which it can be apprehended and represented by art. But the determinate being of God is not the natural and sensuous as such but the sensuous elevated to non-sensuousness, to spiritual subjectivity which instead of losing in its external appearance the certainty of itself as the absolute, only acquires precisely through its embodiment a present actual certainty of itself. God in his truth is therefore no bare ideal generated by imagination, on the contrary, he puts himself into the very heart of the finitude and external contingency of existence, and yet knows himself there as a divine subject who remains infinite in himself and makes this infinity explicit to himself. Since therefore the actual individual man is the appearance of God, art now wins for the first time the higher right of turning the human form, and the mode of externality in general, into an expression of the absolute, although the new task of art can only consist in bringing before contemplation in this human form not the immersion of the inner in external corporeality but, conversely, the withdrawal of the inner into itself, the spiritual consciousness of God in the individual. The different moments which constitute the totality of this worldview as the totality of truth itself now therefore find their appearance in man in such a way that content and form are not afforded either by the natural as such, as sun, sky, stars, etc., or by the beautiful group of the Greek gods, or by heroes and external deeds wrought on the ground of family obligations and political life. On the contrary, it is the actual individual person in his inner life who acquires infinite worth. Since in him alone do the eternal moments of absolute truth, which is actual only as spirit, unfold into existence and collect together again. If we compare this vocation of romantic art with the task of classical art, fulfilled in the most adequate way by Greek sculpture, the plastic shape of the gods does not express the movement and activity of the spirit which has retired into itself out of its corporeal reality and made its way to inner self-awareness. The mutability and contingency of empirical individuality is indeed expunged in those lofty figures of the gods, but what they lack is the actuality of self-aware subjectivity in the knowing and willing of itself. This defect is shown externally in the fact that the expression of the soul in its simplicity, namely the light of the eye, is absent from 521. The sculptures, the supreme works of beautiful sculpture, are sightless, and their inner being does not look out of them as self-knowing inwardness in this spiritual concentration which the eye discloses. This light of the soul falls outside them and belongs to the spectator alone. When he looks at these shapes, soul cannot meet soul nor eye. But the god of romantic art appears seeing, self-knowing, inwardly subjective, and disclosing his inner being to man's inner being. For infinite negativity, the withdrawal of the spirit into itself, cancels a fusion into the corporeal. Subjectivity is the spiritual light which shines in itself, in its hitherto obscure place, and, while natural light can only illumine an object, the spiritual light is itself the ground and object on which it shines and which it knows as itself. But this absolute inner expresses itself at the same time in its actual determinate existence as an appearance in the human mode, and the human being stands in connection with the entire world, and this implies at the same time a wide variety in both the spiritually subjective sphere and also the external to which the spirit relates itself as something its own. The shape that absolute subjectivity may thus take in reality has the following forms of content and appearance. A. The original starting point we must take from the absolute itself, which as actual spirit gives itself an existence, knows itself and is active in reality. Here the human shape is so represented that it is immediately known as having the divine in itself. The man Jesus appears not as man in a purely human character with restricted passions, finite ends and achievements, or as merely conscious of God, but as the self-knowing soul and universal God himself, in whose life and suffering, birth, death, and resurrection there is now revealed even to man's finite consciousness what spirit, what the eternal and infinite, is in its truth. Romantic art presents this content in the story of Christ, his mother, his disciples, and also of all others in whom the Holy Spirit is effective and the entire Godhead is present. For because it is God who appears in human existence, for all that he is universal in himself too, this reality is not restricted to individual immediate existence in the shape of Christ, it is unfolded into the whole of mankind, in which the Spirit of God makes itself present, and in this reality remains in unity with itself. The diffusion of this self-contemplation of spirit, of its inwardness and self-possession, is peace, the reconciliation of ICFPP. IS 3-40433-4. 522-2. 3. Spirit with itself in its objectivity, a divine world, a kingdom of God, in which the divine, which from the beginning had reconciliation with its reality as its essence, is consummated in virtue of this reconciliation and thereby has true consciousness of itself. B. But however far this identification is grounded in the essence of the Absolute itself, still, as spiritual freedom and infinity, it is no immediate reconciliation present from the beginning in mundane, natural, and spiritual reality. On the contrary, it is brought about only by the elevation of the spirit out of the finitude of its immediate existence into its truth. This implies that the spirit, in order to win its totality and freedom, detaches itself from itself and opposes itself, as the finitude of nature and spirit, to itself as the inherently infinite. With this self-diremption there is bound up, conversely, the necessity of rising out of the state of size Zion, within which the finite and the natural, the immediacy of existence, the natural heart, are determined as the negative, the evil, and the bad, and of entering the realm of truth and satisfaction only through the overcoming of this negative sphere. Therefore the spiritual reconciliation is only to be apprehended and represented as an activity, a movement of the spirit, as a process in the course of which a struggle and a battle arises, and grief, death, the mournful sense of nullity, the torment of spirit and body enter as an essential feature. For just as God at first cuts himself off from finite reality, so finite man, who begins of himself outside the kingdom of God, acquires the task of elevating himself to God, detaching himself from the finite, abolishing its nullity, and through this killing of his immediate reality becoming what God in his appearance as man has made objective as true reality. The infinite grief won of this sacrifice of subjectivity's very heart, as well as suffering and death, which were more or less excluded from the representations of classical art or rather appeared there as mere natural suffering, acquire their real necessity only in romantic art. We cannot say that the Greeks interpreted death in its essential meaning. Neither the natural as such nor spirit's immediate unity with the body counted with them as something inherently negative, and therefore death for them was only an abstract passing, without terrors and formidability, a ceasing without further immeasurable consequences for the dying individual. But when subjectivity in its spiritual inwardness is of infinite importance, then the negative one in these words, which he often uses, Hegel refers to the crucifixion. 523. Implicit in death is a negation of this loftiness and importance itself and is therefore frightening an expiry of the soul which by death can find itself to be the absolutely negative itself, excluded from all happiness, absolutely unhappy and consigned to eternal damnation. Greek individuality, on the other hand, regarded as spiritual subjectivity, does not ascribe this value to itself and may therefore surround death with cheerful images. For man is afraid only for what is of great value to him. But life has this infinite value for our minds only if the person as spiritual and self-conscious is the one and only actuality, and now in a justified fear must image himself as negative by death. Yet on the other hand death does not gain for classical art the affirmative meaning which it acquires in romantic art. The Greeks did not take seriously what we call immortality. Only for the later reflection of subjective consciousness on itself, in the case of Socrates, has immortality had a deeper sense and satisfied a more far-reaching need. Odysseus, e.g., Odyssey, 11. 465-9I, congratulates Achilles in the underworld on the ground of his happiness, greater than that of all those before or after him, because, hitherto honored as though he were a god, he is now a ruler among the dead. Achilles, as everyone knows, puts the minimum of value on this happiness and answers, Odysseus should speak me no word of consolation for death, rather would I be a serf, and, poor myself, serve a poor man for wages, than rule here below over all the shades of the dead. In romantic art, on the contrary, death is only a perishing of the natural soul and finite subjectivity, a perishing, related negatively only to the inherently negative, which cancels nullity and thereby is the means of liberating the spirit from its finitude and disunion as well as spiritually reconciling the individual person with the absolute. For the Greeks what was affirmative was only the life united with natural, external, and mundane existence, and death therefore was just a negation, the dissolution of immediate reality. But in the romantic outlook death has the significance of negativity, in the sense of the negation of the negative, and therefore changes all the same into the affirmative as the resurrection of the spirit out of its mere natural embodiment and the finitude which is inadequate to it. The grief and death of the dying individual reverses into a return to self, into satisfaction, blessedness, and that reconciled affirmative existence which spirit can attain only through the 811437115s. 524-2. 3. Killing of its negative existence in which it is barred from its proper truth and life. Therefore this fundamental principle does not merely affect the fact of death as it comes to man from the side of nature, on the contrary, death is a process through which the spirit, now independent of what negates it externally, must itself go in order truly to live. See, The third aspect of this absolute world of spirit is framed by man in so far as he neither brings immediately into appearance on himself the absolute and divine as divine, nor presents the process of elevation to God and reconciliation with God, but remains within his own human sphere. Here, then, the subject matter consists of the finite as such, both on the side of spiritual aims, mundane interests, passions, collisions, sorrows and joys, hopes and satisfactions, and also on the side of the external, i.e. nature and its kingdoms and most detailed phenomena. Yet for the mode of treating this matter a twofold position arises. On the one hand, namely, because spirit has one affirmation with itself, it issues on this ground as on an element justified and satisfying in itself, and of this element it presents only the purely positive character it has, out of which its own affirmative satisfaction and deep feeling are reflected, but, on the other hand, the same content is degraded to mere contingency which cannot claim any independent validity because in it the spirit does not find its true existence and therefore only comes into unity with itself by explicitly dissolving this finitude of spirit and nature as being something finite and negative. 3. Relation of the subject matter to the mode of representation. Now finally, with regard to the relation between this entire subject matter and its mode of representation, it appears in the first place, in conformity with what we have seen just now, that, a. the subject matter of romantic art, at least in relation to the divine, is very circumscribed. For, first, as we have already indicated above on pages 507, 520, nature is emptied of gods. The sea, mountains, valleys, rivers, springs, time and night, as well as the universal processes of nature, have lost their value so far as concerns the presentation and content of the absolute. Natural formations are no longer augmented symbolically, they have been robbed of their characteristic of having forms and activities capable of being traits of a divinity. For all the great questions about the origin of the world, about the whence, wherefore, and whither of 525. Created nature and humanity, and all the symbolic and plastic attempts to solve and represent these problems, have disappeared owing to the revelation of God in the Spirit, and even in the spiritual realm the variegated colored world with its classically shaped characters, actions, and events is gathered up into one ray of the Absolute and its eternal history of redemption. The entire content of romantic art is therefore concentrated on the inner life of the spirit, on feeling, ideas, and the mind which strives after union with the truth, seeks and struggles to generate and preserve the divine in the subject's consciousness, and now may not carry through aims and undertakings in the world for the sake of the world but rather has for its sole essential undertaking the inner battle of man in himself and his reconciliation with God, and it brings into representation only the personality and its preservation along with contrivances towards this end. The heroism which may enter here accordingly is no heroism which from its own resources gives laws, establishes organizations, creates and develops situations, but a heroism of submission. It submits to a determinate and cut and dried system of divine truth and no task is left to it but to regulate the temporal order by that, to apply what is higher and absolutely valid to the world confronting it, and to make it prevail in the temporal. But since this absolute content appears compressed into one point, i.e. into the subjective heart, so that all process is transported into the inner life of man, the scope of the subject matter is therefore also infinitely extended again. It opens out into a multiplicity without bounds. For although that objective history constitutes the substantial basis of the heart, the artist yet runs through it in every direction, presents single points drawn from it or presents himself in steadily added new human traits. Over and above this, he can draw into himself the whole breadth of nature as the surroundings and locality of spirit and devote it to the one great end. In this way the history of mentality becomes infinitely rich and it can adapt its shape to ever-altered circumstances and situations in the most multifarious ways. And if a man once leaves this absolute circle of mind and concerns himself with mundane affairs, then the range of interests, aims, and feelings becomes all the further beyond computation, the deeper the spirit has become in itself in accordance with this whole principle. The spirit therefore unfolds itself in the course of its development into an infinitely 526 2. 3. Enhanced wealth of inner and outer collisions, distractions, gradations of passion, and into the most manifold degrees of satisfaction. The purely inherently universal absolute, in so far as it is conscious of itself in man, constitutes the inner content of romantic art, and so also the whole of mankind, and its entire development is that art's inexhaustible material. b. But it is not at all by being art that romantic art produces this content, as was the case to a great extent in the symbolic and above all from the classical form of art and its ideal gods. As we saw earlier on p. 505 above, romantic art as art is not the didactic revelation which produces the content of truth for contemplation simply and solely in the form of art. On the contrary, the content of romantic art is already present explicitly to mind and feeling outside the sphere of art. Religion, as the universal consciousness of the truth, constitutes here in a totally different degree the essential presupposition for art, and, even regarded in its manner of appearing externally to actual consciousness in the real perceptible world, it confronts us as a prosaic phenomenon in the present. Since, in other words, the content of the revelation to spirit is the eternal absolute nature of the spirit itself, which detaches itself from the natural as such and devalues it, therefore the position acquired by spirit's manifestation in what is immediately present is that this externality, so far as it subsists and has existence, remains only a contingent world out of which the absolute gathers itself together into the inner world of the spirit and only so comes to truth in its own eyes. Therewith externality is regarded as an indifferent element in which spirit has no final trust or persistence. The less the spirit regards the shape of external reality as worthy of it, the less can it seek its satisfaction therein and attain reconciliation with itself through union with it. See, on this principle, therefore, the mode of actual configuration in romantic art, in respect of external appearance, does not essentially get beyond ordinary reality proper, and it is by no means averse from harboring this real existence in its finite deficiency and determinacy. Thus this means the disappearance of that ideal beauty which lifts the contemplation of the external away above time and the traces of evanescence in order to give to existence the bloom of beauty instead of its otherwise stunted appearance. Romantic art no longer has as its aim the representation of the free vitality of existence with its infinite tranquility and the immersion of the soul in the corporeal, or this life as such in its very own essential nature. On the contrary, it turns its back on this summit of beauty, it intertwines its inner being with the contingency of the external world and gives unfettered play to the bold lines of the ugly. Thus in romantic art we have two worlds, a spiritual realm, complete in itself, the heart which reconciles itself within and now bends back the otherwise rectilineal repetition of birth, death, and rebirth into the true rotation, i.e. return into self, and into the genuine phoenix life of the spirit. On the other side, the realm of the external as such which, released from its fixedly secure unification with the spirit, now becomes a purely empirical reality by the shape of which the soul is untroubled. In classical art, spirit dominated empirical appearance and permeated it completely because it was in this that it was to acquire its complete reality. But now the inner life is indifferent to the way in which the immediate world is configurated, because immediacy is unworthy of the soul's inner bliss. External appearance cannot any longer express the inner life, and if it is still called to do so it merely has the task of proving that the external is an unsatisfying existence and must point back to the inner, to the mind and feeling as the essential element. But just for this reason romantic art leaves externality to go its own way again for its part freely and independently, and in this respect allows any and every material, down to flowers, trees, and the commonest household gear, to enter the representation without hindrance even in its contingent natural existence. Yet this subject matter, by being purely external material, carries with it at the same time the character of being indifferent and vulgar, and only attaining worth of its own if the heart has put itself into it and if it is to express not merely something inner but the heart's depth of feeling, which instead of fusing with the external appears only as reconciled with itself in itself. In this relation, the inner, so pushed to the extreme, is an expression without any externality at all, it is invisible and is as it were a perception of itself alone, or a musical sound as such without objectivity and shape, or a hovering over the waters, or a ringing tone over a world which in and on its heterogeneous phenomena can only accept and remirror a reflection of this inwardness of soul. Therefore, if we sum up in one word this relation of content and 1 Gen. I, Z, in Luther's version. SZ 8-2. 3 form in romantic art wherever this relation is preserved in its own special character, we may say that, precisely because the ever-expanded universality and the restlessly active depths of the heart are the principle here, the keynote of romantic art is musical and, if we make the content of this idea determinate, lyrical. For romantic art the lyric is as it were the elementary fundamental characteristic, a note which epic and drama strike to and which wafts even round works of visual art as a universal fragrance of soul, because here spirit and heart strive to speak, through every one of their productions, to the spirit and the heart. For division of the subject now lastly, for the more detailed development of our consideration of this third great sphere of art we must settle the division of the subject, and the fundamental essence of the romantic in its inner ramification breaks up into the following 3 phases. The first sphere is formed by religion as such, its center is supplied by the history of redemption, by the life of Christ, his death and resurrection. The chief point to be made here is reversion, the fact that the spirit turns negatively against its immediacy and finitude, overcomes it, and through this liberation wins for itself its infinity and absolute independence in its own province. Then, secondly, this independence passes out of the inherent divinity of the spirit, and out of the elevation of finite man to God, into mundane reality. Here it is primarily the subject as such who has become affirmative in his own eyes and has as the substance of his consciousness and as the interest of his existence the virtues of this affirmative subjectivity, namely honor, love, fidelity, and bravery, the aims and duties of romantic chivalry. The content and form of the third chapter may be described in general as the formal independence of character. If, in other words, subjectivity has advanced to the point of having spiritual independence as the essential thing for it, so too the particular content, with which this subjectivity is linked as with what is its own, will share the like independence which yet can only be of a formal kind because it is not implicit in the substantiality of the subjective life as it is in the sphere of absolute religious truth. Conversely, the shape of external circumstances, situations, and the complexity of events, also becomes explicitly free and therefore 519 has its ups and downs in capricious adventures. Therefore we acquire as the culmination of the romantic in general the contingency of both outer and inner, and the separation of these two sides, whereby art annuls itself and brings home to our minds that we must acquire higher forms for the apprehension of truth than those which art is in a position to supply. Chapter I. The religious domain of romantic art. In its representation of absolute subjectivity as the whole of truth, romantic art has for its substantial content the reconciliation of God with the world and therefore with himself, the unification of the spirit with its essence, the satisfaction of the heart, and therefore at this stage the ideal seems at last to be completely at home. For it was blessedness and independence, satisfaction, tranquility, and freedom which we named one as the chief characteristics of the ideal. Of course we may not deny the ideal to the essence and reality of romantic art, but in comparison with the classical ideal it takes a quite different form there. Although this relation has already been indicated in general above in the introduction to this section, we must here at the very beginning expound it in its more concrete meaning in order to make clear the fundamental type of the romantic way of portraying the absolute. In the classical ideal the divine is on the one hand restricted to individuality, on the other hand, the soul and blessedness of the particular gods are entirely transfused through their corporeal shape, and, thirdly, since the underlying principle is the unseparated unity of the individual in himself and in his external world, there cannot appear as an essential factor the negativity of diremption within the self, of bodily and spiritual grief, of sacrifice and renunciation. In classical art the divine collapses indeed into a group of gods, but it does not divide itself within itself as a. universal essentiality and b. individual subjective empirical appearance in the human form and the human spirit, and neither, as a non-appearing absolute, has it confronting it a world of evil, sins, and error, and consequently with the task of reconciling these oppositions and being truly actual and divine only as this reconciliation. On the other hand, in the concept of absolute subjectivity there is implicit the opposition between substantial universality and personality, an opposition whose completed reconciliation fills the subject with his substance and raises the substance into a knowing. 1 on p. J 57 above. 531. An willing absolute subject. But, 2. To the actuality of subjectivity as spirit there belongs the deeper opposition to a finite world, through that world's cancellation as finite and its reconciliation with the absolute. The infinite makes its own essence explicit to itself through its own absolute activity, and only so is absolute spirit. The appearance of this actuality on the soil and in the shape of the human spirit therefore acquires in respect of its beauty a totally different relation from what it has in classical art. Greek beauty displays the inner life of spiritual individuality as entirely embodied in its corporeal shape, in actions and events, as expressed entirely in the outer, and living blissfully there. Whereas for romantic beauty it is absolutely necessary for the soul, although appearing in externality, to show itself at the same time as being brought back out of this corporeality into itself and as living in itself. Therefore at this stage the body can express the inwardness of the spirit only by revealing the fact that the soul has its congruent reality not in this real existence, but in itself. For this reason beauty will now reside, no longer in the idealization of the objective shape, but in the inner shape of the soul in itself. It becomes a beauty of deep feeling, as the manner in which every content in the subject's inner life is formed and developed, and without retaining the external shape penetrated by the spirit as in Greece. Now because in this way interest in clarifying real existence into this classical unity is lost and is concentrated instead on the opposite aim of breathing a new beauty into the inner shape of the spiritual itself, art now gives itself little trouble with the external, it takes it up immediately, as it finds it, letting it, as it were, shape itself at will. In romantic art, reconciliation with the absolute is an act of the inner life, an act which does appear externally but does not have the external itself in its real shape for its essential content and aim. With this indifference to the idealizing unification of soul and body there enters essentially, for the more special individuality of the external side, portraiture which does not blot out either particular traits and forms as they actually exist or the poverty of nature and the deficiencies of temporality, in order to put something more appropriate in their place. In general, even in this matter a correspondence between soul and body must indeed. One previously Hegel has said that some portraits are disgustingly like, Introduction, p. 43, and that portraiture must flatter, pages ISS, I6s. Here the instructions to Lely seem to be approved. 532-2. 3 be demanded, but the specific shape of it is indifferent and not purified from the contingencies of finite empirical existence. The necessity for this sweeping characterization of romantic art can be equally justified from another point of view. When the classical ideal figure is at its true zenith, it is complete in itself, independent, reserved, unreceptive, a finished individual which rejects everything else. Its shape is its own, it lives entirely in it and in it alone and may not surrender any part of it to affinity with the purely empirical and contingent. Therefore, whoever approaches these ideal figures as a spectator cannot make their existence his own as something external related to his own external appearance. Although the shapes of the eternal gods are human, they still do not belong to the mortal realm, for these gods have not themselves experienced the deficiency of finite existence but are directly raised above it. Community with the empirical and the relative is broken off. Whereas infinite subjectivity, the absolute of romantic art, is not immersed in its appearance, it is in itself and just for this reason has its external expression not for apprehension by itself but by others as something external, set free and surrendered to everyone. Further, this external side must enter the shape of common life, of empirical humanity, because here God himself descends into finite temporal existence in order to mediate and reconcile the absolute opposition inherent in the concept of the absolute. Owing to this incarnation too, empirical man acquires an aspect from which a relationship and point of linkage with God opens up to him, so that in his immediate natural being he approaches himself with confidence because the external shape, i.e. the incarnation, does not rebuff him with a classical rigorousness towards the particular and contingent, but offers to his sight what he himself has or what he knows and loves in others around him. It is the fact that it is so much at home in the commonplace that enables romantic art to attract us so familiarly by its external forms. But the externality which has been surrendered has the function, owing to this very surrender, of referring us back to beauty of soul, to the elevation of intimate feeling and the sanctity of the heart, and thus it encourages us at the same time to plunge into the inner life of the spirit and its absolute content and appropriate this inner life to ourselves. Finally, in this self-surrender of the incarnation there is implicit in general the universal idea, namely that in romantic art. 533. Infinite subjectivity is not lonely in itself like a Grecian god who lives in himself absolutely perfect in the blessedness of his isolation. On the contrary, it emerges from itself into a relation with something else which, however, is its own, and in which it finds itself again and remains communing and in unity with itself. This being at one with itself in its other is the really beautiful subject matter of romantic art, its ideal which has essentially for its form and appearance the inner life and subjectivity, mind and feeling. Therefore the romantic ideal expresses a relation to another spiritual being which is so bound up with depth of feeling that only in this other does the soul achieve this intimacy with itself. This life in self in another is, as feeling, the spiritual depth of love. We may therefore name love as the general content of the romantic in its religious domain. Yet its truly ideal configuration love only acquires if it expresses the affirmative immediate reconciliation of the spirit. But before we can consider the stage of the most beautiful ideal satisfaction, we have first, on the one hand, to run through the process of negativity which the absolute subject enters in the course of overcoming the finitude and immediacy of his human appearance, a process which is unfolded in the life and suffering of God and his death for the world and mankind, whereby mankind's reconciliation with God was made possible. On the other hand, it is now humanity, conversely, which for its part has to go through the same process in order to make explicit in itself what was implicit in that reconciliation. Between these stages, the heart of which is the negative aspect, the sensuous and spiritual entry to death and the grave, there lies the expression of the affirmative bliss of satisfaction which in this sphere characterizes art's most beautiful creations. For the more detailed division of our first chapter we have therefore to traverse three different spheres. First, the redemptive history of Christ, i.e. the moments of the Absolute Spirit, represented in God Himself in so far as He becomes man, has an actual existence in the world of finitude and its concrete relationships, and in this existence, individual at first, brings the Absolute itself into appearance. Secondly, love in its positive shape as the feeling of reconciliation between man and God, the Holy Family, Mary's maternal love, Christ's love, and the love of the disciples. Thirdly, the community, the Church, the Spirit of God as present. 534-2. 3. In humanity through the conversion of the heart and the annihilation of the natural and the finite, in short through the reversion of mankind to God, a conversion in which penances and tortures in the first place mediate the union of man with God. 1. The redemptive history of Christ. The reconciliation of the Spirit with itself, the absolute history, the process of the truth, is brought to our view and conviction by the appearance of God in the world. The simple heart of this reconciliation is the coalescence of absolute essentiality with the individual human subject. An individual man is God, and God an individual man. This implies that the human spirit, in its concept and essence, is implicitly true spirit, and every individual subject, therefore, as man, has the infinite vocation and importance of being one of God's purposes and being in unity with God. But on this account man is all the same faced with the demand that he give actuality to this his concept, which at first is purely implicit, i.e. that he make union with God the goal of his being, and achieve it. If he has fulfilled this vocation, then in himself he is free infinite spirit. This is possible for him only because that unity is the original fact, the eternal basis of human and divine nature. In the first place, this goal is at the same time the absolute beginning, the presupposition of the romantic religious consciousness that God himself is man, flesh, that he has become this individual person in whom therefore the reconciliation does not remain something implicit, in which case it would be known only in its concept, but stands forth objectively existent for human senses and conscious contemplation as this individual actually existing man. It is on account of this moment of individuality that in Christ every individual has a vision of his own reconciliation with God, which in its essence is no mere possibility, it is actual and therefore has to appear in this one man as really achieved. But, secondly, since this unity, as the spiritual reconciliation of opposed moments, is no mere immediate coalescence into one, it follows that in this one man the process of spirit too, through which alone consciousness is truly spirit, must attain existence as the history of this man. This history of the spirit, consummated in one individual, contains nothing except what we have already touched on above, namely that the individual man casts aside his individuality of body and spirit, i.e. that he 535 suffers and dies, but conversely through the grief of death rises out of death, and ascends as God in his glory, as the actual spirit which now has indeed entered existence as an individual, as this subject, yet even so is essentially truly God only as spirit in his church. Apparent superfluity of art. This history provides the fundamental topic for religious romantic art, and yet for this topic art, taken purely as art, becomes to a certain extent something superfluous. For the chief thing lies here in the inner conviction, feeling, and conception of this eternal truth, in the faith which bears witness to itself of the absolute truth and thereby imparts it to the inner life of mind. A developed faith, in other words, consists in the immediate conviction that the conception of the factors in this history suffices to bring truth itself before consciousness. But if it is a matter of the consciousness of truth, then the beauty of the appearance, and the representation, is an accessory and rather indifferent, for the truth is present for consciousness independently of art. Necessary emergence of art. Yet, on the other hand, the religious material contains in itself at the same time a factor whereby it is not only made accessible to art but does in a certain respect actually need art. In the religious ideas of romantic art, as has been indicated more than once already, this material involves pushing anthropomorphism to an extreme, in that it is precisely this material, which has as its center the coalescence of the absolute and divine with a human person as actually perceived and therefore as appearing externally and corporeally, and, 2, which must present the divine in this its individuality, bound as it is to the deficiency of nature and the finite mode of appearance. In this respect, for the appearance of God, art provides to the contemplative consciousness the special presence of an actual individual shape, a concrete picture too of the external features of the events in which Christ's birth, life, and sufferings, death, resurrection, and ascension to the right hand of God are displayed, so that, in general, the actual appearance of God, which has passed away, is repeated and perpetually renewed in art alone. 536 3. C. The details of the external appearance are accidental, but in so far as in this appearance the accent is laid on the fact that God is essentially an individual person, exclusive of others, and displays the unity of divine and human subjectivity not simply in general but as this man, there enter here again, in art, on account of the subject matter itself, all the aspects of the contingency and particularity of external finite existence from which beauty at the height of the classical ideal had been purified. What the free concept of the beautiful had discarded as inappropriate, i.e. the non-ideal, is here necessarily adopted and brought before our vision as a factor emerging from the subject matter itself. While therefore the person of Christ as such is frequently chosen as a subject, every time those artists have proceeded in the worst possible way who have attempted to make out of Christ an ideal in the sense and in the manner of the classical ideal. For although such heads and figures of Christ do display seriousness, calm, and dignity, Christ should have on the one hand subjective personality and individuality, and, on the other, inwardness and purely universal spirituality. Both these characteristics are inconsistent with the imprint of bliss on the visible aspect of the human form. To combine both these extremes in expression and form is of supreme difficulty, and painters especially found themselves in perplexity every time they departed from the traditional type. Seriousness and depth of consciousness must be expressed in these heads, but the features and forms of the face and the figure must neither be of purely ideal beauty nor deviate into the commonplace and the ugly or rise to pure sublimity as such. The best thing in relation to the external form is the mean between natural detail and ideal beauty. To hit this due mean correctly is difficult, and so in this matter what may be especially conspicuous is the skill, sense, and spirit of the artist. In general, in the case of representations throughout this whole sphere, we are referred, independently of the subject matter, which belongs to faith, to the matter of the artist's subjective creation, more than is the case in the classical ideal. In classical art the artist aims at presenting the spiritual and the divine directly in the forms of the body itself and in the organization of the human figure, and therefore the bodily forms in their modifications, when these diverge from the customary and the finite, afford 537. A principal part of the interest. In the sphere now under consideration the shape remains the customary and familiar one, its forms are to a certain extent indifferent, something particular, which may be thus or otherwise, and may in this respect be treated with great freedom. Therefore the preponderating interest lies on the one hand in the manner in which the artist still makes the spiritual and the most inward content shine, as this spiritual element itself, through this customary and familiar material, on the other hand, in the artist's execution, in the technical means and skills whereby he has been able to breathe spiritual vitality into his shapes and make the most spiritual things perceptible and comprehensible. Fj. As for the further subject matter, it lies, as we have seen already, in the absolute history which springs from the concept of spirit itself and which makes objective the conversion of bodily and spiritual individuality into its essence and universality. For the reconciliation of the individual person with God does not enter as a harmony directly, but as a harmony proceeding only from the infinite grief, from surrender, sacrifice, and the death of what is finite, sensuous, and subjective. Here finite and infinite are bound together into one, and the reconciliation in its true profundity, depth of feeling, and force of mediation is exhibited only through the magnitude and harshness of the opposition which is to be resolved. It follows that even the whole sharpness and dissonance of the suffering, torture, and agony involved in such an opposition, belong to the nature of spirit itself, whose absolute satisfaction is the subject matter here. This process of the spirit, taken in and by itself, is the essence and concept of spirit in general, and therefore it entails the characteristic of being for consciousness the universal history which is to be repeated in every individual consciousness. For consciousness, as a multiplicity of individuals, is precisely the reality and existence of the universal spirit. At first, however, because the spirit has as its essential factor reality in the individual, that universal history itself proceeds only in the shape of one individual in whom it happens as the history of his birth, his suffering, his death, and his return from death, though in this individual it preserves at the same time the significance of being the history of the universal absolute spirit. The real turning point in this life of God is the termination of his individual existence as this man, the story of the passion, suffering on the cross, the Golgotha of the spirit, the pain of death. This sphere of portrayal is separated toto cielo from the classical plastic ideal because here the subject matter itself implies that the external bodily appearance, immediate existence as an individual, is revealed in the grief of his negativity as the negative, and that therefore it is by sacrificing subjective individuality and the sensuous sphere that the spirit attains its truth and its heaven. On the one hand, in other words, the earthly body and the frailty of human nature in general is raised and honored by the fact that it is God Himself who appears in human nature, but on the other hand it is precisely this human and bodily existence which is negatived and comes into appearance in its grief, while in the classical ideal it does not lose undisturbed harmony with what is spiritual and substantial. Christ scourged, with the crown of thorns, carrying his cross to the place of execution, nailed to the cross, passing away in the agony of a torturing and slow death. This cannot be portrayed in the forms of Greek beauty, but the higher aspect in these situations is their inherent sanctity, the depth of the inner life, the infinity of grief, present as an eternal moment in the spirit as sufferance and divine peace. The wider group around this figure is formed partly of friends, partly of enemies. The friends are likewise no ideal figures but, in accordance with the concept, one particular individuals, ordinary men whom the pull of the Spirit brings to Christ. But the enemies are presented to us as inwardly evil because they place themselves in opposition to God, condemn Him, mock Him, torture Him, crucify Him, and the idea of inner evil and enmity to God brings with it on the external side ugliness, crudity, barbarity, rage, and distortion of their outward appearance. In connection with all these there enters here as a necessary feature what is unbeautiful in comparison with the beauty of Greek art. Why, but the process of death is to be treated in the divine nature only as a point of transition whereby the reconciliation of the spirit with itself is brought about, and the divine and human sides, the sheerly universal and the subjective appearance, whose mediation is in question, close together affirmatively. This affirmation is in general the basis and the original foundation of the divine history and must therefore also be made evident in this positive way. For this purpose the most favorable events in the history of Christ are supplied especially by the resurrection and the ascension, apart from the scattered moments at which Christ appears as teacher. But here there arises, especially for the visual arts, a supreme difficulty. For, a. It is the spiritual as such which is to be portrayed in its inwardness, b. It is the absolute spirit which in its infinity and universality must be put affirmatively in unity with subjectivity i.e. in Christ and yet, raised above immediate existence, must in the bodily and external shape bring before contemplation and feeling the entire expression of its infinity and inwardness. To religious love, the absolute spirit is, as spirit, not an immediate topic for art. Its supreme actual reconciliation within itself can only be a reconciliation and satisfaction in the spiritual as such, and this in its purely ideal element is not susceptible of expression in art, since absolute truth is on a higher level than the appearance of beauty which cannot be detached from the soil of the sensuous and apparent. But if the spirit in its affirmative reconciliation is to acquire through art a spiritual existence in which it is not merely known as pure thought, as ideal, but can be felt and contemplated, then we have left as the sole form which fulfills the double demand, that of spirituality on the one hand and comprehensibility and portrayability by art on the other, only the deep feeling of the spirit, or the soul and feeling. This depth of feeling, which alone corresponds to the essential nature of the spirit which is free and satisfied in itself, is love. A. Concept of the absolute as love in love, in other words, those phases are present, in its content, which we cited as the fundamental essence of the absolute spirit, the reconciled return out of another into self. By being the other in which the spirit remains communing with itself, this other can only be spiritual over again, a spiritual personality. The true essence of love consists in giving up the consciousness of oneself, forgetting oneself in another self, yet in this surrender and oblivion having 542. 3. And possessing oneself alone. This reconciliation of the spirit with itself and the completion of itself to a totality is the absolute, yet not, as may be supposed, in the sense that the absolute as a purely singular and therefore finite subject coincides with itself in another finite subject. On the contrary, the content of the subjectivity which reconciles itself with itself in another is here the absolute itself, the spirit which only in another spirit is the knowing and willing of itself as the absolute and has the satisfaction of this knowledge. b. The heart or soul. Now, looked at more closely, this subject matter, by being love, has the form of feeling, concentrated into itself, which, instead of revealing its content, bringing it into consciousness in its determinacy and universality, rather draws directly together into the simple depth of the heart that contents extent and boundlessness without unfolding for our apprehension all the ramifications which its wealth contains. Therefore the same content which in its purely spiritually stamped universality would be denied to art, in this subjective existence as feeling is again prehensible by art. This is because on the one hand, in view of its still undisclosed depth, characteristic of the heart, it is not compelled to explain itself to the length of complete clarity, while on the other hand it acquires from this form at the same time an element suitable to art. For however inward the soul, emotion, and feeling remain, they still always have a connection with the sensuous and corporeal, so that they can now disclose the inmost life and existence of spirit outwardly through the body itself, through a look, facial expressions, or, more spiritually, through words and musical notes. But the external can enter here only as being called upon to express this inmost inner life itself in its inwardness of soul. See, Louis as the romantic ideal. Since we define the concept of the ideal as the reconciliation of the inner life with its reality, we may now describe love as the ideal of romantic art in its religious sphere. It is spiritual beauty as such. The classical ideal too displayed the mediation and reconciliation of the spirit with its opposite. But there the opposite of spirit was 541. The external permeated by spirit, spirit's bodily organism. In love, on the contrary, the spirit's opposite is not nature but itself a spiritual consciousness, another person, and the spirit is therefore realized for itself in what it itself owns, in its very own element. So in this affirmative satisfaction and blissful reality at rest in itself, love is the ideal but purely spiritual beauty which on account of its inwardness can also be expressed only in and as the deep feeling of the heart. For the spirit which is present to itself and immediately sure of itself in another spirit, and therefore has the spiritual itself as the material and ground of its existence, is in itself, is depth of feeling, and, more precisely, is the spiritual depth of love. God is love, and therefore his deepest essence too is to be apprehended and represented in this form adequate to art in Christ. But Christ is divine love, as its object. What is manifest is on the one hand God himself in his invisible essence, and, on the other, mankind which is to be redeemed, and thus what then comes into appearance in Christ is less the absorption of one person in another limited person than the idea of love in its universality, the absolute, the spirit of truth in the element and form of feeling. With this universality of love's object, love's expression is also universalized, with the result that the subjective concentration of heart and soul does not become the chief thing in th.at expression, just as, even in the case of the Greeks, what is emphasized, although in a totally different context, in Venus Urania I and the old Titanic deity, Eros, is the universal idea and not the subjective element, i.e. individual shape and feeling. Only when Christ is conceived in the portrayals of romantic art as more than an individual subject, immersed in himself, does the expression of love become conspicuous in the form of subjective deep feeling, always elevated and born, however, by the universality of its content. But in this sphere the most accessible topic for art is Mary's love, maternal love, the most successful object of the religious imagination of romantic art. For the most part real and human, it is yet entirely spiritual, without the interest and exigency of desire, not sensuous and yet present, absolutely satisfied and blissful spiritual depth. It is a love without craving, but it is not friendship, for be friendship never so rich in emotion, it yet demands originally the goddess of the sky, but later, as distinct from Aphrodite Pandemos, the goddess of higher and purer love. 542-2. 3. A content, something essential, as a mutual end and aim. Whereas, without any reciprocity of aim and interests, maternal love has an immediate support in the natural bond of connection. But in this instance the mother's love is not at all restricted to the natural side. In the child which she conceived and then bore in travail, Mary has the complete knowledge and feeling of herself, and the same child, blood of her blood, stands all the same high above her, and nevertheless this higher being belongs to her and is the object in which she forgets and maintains herself. The natural depth of feeling in the mother's love is altogether spiritualized, it has the divine as its proper content, but this spirituality remains lowly and unaware, marvelously penetrated by natural oneness and human feeling. It is the blissful maternal love, the love of the one mother alone who was the first recipient of this joy. Of course this love too is not without grief, but the grief is only the sorrow of loss, lamentation for her suffering, dying, and dead son, and does not, as we shall see at a later stage, one result from injustice and torment from without, or from the infinite battle against sins, or from the agony and pain brought about by the self. Such deep feeling is here spiritual beauty, the ideal, human identification of man with God, with the Spirit and with truth, a pure forgetfulness and complete self-surrender which still in this forgetfulness is from the beginning one with that into which it is merged and now with blissful satisfaction has a sense of this oneness. In such a beautiful way maternal love, the picture as it were of the Spirit, enters romantic art in place of the Spirit itself because only in the form of feeling is the Spirit made prehensible by art, and the feeling of the unity between the individual and God is present in the most original, real, and living way only in the Madonna's maternal love. This love must enter art necessarily if, in the portrayal of this sphere, the ideal, the affirmative satisfied reconciliation is not to be lacking. There was therefore a time when the maternal love of the Blessed Virgin belonged in general to the highest and holiest part of religion and was worshipped and represented as the supreme fact. But when the Spirit brings itself into consciousness of itself in its own element, separated from the whole natural grounding which feeling supplies, then too it is only the spiritual mediation, free from such a grounding, that can be regarded as the free route to the truth, and so, after all, in Prots. 1 see the following 3a. 543. Tantism, in contrast to Mariolatry in art and in faith, the Holy Spirit and the inner mediation of the Spirit has become the higher truth. Why, thirdly and lastly, the affirmative reconciliation of the Spirit is displayed as feeling in Christ's disciples and in the women and friends who follow him. These for the most part are characters who have experienced the austerity of the idea of Christianity at the hand of their divine friend through the friendship, teaching, and preaching of Christ without going through the external and internal agony of conversion. They have perfected this idea, mastered it and themselves, and they remain pensive and powerful in the same. True, they lack that immediate unity and deep feeling of the mother's love, but as their bond of union there is still left to them the presence of Christ, the habit of communal life, and the direct pull of the Spirit. 3. The spirit of the community. As for the transition into the last sphere of this topic, we may link it with what was already touched upon above in relation to the story of Christ. The immediate existence of Christ, as this one individual man who is God, is posited as superseded, i.e. what comes to light in the very appearance of God as man is the fact that the true reality of God is not immediate existence but spirit. The reality of the Absolute as infinite subjectivity is just the Spirit itself. God exists only in knowing, in the element of the inner life. This absolute existence of God as pure universality, alike ideal and subjective, is therefore not restricted to this individual Jesus who in his history has made visible the reconciliation of human and divine personality, but is broadened into the human consciousness which is reconciled with God, in short into mankind which exists as a plurality of individuals. Yet taken by himself as an individual personality, the man, Jesus is not divine immediately at all, on the contrary, he is the finite and human being who only attains reconciliation with God in so far as he actually posits himself as the negative which he is implicitly and so cancels his finitude. Only through this deliverance from the imperfection of finitude does humanity proclaim itself as the existence of the Absolute Spirit, as the community's spirit in which the unification of the human spirit with the divine within human reality itself is completed as the 544-2. 3. Mediation in reality of what implicitly, in the essential nature of spirit, is originally in unity. The chief forms which are of importance in relation to this new content of romantic art may be specified as follows: the individual person, separated from God, living in sin, in the battle of immediacy and in the poverty of finitude, has the infinite vocation of coming into reconciliation with himself and God. But since in the redemptive history of Christ the negativity of immediate individuality has appeared as the essential feature of the Spirit, the individual person is able to rise to freedom and to peace in God as a result solely of the conversion of the natural element and finite personality. This transcendence of finitude enters here in a threefold way. First, as the external repetition of the Passion story, this becomes actual physical suffering martyrdom. Secondly, the conversion is transferred into the inner life of the mind as an inner mediation through repentance, penance, and the return of the soul to God. Thirdly and lastly, the appearance of the divine in mundane reality is so interpreted that the ordinary course of nature and the natural form of other happenings is superseded in order to make possible a revelation of the power and presence of the divine, whereby miracle becomes the form in which this revelation is presented. Martyrs. The first phenomenon in which the spirit of the community is revealed as effective in the human person consists in man's mirroring in himself the reflection of the divine process and making himself a new determinate embodiment of the eternal history of God. Here the expression of that immediately affirmative reconciliation disappears again, because man has to secure it only through the cancellation of his finitude. What therefore was the center at the first stage, i.e. the negative, returns here again in a thoroughly enhanced degree because the inadequacy and unworthiness of man is the presupposition, and to extinguish this counts as the supreme and sole task of man. The proper subject matter of this sphere, therefore, is endurance of cruelties, and a man's own freely willed renunciation. 545. Sacrifice, and privation. These he imposes on himself for the sake of privation and for the sake of occasioning his suffering, torments, agonies of every kind by means of which the spirit may be transfigured within and feel itself at one, satisfied, and blissful in its heaven. In martyrdom this negative grief is an end in itself, and the magnitude of the transfiguration is measured by the awfulness of what the man has suffered and the frightfulness to which he has submitted. Now given his still unfulfilled inner life, the first thing that can be negatived in the martyr, with a view to his sanctification and his release from the world, is his natural being, his life, and the satisfaction of the most elementary needs necessary for his existence. Thus the chief topic in this sphere is provided by physical tortures inflicted on the believer. They are partly perpetrated out of hatred and vindictiveness by enemies and persecutors of the faith, partly undergone, with complete renunciation and at his own instigation, as an expiation of sins. Both of these he accepts in a fanaticism of resignation, not as an injustice, but as a blessing through which alone the hardness of the heart, the flesh, and the mind conscious of original sin are to be broken and reconciliation with God achieved. But since in such situations the conversion of the inner life can only be portrayed in dreadfulness and in the brutality of the tortures, the sense of beauty is easily damaged and the topics in this sphere constitute a very hazardous material for art. For on the one hand, in a much higher degree than what we required in the history of Christ's Passion, the individuals must be shown as actual single individuals stamped with the mark of temporal existence and caught in the deficiency of finitude and natural life. On the other hand, the agonies, the unheard of frightfulnesses, the distortions and dislocations of limbs, the physical torments, the scaffolds, the beheadings, roastings, burning at the stake, boiling in oil, fastening to the wheel, etc. All these are inherently hateful, repugnant, disgusting externals. Their distance from beauty is too great to allow any healthy art to select them as its subject matter. The artist's way of treating these subjects may indeed be excellent in its execution, but in that case the interest in this excellence always relates only to the artist's subjective activity which, even if it may seem to be in accord with art, yet labors in vain to create a perfect harmony between itself and this material. Therefore the portrayal of this negative process requires still 5 cent 2. 3. Another feature which overrides this agony of body and soul and leans towards the affirmative reconciliation. This is the reconciliation of the spirit in itself, which is one as the aim and result of all the horror that has been suffered. From this point of view the martyrs are the preservers of the divine against the crudity of external power and the barbarity of unbelief. For the sake of the kingdom of heaven they endure grief and death, and this courage, strength, endurance, and blessedness must therefore appear in them equally. Yet this deep feeling of faith and love in its spiritual beauty is not the spiritual health which permeates the body healthily. On the contrary, it is an inwardness which grief has wrought upon, or which is portrayed in suffering and even still contains in Transfiguration the element of grief as the strictly essential thing. Painting especially has often made such piety its subject matter. Having done so, it has as its chief task the expression of the bliss of torment, contrasted with the abominable lacerations of the flesh, simply in the lines of the face, the look, etc., as resignation, the overcoming of grief, and satisfaction in achieving the living presence of the divine spirit in the inner life of the martyr. If, on the other hand, sculpture proposes to bring the same material before our eyes, it is less capable of portraying concentrated deep feeling in this spiritualized way, and therefore will have to emphasize what is grievous and distorted, because this is manifested in a more developed form in the bodily organism. Why, but, thirdly, the aspect of self-denial and endurance is at this stage not concerned merely with natural existence and immediate finitude. On the contrary, it exaggerates the heart's bent towards heavenly things to such an extreme that the human and the mundane sphere, even if in itself it is of an ethical and rational kind, is thrust into the background and disdained. The spirit here, that is to say, vitalizes in itself the idea of its conversion, but the less the spirit is developed to begin with, all the more barbarically and abstractly does it turn with its concentrated force of piety against everything that, as the finite, stands contrasted with this inherently simple infinity of religious feeling, against all specific human feeling, against the many-sided moral inclinations, relations, circumstances, and duties of the heart. For ethical life in the family, the bonds of friendship, blood, love, the state, calling, all these belong to the mundane sphere, and in so far as here the mundane is not yet penetrated by the absolute ideas of faith, and developed. 547. Into unity and reconciliation therewith, it is not adopted into the sphere of inner feeling and obligation, but instead appears to the abstract deep feeling of the believing heart as null in itself and therefore hostile and detrimental to piety. The ethical organization of the human world is therefore not yet respected, because its parts and duties are not yet recognized as necessary and justified links in the chain of an inherently rational actuality. In such an actual organization nothing one-sided may rise to an isolated independence, yet must all the same be retained as a valid factor and not sacrificed. In this respect the religious reconciliation itself remains here in an abstract form, and it is displayed in the inherently simple heart as an intensity of faith without extension, as the piety of a heart lonely with itself which has not yet framed itself into a universal and developed confidence and into a discerning comprehensive certainty of itself. Now if the force of such a heart clings to itself in itself against the actuality which it has treated purely negatively, and if it violently detaches itself from all human ties, even were they those originally most firm, then this is a crudity of spirit and a barbaric power of abstraction which must revolt us. Therefore, from the standpoint of our modern consciousness, we may be able to respect and value highly that germ of religious feeling in representations of such an attitude, but if piety goes so far that we see it exaggerated I_ento violence against what is inherently rational and moral, not only can we not sympathize with such fanaticism of sanctity, but this sort of renunciation must appear to us as immoral and contrary to religious feeling because it rejects, demolishes, and tramples underfoot what is absolutely justified and sacrosanct. Of this sort there are many legends, stories, and poems. For example, the story of the man full of love for his wife and family and loved by them in return, who leaves his home and goes away on a pilgrimage, and when at last he comes back in the guise of a beggar, he does not reveal himself, alms are given him, and out of sympathy a little place is reserved for him to stay in under the stairs. In this way he lives in his house for 20 years long, looks on at his family's sorrow for him, and only on his deathbed does he make himself known. This is a horrible selfishness of fanaticism which we are supposed to reverence as sanctity. This persistence in renunciation may remind us of the profound penances which the Indians likewise impose on themselves of their own free will for 548-2. 3 religious ends. Yet the sufferings of the Indians have a quite different character, because in their case the penitent transposes himself into dullness and unconsciousness, whereas here grief and the deliberate consciousness and feeling of grief is the real end which is supposed to be attained all the more purely the more the suffering is bound up with the consciousness of the value of the relationships that have been surrendered and love for them, and also with the continuous contemplation of renunciation. The richer the heart that loads itself with such trials, the more it possesses a noble treasure while yet believing itself forced to condemn this possession as null and to stamp it as sin, all the harsher is the lack of reconciliation, a lack that can generate the most frightful hysteria and the most raving disunion. Indeed, such a heart which is at home only in the intelligible and not in the mundane world as such, which therefore also feels itself just lost in the absolutely valid spheres and aims of this specific reality, and which, although held and bound in it with its whole soul, treats this moral order as negative in contrast to its own absolute vocation. Yes, indeed, such a heart must appear to us according to our outlook as mad in its self-created suffering and in its renunciation, so that we cannot feel pity for it or draw any edification from it. Such actions lack a valid and solid end, for what they achieve is only purely subjective, is an end of the individual man himself alone, for the salvation of his soul and for his bliss. But it matters very little whether a man just like this is blissful or not. b. Repentance and conversion in the same sphere. The opposite mode of representation disregards the external torture of the body, on the one hand, and, on the other, the negative bent against what is absolutely justified in mundane reality. And thereby, both in content and form, wins ground more adequate to ideal art. This ground is the conversion of the inner life which expresses itself solely in its spiritual grief, in its change of heart. Therefore here, for one thing, the ever-repeated horrors and dreadfulnesses of bodily torture have no place, for another thing, the barbaric religiosity of the heart is no longer kept so rigidly in opposition to the ethical life of humanity that, in the abstraction of its purely intellectual satisfaction, it can trample violently underfoot every other kind of enjoyment, satisfied as it is in the grief of an absolute renunciation. Now, on the contrary, it 549 turns only against what is in fact sinful, criminal, and evil in human nature. It is a lofty conviction that faith, this inner bent of the spirit towards God, is capable of making into something alien to the agent the deed that has been committed, even if it be sin and crime, of making it undone and washing it away. This retreat from evil, from the absolute negative, is actual in the person after his subjective will and spirit has scorned and extinguished the evil self that it has been. This return to the positive, which is now established as what is really actual in contrast with earlier existence in sin, is the truly infinite power of religious love, the presence and actuality of the absolute spirit in the person himself. The sense of the strength and endurance of one's own spirit which, through God to whom it turns, conquers evil, and by harmonizing itself with Him knows itself one with Him, thus affords the satisfaction and bliss of seeing God as absolutely other than the sins of temporality, yet of knowing this infinite being as at the same time identical with me as this person, and of carrying in me, with the same assurance as I have of my own being, this self-consciousness of God as myself, as my self-consciousness. It is true that such a revolution proceeds entirely in the inner life and therefore belongs rather to religion than to art, yet since it is the deep feeling of the heart which is principally the master of this act of conversion and which can also shine through the external, it follows that visual art itself, i.e. here painting, acquires the right of bringing before our eyes the history of such conversions. Yet if it portrays the entire course of such histories completely, then here again much that is not beautiful may creep in, because in this case after all the criminal and repugnant must be presented as, example in the story of the prodigal son. Therefore things go most favorably for painting when it concentrates the conversion into one picture alone, without further detailing the crime. An example of this is Mary Magdalene, who is to be reckoned one of the most beautiful subjects in this sphere and is treated excellently, and consistently with art, especially by Italian painters. Here she appears both in soul and in presence as the beautiful sinner in whom the sin is as attractive as the conversion. Yet in this case neither the sin nor the sanctity is taken very seriously, much was forgiven her because she had loved much. Luke 7, 4:7, because of her love and beauty she is forgiven, and the touching thing consists in the fact that she yet makes a conscience for herself out of her love, and in her beauty of soul and SSO2. 3. Richness of feeling pours forth tears of grief. It is not that she loved so much that is her error, on the contrary, what is as it were her beautiful touching error is that she believes herself to be a sinner, for her deep feeling and her beauty give rise only to the impression that in her love she has been noble and moved profoundly. See, Miracles and Legends. The final aspect, which is associated with the two previous ones and which may be prevalent in both, concerns the miracles which in general play a leading role in this whole sphere. In this connection we may describe miracles as the history of the conversion of immediate natural existence. Reality confronts us as a common contingent fact. This finite existent is touched by the divine which, by entering directly upon what is purely external and particular, breaks it up, inverts it, makes it into something sheerly different, and interrupts what we commonly call the natural course of things. Now it is a chief theme of many legends to represent the heart as having its ideas of the finite upset because it has been captivated by such unnatural phenomena in which it believes that it recognizes the presence of the divine. In fact, however, the divine can touch and rule nature only as reason, i.e. as the unchangeable laws of nature itself which God has implanted in it, and the divine is not to be shown precisely as the divine in individual circumstances and effects which are breaches of natural laws, for it is only the eternal laws and categories of reason that actually make their way into nature. This is why the legends often pass over without difficulty into what is abstruse, tasteless, senseless, and laughable, because spirit and heart are supposed to be moved towards faith in the presence and activity of God precisely by what is absolutely irrational, false, and non-divine. In these legends, emotion, piety, conversion may still be of interest, but these are only one aspect, the inner and subjective one. If these enter into relation with their opposite, i.e. with something external, and if this external thing is to bring about the conversion of the heart, then this external thing must not be in itself something senseless and irrational. These we may take to be the chief elements in the substantial subject matter which in this sphere amounts to God's explicit nature and the process through and in which He is Spirit. This is the absolute theme which art does not create and reveal from its own resources, but which it has received from religion and which it approaches, with the consciousness that it is the absolute truth, in order to express and display it. This is the content of the believing and yearning heart which in and for itself is the infinite totality, so that now the external sphere remains more or less external and contingent without coming into complete harmony with the inner sphere, and therefore it often becomes a repellent material not thoroughly conquerable by art. Chapter 2. Chivalry. As we saw in section 3:1, the principle of inherently infinite subjectivity has primarily as the content of faith and art the absolute itself, the Spirit of God as it is mediated and reconciled with human consciousness, and thereby is truly explicit to itself. Since this romantic mysticism is restricted to the achievement of bliss in the absolute, it remains an abstract depth of feeling because, instead of permeating the mundane and accepting it affirmatively, this feeling contrasts itself with it and spurns it. In this abstraction faith is separated from life, and removed from the concrete reality of human existence, from a positive relation of men to one another who only in faith and on account of faith know their identity with one another and love one another in a third thing, i.e. the spirit of the community. This third thing is alone the clear sprig in which their picture is mirrored. At this stage men do not look one another in the face, enter into a direct relation with each other, and sense as something concrete and alive the unity of their love, trust, confidence, aims, and actions. What constitutes the hope and longing of the inner life, man finds in his abstract religious depth of feeling only in the form of life in the kingdom of God, in community with the Church. He has not yet dismissed this identity in a third thing from his consciousness in order to have immediately before himself, in the knowing and willing of others too, what he is in his concrete self. The entire religious subject matter therefore does assume the form of reality, but it still remains in the inwardness of ideas which consumes existence in its living expansion, and is far from satisfying in life itself the higher demand of its own life, even if that life be filled with the mundane and unfolded into reality. 1. The heart which is only now perfected in its simple bliss has therefore to leave the heavenly kingdom of its substantive sphere, to look into itself, and attain a mundane content appropriate to the 1. See the introduction to ch. 3 below. Even though religion necessarily takes an external form, it knows itself to be too elevated ever to be satisfied in real life. Chivalry 553 Individual subject as such. Therefore the earlier religious inwardness now becomes one of a worldly kind. Christ did say, "Ye must leave father and mother and follow me, and likewise brother will hate brother, men will crucify you and persecute you," 1 etc. But when the kingdom of God has won a place in the world and is active in penetrating worldly aims and interests and therefore in transfiguring them, when father, mother, brother, meet in the community, then the worldly realm too for its part begins to claim and assert its right to validity. If this right be upheld, the emotion which at first is exclusively religious loses its negative attitude to human affairs as such, the spirit is spread abroad, is on the lookout for itself in its present world, and widens its actual mundane heart. The fundamental principle itself is not altered, inherently infinite subjectivity only turns to another sphere of the subject matter. We may indicate this transition by saying that subjective individuality now becomes explicitly free as individuality independently of reconciliation with God. For precisely in that reconciliation, in which individuality rid itself of its purely finite restriction and natural character, it has traversed the road of negativity, and now, after it has become affirmative in and for itself, it emerges freely as subject with the demand that, as subject in its infinity, even if here still primarily formal infinity, it shall secure complete reverence for itself and others. In this its subjectivity, therefore, it places the entire inwardness of the infinite heart which hitherto God alone had filled. Yet if we ask what then at this new stage is the human breast in its inwardness full of, we reply that the content is concerned only with subjective infinite self-relation. The subject is only full of himself by being inherently infinite individuality, he does not need the importance or further concrete development of an inherently objective substantial content of interests, aims, and actions. But, in more detail, there are especially three feelings which in the person rise to this infinity: subjective honor, love, and fidelity. These are not strictly ethical qualities and virtues, but only forms of the romantic self-filled inwardness of the subject. For honor's fight for personal independence is not bravery defending the common will and the call of justice in the same or of rectitude in the sphere of private life. On the contrary, honor's struggle is only for the recognition and the abstract inviolability of the individual person. So too love, the center of this sphere, is only the accidental passion of one person for another and, even if it be widened by imagination and deepened by spiritual profundity, is still not the ethical relation of marriage and the family. Fidelity indeed has more the look of an ethical character, since it does not merely will something on its own behalf, on the contrary, it keeps in view something higher, something in common with others, it surrenders itself to another's will, to the wish or command of a master, and therefore renounces the selfishness and independence of the agent's own particular will. But the feeling of fidelity does not touch the objective interest of the common will explicitly developed in its freedom into the life of the state. It is linked, on the contrary, only with the person of the master, who acts for himself in an individual way or keeps together more general relationships and is active on their behalf. These three aspects taken together and interpenetrated by one another constitute, apart from the religious associations which may play their part here too, the chief content of chivalry, and provide the necessary transition from the principle of religious inwardness to its entry into mundane spiritual life. In the sphere of these aspects, romantic art now gains a position from which it can create independently from its own resources one and become as it were a freer beauty. For it stands here freely midway between the absolute content of explicitly fixed religious ideas and the varied particularity and restrictedness of finitude and the world. Amongst the particular arts, it is especially poetry which has been able to master this material in the most appropriate way, because it is the one most competent to express both the inwardness which is concerned solely with itself, and also its aims and adventures. Since we now have before us a material which man takes from his own heart, from the world of the purely human, it might seem that here romantic art stands on the same ground with the classical, and thus this is the best place to compare and contrast the two with one another. We have already earlier in Part 2, ch. 2 described classical art as the ideal of objectively and inherently true humanity. Its imagination requires as its center a subject matter of a substantial kind with an ethical pathos. In the Homeric poems and the tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles the treatment is concerned with the interests of something really solid, with a strict check on the passions involved, and with a profound diction and execution adequate to the thought lying in the topic, and above the group of heroes and figures, who are individually independent only when animated by such a pathos, there stands a group of gods with still more greatly enhanced objectivity. Even where art becomes more subjective in the endless plays of sculpture, in bas-reliefs example and in the later elegies, epigrams, and other elegances of lyric poetry, the manner of presenting the subject matter is more or less given by that matter itself because it already has its objective form. Imaginative pictures come on the scene, like Venus, Bacchus, the Muses, fixed and determinate in their character, and similarly the later epigrams contain descriptions of what is there, or familiar. Flowers are tied together, as by Meleager, one into a garland and, through feeling, the bond which they acquire becomes an exquisite sentiment. All this is a cheerful activity in a house richly furnished, filled with a store of resources, products, and utensils ready for any purpose. The poet and artist is only the magician who evokes them, collects and groups them. In romantic poetry it is quite different. In so far as it is mundane and not directly rooted in sacred history, the virtues and aims of its heroic characters are not those of the Greek heroes whose moral actions early Christianity regarded as only splendid vices. Z for Greek ethical life presupposes a fully formed present condition of human life. There the will is supposed to pursue its activity absolutely in accordance with its essential nature, and there it has attained a specific area for its exercise in which the actualized relationships are free and absolutely valid. These are the relations between parents and children, husband and wife, citizens and their city, and within the state in its realized freedom. Since this objective content of action has been produced by the development of the human spirit on the positively recognized and assured basis of nature, it is now at variance with that concentrated inwardness of religion which strives to extinguish the natural side of man and must give way to the opposed virtue of humility, the sacrifice both of human freedom and the fixed resting of the self on itself. The virtues of Christian piety in their abstract attitude kill the mundane and make the subject free only if he absolutely repudiates himself in his humanity. The subjective freedom of this present sphere of chivalry is indeed no longer conditioned by mere sufferance and sacrifice but is affirmative in itself and in the world, yet, as we saw, the infinity of the person has still once again as its content only inwardness as such, the subjective heart as inherently self-moving, as having its mundane ground in itself. In this respect poetry is not confronted here by any presupposed objectivity, any mythology, any imagery, any configurations lying there already cut and dried for it to express them. It rises entirely free, with no given material, purely creative and productive. It is like the bird which sings its song freely from its heart. But even if here too the subject has a noble will and deep soul, still what enters into his actions and their relations and existence is only capriciousness and contingency, because freedom and its aims themselves originate from internal self-reflection which, so far as an ethical content goes, is still without substance. And so we find in these individuals not a particular pathos in the Greek sense and, bound up therewith in the closest connection, a living independence of individuality, but rather only degrees of heroism in respect of love, honor, bravery, and fidelity, degrees the difference of which depends especially on iniquity or nobility of soul. Yet what the champions in the Middle Ages have in common with the heroes of antiquity is bravery, though even this acquires a quite different position here. It is less the natural courage which rests on healthy excellence and the force of the body and will which has not been weakened by civilization and serves to support the execution of objective interests, rather does it proceed from the inwardness of the spirit, from honor and chivalrousness, and is on the whole fantastic, since it resigns itself to adventures of inner caprice and the contingencies of external entanglements, or to impulses of mystical piety, but in general to the subjective relation of the subject to himself. Now this form of romantic art is at home in two hemispheres, in the West, in this decline of the spirit into its own subjective inner life, and, in the East, in this first expansion of consciousness unfolding itself into liberation from the finite. In the West, poetry rests on the heart that has withdrawn back into itself and has explicitly become the center of its life, set midway between the two aspects of that life, the mundane world and the higher world of faith. In the East, it is especially the Arab who, as a single point which at first has nothing before itself but its dry deserts and its sky, emerges vigorously to the splendor and first extension of his world one, and thereby still preserves his inner freedom at the same time. In the Orient it is in general the Mohammedan religion which has as it were cleared the ground by expelling all the idolatry of a finite and imaginative outlook, but has given to the heart the subjective freedom which entirely fills it. The result is that worldly things do not constitute a merely different province, but blossom into a realm of universal freedom where heart and spirit, without framing for themselves an objective embodiment of their God, live cheerfully at peace with themselves. They are like beggars, happy in eating and loving, satisfied and blissful in contemplating and glorifying their objects. 1. Honor. The motif of honor was unknown to ancient classical art. True, in the Iliad the wrath of Achilles constitutes its burden and moving principle, so that the whole further course of events is dependent on it, but what we understand by honor, in the modern sense, is not in view here at all. At bottom Achilles feels himself injured only because the actual share of the booty which belongs to him and is his reward of honor, his yepes, has been taken from him by Agamemnon. The injury occurs here in respect of something real, a gift which of course implied a privilege, a recognition of fame and bravery, and Achilles is angry because Agamemnon treats him disgracefully and publicly deprives him of respect among the Greeks, but the injury does not pierce right to the very heart of personality as such, so that Achilles is now satisfied by the return of the share of which he had been deprived and by the addition of 1, i.e. the spread of Mohammedanism. 558 2. 3 more gifts and goods, and Agamemnon finally does not deny him this reparation, although according to our ideas both have insulted one another in the grossest possible way. Yet through the invective they have only made themselves angry, where the particular factual injury is cancelled in a way just as particular and factual. A. The concept of honor, romantic honor, however, is of a different kind. In it the injury affects not the positive real value infringed, i.e. property, position, duty, etc., but the personality as such and its idea of itself, the value which the individual ascribes to himself on his own account. This value at this stage is just as infinite as the individual is infinite in his own eyes. In honor, therefore, the man has the first affirmative consciousness of his infinite subjectivity, no matter what the circumstances. Now in what the individual possesses, in what is only some particular aspect of himself and despite the loss of which he could subsist just as well as before, honor has placed the absolute validity of his whole subjective personality, and in that possession has given him and others an idea of that personality. The measure of honor thus does not depend on what the man actually is but on what this idea of himself is. But this idea makes everything particular into the universal, so that my whole subjective personality lies in this particular possession of mine. Honor is only a show-shine, it is often said. Of course this is the case, but, according to the view now under consideration, it is to be regarded, looked at more closely, as the shining skein and reflection of subjectivity into itself, which, as the shining of something infinite, is infinite itself. Precisely owing to this infinity the show of honor becomes the real existence of the subject, his supreme actuality, and every particular quality which honor shines into, and which it makes its own, is through this shining itself already exalted to infinite worth. This kind of honor is a fundamental category in the romantic world and involves the presupposition that man has stepped out of purely religious ideas and the inner life and into living reality, and in the material of reality he now brings into existence only himself in his purely personal independence and absolute validity. Now honor may have the most varied content. For everything that I am, that I do, that is done to me by others, belongs to my honor. Therefore I can make a point of honor of what is itself. Chivalry 559 purely substantive, fidelity to princes, to country, to calling, fulfillment of paternal duties, fidelity in marriage, honesty in buying and selling, conscientiousness in scientific research, and so on. But from the point of view of honor, all these relationships, valid and true in themselves, are not already sanctioned and recognized on their own account, but only because I put my personality into them and thereby make them a matter of honor. Therefore in every case the man of honor always thinks first of himself, and the question is not whether something is absolutely right or not, but whether it suits him, whether it befits his honor to concern himself with it or to stay aloof from it. And thus he may well do the worst of things and still be a man of honor. Accordingly he fabricates capricious aims for himself, presents himself in a certain assumed character, and therefore binds himself in his own eyes and those of others to something which has neither obligatoriness nor necessity in itself. In that event it is not the thing itself but his subjective idea which puts difficulties and complications in his way, because it becomes a point of honor to uphold the character he has assumed. So, for example, Donna Diana regards it as contrary to her honor to bestow on anyone the love that she feels, because she has once set a great value on not giving ear to love in general. Therefore, because the content of honor depends for its worth only on the man and does underscore not arise from his own immanent essence, it remains a victim of contingency. Therefore, in the romantic plays, we see on the one hand what is absolutely justified expressed as a law of honor, since the individual links with his consciousness of the right the infinite self-consciousness of his personality at the same time. In that case, the fact that honor demands or forbids something expresses the insertion of the agent's entire personality into the content of this demand or this prohibition, with the result that a transgression cannot be overlooked, indemnified, or compensated through some sort of transaction, and the man cannot now heed anything else. But, on the other hand, honor may also become something entirely formal and without worth, when it contains nothing but the arid self which is infinite in its own eyes, or even adopts an entirely bad action as obligatory. In this case, especially in dramatic works, honor remains a thoroughly cold and dead topic, because its aims express not an essential content but only an abstract subjectivity. But only an inherently substantial content has necessity, and it alone can be developed, throughout its varied connections, in this necessity and brought into consciousness as necessary. This lack of a deeper content is especially in evidence when the subtlety of reflection also introduces into the scope of honor inherently contingent and meaningless matter which touches the man personally. For this purpose there is never any lack of material, for subtlety carries analysis on with the great ingenuity of its gift for making distinctions, and therefore many aspects are discovered and made points of honor, though taken in themselves they are matters of complete indifference. The Spaniards especially have developed this casuistry of reflection on points of honor in their dramatic poetry and, as ratiocination, have put it into the mouths of their honor-conscious heroes. So, example, the fidelity of a married woman is investigated down to the most trivial possible details, and the mere suspicion of others, indeed the mere possibility of such suspicion even when the husband knows that the suspicion is false, can become a matter of honor. If this leads to collisions, then their development involves no satisfaction for us because we have nothing substantial before us, and therefore instead of drawing from them the appeasement of a necessary antagonism, we have only a painfully straitened feeling. Even in French dramas it is often an arid honor, wholly abstract in itself, which is supposed to count as the essential interest. But still more in Friedrich von Schlegel's Alarcos 1802 we have this ice-cold and dead material. The hero murders his noble, loving wife to obtain honor, and this honor consists in his being able to marry the king's daughter, for whom he cherishes no passion at all, and thereby become the son-in-law of the king. This is a contemptible pathos and a bad idea which prides itself on being something lofty and infinite. b. Vulnerability of honor. Now since honor is not only a shining in myself, but must also be envisaged and recognized by others who again on their side may demand equal recognition for their honor, honor is something purely vulnerable. For how far I will extend my demand, and in relation to what, is something dependent entirely on my caprice. The tiniest offense may in this respect be of importance for me, and because a man stands within concrete reality in the most varied chivalry relations with 1,000 things and may expand ad infinitum the range of what he reckons as his own and on which he stakes his honor, there is no end to strife and quarreling owing to the independence of individuals and their inflexible singularity, which likewise is implicit in the principle of honor. Even in the case of the injury, as of honor in general, the thing in which I must feel myself injured does not matter, for what is negated affects the personality which has made such a thing its own and now considers that what is attacked is itself, this ideal infinite point. c. Reconstitution of honor. Therefore every injury to honor is regarded as something infinite in itself and can thus be indemnified only in an infinite way. True, once again there are many degrees of offense and just as many degrees of satisfaction, but what in general I regard in this sphere as an injury, how far I will feel myself offended and demand some satisfaction, this entirely depends here too once more on the subjective caprice which has the right to proceed to the utmost scrupulosity of reflection and the most irritable sensitivity. Thus in the case of such a demanded satisfaction both the man who has injured me and I myself must be recognized as men of honor. For I require him on his side to recognize my honor, but if he is to have honor in my eyes and through his action, he must count to me as a man of honor, i.e. he must count in my eyes as an infinite being in his personality, despite the injury he has done me and my subjective enmity towards him. So then in the principle of honor in general it is a fundamental characteristic that no man in his actions may grant to any other a right over himself, and therefore whatever he may have done and perpetrated, he regards himself both before and afterwards as an unaltered infinite being, and in this capacity intends to be accepted and treated. Now because in its quarrels and their satisfaction honor rests in this regard on personal independence which cannot be restricted by anything but which acts out of its own resources, we see here returning once again above all what was a fundamental characteristic of the Greek heroic ideal figures, namely the independence of individuality. But in honor we have not only an adherence to self and an action from personal resources, on the contrary, independence is bound up here with the idea of itself, and this idea does S6z2 ill precisely constitute the proper content of honor, so that in what is external and present honor perceives its own, and in its own it envisages itself in its entire subjectivity. Honor is thus that independence reflected into itself which has as its essence this reflection alone, and it leaves to pure contingency whether what is at stake is what is inherently ethical and necessary or contingent and meaningless. To love. The second feeling which plays a preponderating role in the productions of romantic art is love. A concept of love. While in honor the fundamental characteristic is personal subjectivity envisaged in its absolute independence, in love the supreme thing is rather the surrender of the person to an individual of the opposite sex, the sacrifice of one's independent consciousness and one's separate self-awareness. The sacrifice is made because one feels compelled to have one's knowledge of oneself solely in the consciousness of the other. In this respect love and honor are opposed to one another. But conversely we may regard love as also the realization of what was already implicit in honor, because honor needs to see itself recognized, and the infinity of the person accepted, in another person. This recognition is only genuine and total when my personality is not respected by others merely in abstracto or in a concrete separate and therefore restricted instance, but when with my whole subjective personality with all that it is and contains I penetrate the consciousness of another as this individual as I was, am, and will be, and constitute the other's real willing and knowing, striving and possessing. In that event this other lives only in me, just as I am present to myself only in her. In this accomplished unity both are self-aware for the first time and they place their whole soul and world in this identity. In this respect it is the same inner infinity of the person which gives love its importance for romantic art, an importance further enhanced by the higher wealth which the concept of love entails. The next point is that love does not rest, as may so often be the case with honor, on intellectual reflections and casuistry. Instead, it has its origin in feeling, and at the same time it has a foundation in spiritualized nature, because difference of sex plays its part in it. Chivalry. Yet essentially this foundation is present here only because the person is absorbed in the sex relation in accordance with his inner life, his infinity in himself. What constitutes the infinity of love is this losing, in the other, one's consciousness of self, this splendor of disinterestedness and selflessness through which alone the person finds himself again and becomes a self, this self-forgetfulness in which the lover does not exist, live, and care for himself, but finds the roots of his being in another, and yet in this other does entirely enjoy precisely himself, and beauty is chiefly to be sought in the fact that this emotion does not remain mere impulse and emotion but that imagination builds its whole world up into this relation, everything else which by way of interests, circumstances, and aims belongs otherwise to actual being and life it elevates into an adornment of this emotion, it tugs everything into the sphere and assigns a value to it only in its relation thereto. It is especially in female characters that love is supremely beautiful, since for them this surrender, this sacrifice, is the acme of their life, because they draw and expand the whole of their actual and spiritual life into this feeling, find a support for their existence in it alone, and, if they are touched by a misfortune in connection with it, dwindle away like a candle put out by the first unkind breeze. As this subjective spiritual depth of feeling, love does not occur in classical art, and when love does make its appearance there it is generally only a subordinate feature in the representation or only connected with sensuous enjoyment. In Homer either no great weight is laid on love or else it appears in its most dignified form, as marriage in the sphere of domesticity, e.g. in Penelope, or as the solicitude of wife and mother, e.g. in Andromache, or in other ethical relationships. On the other hand, the bond between Paris and Helen is recognized as unethical and the cause of the horrors and distress of the Trojan War, and the love of Achilles for Briseis has little depth and inwardness of feeling, for Briseis is a slave entirely at the hero's disposal. In the Odes of Sappho the language of love is indeed heightened to lyrical enthusiasm, yet it is the insidious and devouring flame of the blood which is expressed rather than the deep feeling of the subjective heart and mind. In the slight and graceful songs of Anacreon, love has a different aspect, it is a more cheerful and general enjoyment which, without endless sufferings, without this domination of the whole of existence or the pious devotion of an oppressed, silent, languishing. 564 3 heart, lets itself go cheerfully in immediate enjoyment as in something innocent with this or that character, and the endless importance of possessing this girl and no other remains just as unnoticed as the monk's notion of renouncing the sex relationship altogether. The high tragedy of the Greeks likewise knows nothing of the passion of love in the romantic sense. Especially in Aeschylus and Sophocles it lays claim to no essential interest in itself. For although Antigone is the intended bride of Haemon and he intercedes for her before his father, and even goes so far as to kill himself for her sake because he is in no position to save her, still before Creon his father he emphasizes objective ties only and not the subjective power of his passion, which also he does not feel in the sense that a modern heartfelt lover does. As a more essential pathos love is treated by Euripides in the Phaedra, for example, yet even here it appears as a criminal aberration of the blood, a sensual passion, provoked by Venus who wants to destroy Hippolytus because he will not sacrifice to her. Similarly we have in the Medici Venus what is indeed a plastic picture of love, and nothing can be said against its elegance and the beautiful elaboration of its lines, but the expression of inwardness, as romantic art demands it, is altogether lacking. The same is the case in Roman poetry where, after the republic and the strictness of ethical life had been destroyed, love appears as more or less a sensual enjoyment. Whereas, even if Petrarch himself regarded his sonnets as jeux d'esprit, and if it was on his Latin poems and works that he based his fame, what has made him immortal is just this imaginative love which, under the Italian sky and in the artistically developed ardor of the heart, formed a close union with religion. Dante's elation too emanated from his love for Beatrice, which then was transfigured in him into religious love, while his courage and boldness were raised into an energy of religious and artistic vision, in virtue of which he did what no one else would venture, for he made himself the judge of mankind and assigned men to hell, purgatory, and paradise. As a contrast to this elation, Boccaccio displays love, sometimes in its vehemence of passion, sometimes quite light-heartedly regardless of morality, when he brings before us in his colorful tales the customs of his time and his country. In the German medieval love poetry, love is full of feeling, tender, without abundance of fancy, playful, melancholy, and monotonous. The Spanish love poems are richly fanciful in expression, chivalresque. Chivalry s6s subtle sometimes in searching out and defending love's rights and duties as a personal matter of honor, and ecstatic here too in expressing love's supreme splendor. Among the French, however, love becomes in later times more a matter of gallantry verging on emptiness, a feeling manufactured into poetry often with the aid of the maximum of esprit and also of ingenious sophistry, now a sensuous pleasure without passion, now a passion without pleasure, a sublimated feeling and sensitivity, full of reflection. But I must break off these observations, which this is not the place to pursue in detail. b. Love's collisions. Next, mundane interests are divided into two spheres. On the one hand stands the objective world as such, family life, political ties, citizenship, laws, droit, ethics, etc., and on the other hand, contrasted with this explicitly firm sphere, subjective love burgeons in noble and fiery hearts. This secular religion of the heart now unites itself with religion in every way, now subordinates it to itself and forgets it. Since it makes itself alone into the essential and even the sole or supreme business of life, not merely can it decide to sacrifice everything else and fly with the beloved into a desert, but in its extreme, where indeed it is unbeautiful, it proceeds to the unfree, slavish, and shless sacrifice of the dignity of man, as, example in Kachin von Heilbronn. 1. Now owing to this diremption of spheres, the aims of love cannot be achieved in concrete reality without collisions, because the other relations of life assert their demands and rights apart from love and may therefore impair the sole dominion of the passion of love. X. The first and commonest collision that we have to mention in this context is the conflict between love and honor. Honor, i.e., has on its side the same infinity as love, and some point of honor may stand in love's way as an absolute hindrance. The duty of honor may demand the sacrifice of love. From a certain point of view, for example, it would be contrary to the honor of a man in a higher class to love a girl of a lower class. The difference of classes is necessary and given in the nature of civil life. Now if mundane life has not yet been regenerated by the infinite concept of true freedom, wherein class, calling, etc. are adopted by the person himself and his free choice, it is more or less always nature, i.e. birth, which assigns to man his fixed position, and the differences proceeding from birth, besides those proceeding from honor when it makes its own class a point of honor, become fixed as absolute and infinite. Fl. But apart from honor, secondly, the eternal substantial powers themselves, the interests of the state, patriotism, family duties, etc., may come into conflict with love and inhibit its realization. Especially in modern plays, in which the objective relations of life have been brought out in their validity, this is a very popular collision. In such a case, love as itself a vital right of subjective emotion is either so opposed to other rights and duties that the heart disembarrasses itself of these duties as being subordinate to itself, or else it recognizes them and engages in a fight with itself and the power of its own passion. Schiller's Maid of Orleans, example, rests on this latter collision. Yet, thirdly, there may in general be external circumstances and hindrances which stem the flood of love, e.g. the usual course of events, the prose of life, misfortunes, passion, prejudices, restrictions, stubbornness of others, and incidents of the most varied kind. With these there is then often mixed much that is hateful, frightful, and base, because it is the wickedness, barbarity, and savagery of some other passion which opposes love's tender beauty of soul. Especially in recent times we have often seen, in dramas, tales, and novels, external collisions like these which are then supposed to interest us especially by our participation in the sufferings, hopes, and frustrated prospects of the unhappy lovers, and to touch and satisfy us according as the denouement is bad or good, or in general merely to entertain us. But this manner of conflicts rests on pure accident and therefore is of a subordinate kind. See, love's contingency in all these aspects. Love has of course a high quality in it in so far as it does not remain in general a sexual attraction but is a sentiment in itself rich, beautiful, and noble which abandons itself and, for the sake of unity with another, is living, active, bold, and sacrificing, etc. But at the same time romantic love also has its limitation. What its content lacks, that is to say, is absolute universality. It is only the personal feeling of the individual subject, and it is obviously not filled with the eternal interests and objective content of human existence, with family, political ends, country. chiv.i/LRY duties arising from one's calling or class, with freedom and religious feeling, but only with its own self, the self that wishes to receive again the feeling that is reflected back from another self. This content of deep feeling, once more itself still formal, does not truly correspond with the totality which an inherently concrete individual must be. In the family, marriage, duty, and the state, it is not subjective feeling as such and the consequential unification with just this individual and no other, which should be the chief thing at issue. But in romantic love everything turns on the fact that this man loves precisely this woman, and she him. The sole reason why it is just this man or this individual woman alone is grounded in the person's own private character, in the contingency of caprice. Although they can very commonly find others, there is no man who does not regard his beloved as the most beautiful, no girl who does not regard her lover as the most magnificent, in all the world, beyond comparison with anyone else. But precisely because this exclusion is made by everyone, or at least by many people, and the object of a man's love is not the unique Aphrodite herself, for it is true rather that every man has an Aphrodite, or quite likely better than an Aphrodite, of his own, it is obvious that there are many women who count as the most beautiful, as, after all, everyone knows in fact that there are many pretty, or good and excellent girls in the world who all are at least most of them find their lovers, suitors, and husbands to whom they appear as beautiful, lovable, and paragons of virtue. To give absolute preference to one woman and precisely to this one alone is therefore in every case a private matter of the subjective heart and the particularity or peculiarity of the person, and the endless stubbornness of necessarily finding his life, his supreme consciousness, precisely in this woman alone is seen to be an endless caprice of fate. Of course in this situation the higher freedom of subjectivity and its absolute choice are recognized, the freedom of not being subjected, like the Phaedra of Euripides, to a pathos, to a divinity, but since the choice proceeds from a purely individual will, it appears at the same time as an idiosyncrasy and a pertinacity of personal caprice. Therefore, especially when love is opposed and hostile to substantial interests, its collisions always retain an aspect of contingency and lack of justification, because it is subjective caprice as such which with its not absolutely valid demands opposes. S68-2. 3. What has to claim recognition on the score of its own essential character. The individuals in the high tragedy of the Greeks, Agamemnon, Clytemnestra, Orestes, Oedipus, Antigone, Creon, etc., do likewise have an individual aim, but the substantial thing, the pathos which, as the essence of their action, drives them on, has absolute justification and for that very reason is in itself of universal interest. What falls to their lot on account of their action is therefore not touching on the strength of its being an unfortunate fate but because it is a misfortune which at the same time does them absolute honor, since the pathos which does not rest until it is satisfied has an explicitly necessary content. If the guilt of Clytemnestra in this concrete case is not punished, if the injury suffered by Antigone as a sister is not expunged, This is a wrong in itself. But those sufferings of love, those shattering hopes, that mere being in love, those endless griefs felt by a lover, that endless happiness and bliss which he foresees for himself, are in themselves of no universal interest but something affecting himself alone. Every man does have a heart for love and a right to become happy through it, but if here, precisely in this instance, under such and such circumstances, he does not achieve his end in relation to precisely this girl, then no wrong has occurred. For there is nothing inherently necessary in his taking a fancy for this girl alone, and we are therefore supposed to be interested in supreme contingency, in the man's caprice which has neither universality nor any scope beyond itself. This remains the aspect of coldness which freezes us despite all the heat of passion in its presentation. 3. Fidelity. The third feature which is of importance for romantic subjectivity within its mundane sphere is fidelity. Yet by fidelity we have here to understand neither the consistent adherence to an avowal of love once given nor the firmness of friendship of which, amongst the Greeks, Achilles and Patroclus, and still more intimately, Orestes and Pylades counted as the finest model. Friendship in this sense of the word has youth especially for its basis and period. Every man has to make his way through life for himself and to gain and maintain an actual position for himself. Now when individuals still live in actual relationships which are indefinite on both sides, this is the period, i.e. youth, in which individuals become chivalry intimate and are so closely bound into one disposition, will, and activity that, as a result, every undertaking of the one becomes the undertaking of the other. In the friendship of adults this is no longer the case. A man's affairs go their own way independently and cannot be carried into effect in that firm community of mutual effort in which one man cannot achieve anything without someone else. Men find others and separate themselves from them again, their interests and occupations drift apart and are united again. Friendship, spiritual depth of disposition, principles and general trends of life remain, but this is not the friendship of youth, in the case of which no one decides anything or sets to work on anything without its immediately becoming the concern of his friend. It is inherent essentially in the principle of our deeper life that, on the whole, every man fends for himself, i.e. is himself competent to take his place in the world. A. Fidelity in Cerois. While fidelity in friendship and love subsists only between equals, fidelity as we have to consider it now affects a superior, someone higher in rank, or a master. Fidelity like this we find already among the Greeks in the fidelity of servants to the master's family and his house. The finest example of this is afforded by Odysseus' swineherd who sweats by night and in bad weather to tend the swine. He is full of concern for his master and in the end, as it turns out, lends him loyal aid against the suitors. The picture of similarly touching fidelity, though here it becomes a matter entirely of the mind alone, is sketched for us by Shakespeare, e.g. in Lear 1:4, where Lear asks Kent, who wants to serve him, "Dost thou know me, fellow?" "No, sir," Kent replies, "but you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master." This gets very near to what we have defined here as romantic fidelity. For fidelity at the stage we have reached is not the fidelity of slaves and serfs, which may indeed be beautiful and touching, yet it lacks the free independence of the individual and his own aims and actions and therefore is of a subordinate kind. What confronts us, on the contrary, is the vassal's fidelity in chivalry in which, despite his devotion to one of higher rank, whether prince, king, or emperor, he preserves his free self-dependence throughout as his preponderating characteristic. Yet this fidelity is so lofty a principle in chivalry because on it depends. 572. 3. The chief bond of a community's connection and its social organization, at least when that is originating. B. Fidelity's subjective independence. But this new unification of individuals brings into appearance a more concrete end. This is not, as may be supposed, patriotism as an interest in something objective and universal. On the contrary, it is bound up with only one person, the superior, and therefore once again it is conditioned by the vassal's own honor, particular advantage and personal opinion. In its greatest splendor fidelity appears in an unformed, uncouth, external world where rights and laws have no dominion. Within such a lawless world the mightiest and most overpowering individuals get into the position of being fixed centers, i.e. leaders and princes, round which others group themselves of their own free will. Then, later on, such a relationship was itself developed into a legal bond of feudal overlordship where now each vassal claims rights and privileges for himself too. But the fundamental principle on which the whole rests, in its origin, is the vassal's free choice both of the superior on whom he is to depend and also of persistence in that dependence. Thus chivalry's fidelity can very well uphold property, law, the personal independence and honor of the individual, and therefore it is not recognized as a duty as such, which would have to be performed even against the arbitrary will of the vassal. On the contrary, every individual takes it that the persistence of his obedience along with the persistence of the universal order is dependent on his pleasure, inclination, and private disposition. See, fidelity's collisions. Fidelity and obedience to the overlord may therefore very easily come into collision with subjective passion, the susceptibility of honor, the feeling of injury, love, and other inner and outer accidents, and thereby become something extremely precarious. A knight, example, is true to his prince, but his friend gets into a dispute with the prince, therefore he has at once to choose between one loyalty and the other, and first of all he has to be faithful to himself, his honor, and his advantage. The finest example of such a collision we find in the Cid. He is true both to the king and to himself. Chivalry 571. If the king acts rightly, he lends him his arm, but yet if his prince acts wrongly or he, the Cid, is injured, he withdraws his powerful support. The same relation appears in Charlemagne's paladins. 1. There is a bond of obedience to an overlord, but it is rather like what we became acquainted with above, on pages 177, 187 in the relation between Zeus and the other gods. The overlord commands, blusters, and disputes, but the independent and powerful individuals oppose him how and when they like. But the truest and most graceful picture of the looseness and slackness of this association is in Reynard the Fox. Just as in this poem the magnates of the kingdom really only served themselves and their independence, so the German princes and knights in the Middle Ages were not at home when they were supposed to do something for the whole empire and their emperor, and perhaps the Middle Ages have been rated so highly precisely because in such a state of affairs everyone is justified, and is a man of honor, if he follows his own caprice, something that cannot be allowed him in a rationally organized political life. At all these three stages, honor, love, and fidelity, the basis is the independence of the subject in himself, the heart which yet always opens itself to wider and richer interests and in them remains reconciled with itself. It is here that romantic art comes into possession of the fairest part of the fur, lying outside religion as such. The aims here concern what is human. With this, in one of its aspects at least, namely the aspect of subjective freedom, we can sympathize, and, unlike what is now and again the case in the religious field, we do not find the material or the manner of presenting it in collision with our conceptions. But nevertheless the sphere may be brought into relation with religion in many ways, so that now religious interests are interwoven with those of worldly chivalry, as, example, the adventures of the Knights of the Round Table in connection with the search for the Holy Grail. Then in this interlacing of divine and secular there comes into the poetry of chivalry much that is mystical and fanciful, as well as much that is allegorical. But, even so, the mundane sphere of love, honor, and fidelity may also appear quite independently of absorption in religious aims and dispositions and bring before our eyes only the earliest movement of the heart in its inner mundane, subjective life. Yet what is still lacking at this present stage is the filling of this inwardness with the concrete content of human relations, characters, passions, and real existence in general. In contrast to this variety, the inherently infinite heart remains still abstract and formal, and therefore gets the task of adopting this wider material too into its and presenting it transformed in an artistic way. Chapter 3. The formal independence of. To glance back over what lies behind us, we first considered subjectivity in its absolute sphere, consciousness in its reconciliation with God, the universal process of the spirit reconciling itself within. Here the abstraction consisted in the fact that the heart, sacrificing the mundane, the natural and human as such, even when this was moral and therefore justified, withdrew into itself in order to find its satisfaction in the pure heaven of the spirit. Secondly, human subjectivity did become affirmative for itself and others, without displaying the negativity implicit in that reconciliation, yet the content of this mundane infinite as such was only the personal independence of honor, the deep feeling of love, and the vassalage of fidelity, a content which can come before our eyes in many kinds of relationships, in a great variety and gradation of feeling and passion amid a great change of external circumstances, but which yet displays within these things only that same independence of the person and his inner life. The third point now therefore remaining to us for consideration is the manner and way in which there can enter into the form of romantic art the further material of human existence, both outer and inner nature, and its interpretation and significance for the heart. Thus here it is the world of the particular, of the existent in general, which becomes explicitly free and, because it does not appear permeated by religion and compression into the unity of the absolute, stands on its own feet and treads independently in its own domain. In this third sphere of the romantic form of art, therefore, the religious materials have vanished together with chivalry and the lofty views and aims which it generated out of its inner being and to which nothing in the present and in reality directly corresponds. On the other hand, the thing which gives new satisfaction is the thirst for this present and this reality itself, the delight of the self in what is there, contentment with self, with the finitude of man. 574 2. 3. And, generally, with the finite, the particular, and with paintings like portraits. 1. In his present world man wants to see the present itself as it is, even at the cost of sacrificing beauty and ideality of content and appearance as a live presence recreated by art, as his own human and spiritual work. And we saw at the outset, the Christian religion, unlike the Oriental and Greek gods, has not grown up, either in content or form, on the ground of imagination. Now while imagination in the East creates the meaning from its own resources in order to try, though in vain, to bring about the unification of the true inner with its perfect shape, and while it does actually bring about this linkage in classical art, we find on the contrary in the Christian religion the mundane particularity of appearance, just as it is immediately from the start, accepted as one factor in the ideals, and the heart is satisfied in the familiarity and contingency of the external, without making any demand for beauty. But nevertheless man is at first only implicitly and potentially reconciled with God, all are indeed clled to felicity, but few are chosen. 3. And the man to whose heart the kingdom alike of heaven and this world remains a beyond must in the spirit renounce the world and his selfish presence therein. His point of departure is infinitely far away, and to make what is at first merely sacrificed into an affirmative here for him, i.e. to bring about the positive discovery and willing of himself in his present world, which elsewhere is the beginning. This endeavor is but the conclusion of the development of romantic art and is the last thing which man reaches by plumbing his own depths and concentrating his whole experience into a single point. 4. As for the form for this new content we found romantic art from its beginning onwards affected with the opposition that the inherently infinite subjective personality is in itself irreconcilable with the external material and is to remain unreconciled. This independent confrontation of the two sides and the withdrawal of the inner into itself is what constitutes the subject matter of romantic art. Developing themselves inwardly, these sides separate again ever anew until at the end they fall apart from one another altogether and therefore show that they have to seek their absolute unification in a field other than art. Owing to this falling apart from one another, the sides, in respect of art, become foreign, i.e. abstract, since they cannot appear as one whole in that full unity which the classical ideal gives to them. Classical art stands in a circle of fixed shapes, in a mythology and its indissoluble products perfected by art. Therefore, as we saw in the transition to the romantic form of art, the dissolution of classical art, apart from the, on the whole, more restricted sphere of comedy and satire, is a development towards something pleasing or an imitation which loses itself in pedantry, in death and frostiness, and finally degenerates into a perfunctory and bad technique. The topics, however, remain the same on the whole and only exchange the earlier spirited mode of production for an ever more spiritless presentation and a mechanical external tradition. Whereas the progress and end of Romantic art is the inner dissolution of the artistic material itself, which falls asunder into its elements, its parts become free, and in this process, conversely, subjective skill and the art of portrayal are enhanced, and more the substantial element is discarded, all the more are these perfected. The more clear-cut division of this final chapter may now be made in the following way. First of all, we have before us the independence of the character, which yet is a particular character, a specific individual shut in upon himself with his world, his particular qualities and aims. Secondly, contrasted with this formalism of the particularity of character, there is the external shape of situations, events, and actions. Now, since romantic inwardness as such is indifferent to the external environment, real phenomena enter here explicitly free, as neither penetrated by the inner significance of aims and actions nor shaped adequately thereto, and, in their unfettered, disconnected mode of appearance, they assert the contingency of complications, circumstances, sequence of events, mode of execution, etc., in the form of adventures. 1. Thirdly and lastly, we see the severance of the sides, whose complete identity affords the proper essence of art, and therefore the decay and dissolution of art itself. On the one hand, art passes over to the presentation of common reality as such, to the presentation of objects as they exist in their contingent individuality with its particular characteristics, and it now has the interest of transforming this existence into a show by means of artistic skill. On the other hand, it turns vice versa into a mode of conception and portrayal completely contingent on the artist, i.e. into humor as the perversion and derangement of everything objective and real by means of wit and the play of a subjective outlook, and it ends with the artist's personal productive mastery over every content and form. 1. The independence of the individual character. The subjective infinity of man in himself, from which we started in the Romantic art form, remains the fundamental characteristic in this present sphere too. What on the other hand enters this explicit independent infinity as something new is, a. the particularity of the material which constitutes the world of the individual subject, b. the immediate coalescence of the subject with this his particularity and its wishes and aims, c. the living individuality to which character in itself is confined. Therefore by the word character we must not mean here what, example, the Italians presented in their masks. For the Italian masqueraders, though indeed determinate characters too, display this determinacy only in its abstraction and universality, i.e. without subjective individuality. Per contra, the characters at the present level of our discussion are each of them independently a special character, explicitly a whole, an individual person. If here, therefore, we nevertheless speak of formalism and abstraction of character, this is relevant only to the fact that the chief material, the world of such a character, appears on the one hand as restricted and therefore abstract, and on the other hand as accidental. What the individual is not carried and sustained by the substantial inherently justified element in his makeup, but by his character's mere subjectivity, which therefore instead of resting on something substantial and on an explicitly firm pathos rests only formally on its own individual independence. Within this formalism two chief differences may be distinguished. On the one side there is the energetically self-sustaining firmness of character which limits itself to specific ends and puts the whole power of its one-sided individuality into the realization of these ends. On the other side, character appears as a subjective totality, but one which persists undeveloped in its inwardness and undisclosed depth of heart and cannot unbosom itself and completely express itself. A formal firmness of character. Thus what we have before us in the first place is the particular character who wishes to be simply what he immediately is. Just as animals are different and explicitly submit to this difference, the same is true here of different characters whose sphere and particularity remains contingent and cannot be firmly delimited through the concept. Such a purely self-dependent individual has therefore no meditated irtent ions and ends which he has linked to some universal pathos. On the contrary, what he has, does, and accomplishes, he draws immediately, without any further reflection, from his own specific nature, which is just what it happens to be. He does not wish to base himself on something higher, to be lost in it, and to be justified in something substantive, but instead, unbending and unbent, he rests on himself, and in this firmness either realizes himself or perishes. Such an independence of character can only occur when the fullest importance is given to what is external to the divine, i.e. to the particular element in man. Shakespeare's characters especially are of this kind. In them it is precisely this taut firmness and one-sidedness that is supremely admirable. In them there is no question of religious feeling, of an action due to the man's own religious reconciliation, or of morality as such. On the contrary, we have individuals before us, resting independently on themselves alone, with particular ends which are their own, prescribed by their individuality alone, and 578 2. 3 which they now set themselves to execute with the unshakable logic of passion, without any accompanying reflection or general principle, solely for their own satisfaction. The tragedies especially, like Macbeth, Othello, Richard II, and others, have as their chief topic one such character surrounded by others less prominent and energetic. So, for example, Macbeth's character is determined by his passion of ambition. At the start he hesitates, but then stretches out his hand to the crown, commits murder to get it, and, in order to maintain it, storms away through every atrocity. This reckless firmness, this identity of the mem with himself and the end arising from his own decision, gives him an essential interest for us. Not respect for the majesty of the monarch, not the frenzy of his wife, not the defection of his vassals, not his impending destruction, nothing, neither divine nor human law, makes him falter or draw back. Instead he persists in his course. Lady Macbeth is a similar character, and only the tasteless chatter of modern criticism has been able to regard her as affectionate. At her very first entrance, 1v, as she reads Macbeth's letter which tells of his meeting with the witches and their prophecy, "Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor, hail to thee, King thou shalt be," she exclaims, "Glamis thou art and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised. Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. In her no affectionate comfort appears, no joy for her husband's good fortune, no moral emotion, no cooperation, none of the pity that becomes a noble soul. She is merely frightened that her husband's character will stand in the way of his ambition. Him she treats as a mere means, and in her there is no hesitation, no uncertainty, no reflection, no weakness like what even Macbeth had himself at first, no remorse, but only the pure abstraction and severity of character which carries out, without more ado, what is in line with it, until at last it breaks. What shatters Macbeth after he has done the deed is a storm from without, whereas his lady is shattered by madness within her feminine soul. And the same is the case with Richard III, Othello, Queen Margaret, and so many others, the opposite of the miserableness of modern characters, Kotzebues for example, which seem extremely noble, great, excellent, and yet within they are at the same time only trumpery. In a different way, others later who had a supreme contempt for Kotzebue have done no better, as, example Heinrich von Kleist in his Käthchen and his Prince of Hamburg, characters in whom, in contrast to a wide-awake situation with fixed logical consequences, magnetism, somnambulism, and nightmares are presented as what is supreme and most excellent. The Prince of Hamburg is the most contemptible general, distracted in making his military dispositions, he pens his orders badly, in the night before action he agitates himself with morbid stuff, and on the day of battle he acts like a bungler. Despite such duality, disruption, and inner dissonance in their characters, these authors suppose themselves to be disciples of Shakespeare. But they are far from being so, for his characters are self-consistent, they remain true to themselves and their passion, and in what they are and in what confronts them they beat about according only to their own fixed determinacy of character. Now the more idiosyncratic the character is which fixedly considers itself alone and which therefore is easily on the verge of evil, the more has the individual not only to maintain himself in concrete reality against the hindrances standing in his way and blocking the realization of himself, but the more he is also driven to his downfall through this very realization. In other words, because he succeeds, he is met by the fate proceeding from his own determinate character, i.e. by a self-prepared destruction. But the development of this fate is not merely a development out of the individual's action, but is at the same time an inner growth, a development of his character itself in its storming, brutishness, and violence, or in its fatigue. In the case of the Greeks, with whom the pathos, the substantial content of the action, and not the agent's personal character, is the important thing, fate is less inherent in this determinate character which is not further developed essentially within its action but at the end is what it was at the beginning. But at the stage we are now considering, the achievement of the action is eo ipso a further development of the individual in his subjective inner life and not merely the march of events. The action of Macbeth, example appears at the same time as a demoralization of his heart with a consequence which, once indecision ceases and the die is cast, can no longer be averted. His spouse is decided from the start, in her the development is only an inner anguish which intensifies into physical and spiritual wreck, into the madness in which she perishes. And so it is with most of Shakespeare's characters, important and unimportant alike. The Greek characters are indeed shown as firm too, and so in their case there arise S802. 3 oppositions where no help is any longer possible, and a deus ex machina must come on the scene for their resolution, yet this firmness, like that of Philoctetes, for example, is fully concrete and on the whole penetrated by an ethically justified pathos. Why, in the characters at this stage of our discussion, owing to the contingency of what they take as their end and the independence of their individuality, no reconciliation with objectivity is possible. The connection between what they are and what befall them remains indefinite, and whence and whither is an unsolved riddle for them. Fate as the most abstract necessity comes back here once again, and the sole reconciliation for the individual is his infinite being in himself, his own firmness in which he surmounts his passion and its destiny. It is so, and what he meets, whether from the rule of fate, from necessity, or from chance, likewise just is, without his reflecting on whither or why, it happens, and the man makes himself inflexible and intends to remain inflexible in face of this rule. b. Character as inner but undeveloped totality but in a completely contrasted way. Secondly, the formal character may be based in inwardness as such, in which the individual steadily remains without being able to expand and develop it in outward expression. a. This is the situation of the substantial hearts which incorporate a totality but in their simple compactness generate every deep feeling only in themselves without developing it outwardly and unbosoming themselves of it. The formalism which we have just considered was related to the determinacy of the object aimed at, the complete concentration of the individual on the one purpose which he made emerge completely in its firm severity, which he expressed and carried through, and therein, depending on the circumstances granted to him, perished or survived. The present second formalism consists conversely in undisclosedness, in absence of outward shape, in the lack of expression and development. Such a heart is like a costly precious stone which catches the light only on single facets and they then shine like a flash of lightning. Fl. If such a reserve is to be of worth and interest, there must be an inner richness of heart, but it lets us recognize its infinite depth and fullness only through precisely the stillness in a few, so to say. 581. Dumb expressions. Such simple, unself-conscious, and silent natures may exercise a supreme attraction. Yet, in that case, their silence must be the stillness of the unruffled surface of the sea, concealing unfathomable depths, not the silence of what is shallow, hollow, and pointless. For it may sometimes happen that a very commonplace man, through a demeanor which expresses little but which here and there provides something half intelligible, arouses an impression of his great wisdom and inner resources, so that one thinks marvelous all that lies hidden in this heart and spirit, while at the end it is obvious that there is nothing behind his facade. Whereas the infinite content and depth of those still hearts is revealed, and this is something that demands great genius and skill on the part of the artist, through separate, scattered, naive, and unpremeditated spiritual expressions which, without any eye on others who could understand them, show that such a heart grasps with deep feeling the substance of existing circumstances, yet that its reflection is not complicated by the whole concatenation of particular interests, concerns, and finite ends, and so is clear of them and unacquainted with them, and that such a heart cannot be distracted by ordinary emotions or by the seriousness and sympathies ordinarily involved. Why, but nevertheless for a heart so shut in upon itself a time must come when it is touched at on specific point of its inner life, when it throws its undivided force into one feeling determining its life, clings to it with undispersed strength, and is fortunate, or else, lacking support, perishes. For as a support man needs the developed breadth of an ethical substance like the state which alone supplies objective firmness. Amongst characters of this sort are the most charming figures of romantic art, e.g. those created likewise by Shakespeare in the most beautiful perfection. Juliet in Romeo and Juliet is to be included in this class. You have seen the present performance of this play with Madame Creelinger as Juliet. It is worth the trouble of seeing her. This is a production extremely moving, living, warm, glowing, intelligent, perfect, and noble. Yet Juliet cannot otherwise be taken at the beginning than as a quite childlike simple girl, 14 or 15 years old, we perceive. That she still has no inner consciousness of herself and the world, no movement, no emotion, no wishes, on the contrary, in all naivete she has peeped into her surroundings in the world, as into a magic lantern show, without learning anything from them or coming to any reflection on them. Suddenly we see the development of the whole strength of this heart, of intrigue, circumspection, power to sacrifice everything and to submit to the harshest treatment, so that now the whole thing looks like the first blossoming of the whole rose at once in all its petals and folds, like an infinite outpouring of the inmost genuine basis of the soul in which previously there was no inner differentiation, formation, and development, but which now comes on the scene as an immediate product of an awakened single interest, unbeknown to itself, in its beautiful fullness and force, out of a hitherto self-enclosed spirit. It is a torch lit by a spark, a bud, only now just touched by love, which stands there unexpectedly in full bloom, but the quicker it unfolds, the quicker too does it droop, its petals gone. Miranda in The Tempest is a still better example. Brought up in seclusion, she is shown to us by Shakespeare in her first knowledge of men. He sketches her in only a few scenes, but in them he gives us a complete unrestricted idea of her. Although Schiller's Thekla I is a product of reflective poetry, she too can be reckoned a member of this class. In the midst of a life so great and rich she is untouched by it but remains without vanity, without reflection, in the naivete of the one interest which alone engrosses her soul. In general it is beautiful and noble feminine characters especially for whom the world and their own inner being is first disclosed in love, so that now alone are they born spiritually. In the same category of this inner depth of feeling which cannot be unfolded or completely unbosomed, there belong in the main also the folk songs, especially Germanic ones, which show in their sterling compactness of heart how strongly the heart is gripped to by some one interest, yet can only bring itself to fragmentary expressions and reveal in them its depth of soul. This is a mode of presentation which in its taciturnity goes back again as it were into symbolism, since what it affords is not the open clear manifestation of the whole inner life but is only a sign and indication of it. Yet we get here not a symbol the meaning of which remains, as previously, something abstract and universal, but an expression in two plays, Wallerstein, Parts 2 and 3, 1799. 583. Of something inner, i.e. of precisely this subjective living actual heart itself. In more recent times, with our thoroughly reflective consciousness which is far removed from that self-absorbed naivete, portrayals of such a heart have become of the greatest difficulty and provide proof of an originally poetic spirit. We have already seen earlier that Goethe, especially in his songs, is a master of symbolic depiction too, i.e. of laying open the whole fidelity and infinity of the heart in simple, apparently external and indifferent traits. Of this kind, example is the King in Thule, one of Goethe's most beautiful poems. The king discloses his love only through the drinking cup which this old man preserved as a gift from his beloved. In his death throes the old caro user stands in his lofty royal hall, surrounded by his knights, his kingdom, his treasures he bequeaths to his heir, but the drinking cup he flings into the waves, no one else is to have it. He saw it fall, fill, and sink to the bottom of the sea, there he fell his eyelids and never a drop did he drink again. One but such a deep tranquil heart, which keeps its energy of soul pent up like the spark in the flint, which does not give itself outward form, and which does not develop its existence and reflection on it, has after all not freed itself through an imagery of this kind. When the discord of misfortune resounds through its life, it remains exposed to the grim contradiction of having no skill, no bridge to reconcile its heart with reality and so to ward off external circumstances, to be supported against them, and to be its own support. If it comes to a collision, it therefore knows of no help, it rushes rashly and thoughtlessly into activity or is passively involved in complications. So, example Hamlet is a beautiful and noble heart, not inwardly weak at all, but, without a powerful feeling for life, in the feebleness of his melancholy he strays distressed into error, he has a keen sense of how the weather lies, no external sign, no ground for suspicion is there, but he feels uncanny, everything is not as it ought to be, he surmises the dreadful deed that has been done. His father's ghost gives him more details. Inwardly he is quickly ready for revenge, he steadily thinks of the duty prescribed to him by his own heart, but he is not carried away, like Macbeth, he does not kill, rage, or strike with the directness of Laertes, on the contrary, he persists in the inactivity of a beautiful inner soul which cannot make itself actual or engage in the relationships of his present world. He waits, looks in the beautiful uprightness of his heart for objective certainty, but, even after he has found it, he comes to no firm decision but lets himself be led by external circumstances. In this unreality he now makes a mistake, even in what confronts him, and kills old Polonius instead of the king. He acts too hastily when he should have investigated prudently, while when the right energy was needed he remains sunk into himself until, without his action, in this developed course of circumstances and chances, the fate of the whole realm and of himself has steadily been developed in his own withdrawn inner life. But in modern times this attitude appears especially in the case of men belonging to the lower classes who are without education enough to understand national purposes and without a variety of objective interests, and therefore when one purpose of their own fails, they cannot now find in another a stay for their inner life or a firm footing for their activity. The more rooted this lack of education is, the more stiffly and obstinately do self-enclosed minds cling to what, be it ever so one-sided, has made a claim on them involving their whole individuality. Such a monotony in buttoned-up, speechless men is principally characteristic of Germans who therefore in their reserve easily appear headstrong, stubborn, gnarled, unapproachable, and perfectly unreliable and contradictory in their actions and speech. As a master in depicting and representing such dumb minds in the lower orders of the people, I will mention here only Hippel, the author of Lebenslauf in Aufstehender Linie, one of the few original German works of humor. It keeps far away throughout from Jean Paul's situations with their sentimentality and tastelessness, and has instead a wonderful individuality, freshness, and vitality. He can depict, extremely grippingly, repressed characters especially who cannot disburden themselves and, when it comes to action, act violently in a frightful way. In a dreadful way too they resolve the endless contradiction between their inner life and the unfortunate circumstances in which they see themselves involved, and by this means bring about what elsewhere an external fate does, as, example in Romeo and Juliet, where external accidents frustrate the cleverness and artfulness of the go-between friar and bring about the death of the lovers. See, what the substantial interest is in the presentation of formal character. Thus, then, these formal characters either display generally only the endless willpower of the particular person who asserts himself just as he is and storms ahead at will, or alternatively, they present an inherently total and unrestricted heart which, touched on some specific side of its inner being, now concentrates the breadth and depth of its whole individuality on this one point, yet, by possessing no development into the external world, falls into a collision and cannot find itself and help itself prudently. A third point which we now have to mention consists in this, that if these one-sided characters, restricted in their aims but developed in their consciousness, are to interest us not only superficially but profoundly, we must at the same time come to see in them that this restrictedness of their personality is itself only a fate, i.e. an entanglement of their peculiar restricted character with a deeper inner life. Now this depth and this wealth of spirit Shakespeare does in fact let us find in them. He exhibits them as men of free imaginative power and gifted spirit, since their reflection rises above and lifts them above what they are in their situation and specific ends, so that, as it were, it is only through the ill luck of the circumstances, through the collision involved in their own situation, that they are impelled on to what they accomplish. Yet this is not to be taken as if in Macbeth's case, e.g., what he ventures were to be blamed only on the evil witches, rather are the witches only the poetic reflection of his own fixed will. What the Shakespearean figures carry out, their particular end, has its origin and the root of its force in their own individuality. But in one and the same individuality they preserve at the same time the loftiness which wipes away what they really are, i.e. in their aims, interests, and actions, it aggrandizes them and enhances them above themselves. Thus Shakespeare's vulgar characters, Stephano, Trinculo, Pistol, and the absolute hero of them all, Falstaff, remain sunk in their vulgarity, but at the same time they are shown to be S86-2. Three men of intelligence with a genius fit for anything, enabling them to have an entirely free existence, and, in short, to be what great men are. Whereas in French tragedies even the greatest and best characters, closely examined, prove to be nothing but strutting evil brutes with only enough brains to justify themselves by sophistry. In Shakespeare we find no justification, no condemnation, but only an observation of the universal fate. Individuals view its necessity without complaint or repentance, and from that standpoint they see everything perish, themselves included, as if they saw it all happening outside themselves. In all these respects the sphere of such individual characters is an infinitely rich field, but it is readily in danger of declining into emptiness and banality, so that there have been only a few masters with enough poetry and insight to apprehend its truth. Two adventures now. After considering the inner side which can be portrayed at this stage, we must secondly turn our eyes also to the outer side, to the particular circumstances and situations which stir the character, to the collisions in which it is involved, and also to the whole form which the inner life assumes within concrete reality. As we have seen several times already, a fundamental characteristic of romantic art is that spirituality, the mind as reflected into itself, constitutes a whole, and therefore it is related to the external not as to its own reality permeated by itself, but as to something purely external separated from it, a place where everything goes on released from spirit into independence, and which is a scene of complications and the rough and tumble of an endlessly flowing, mutable, and confusing contingency. For the fixedly enclosed mind, it is just as much a matter of indifference to which circumstances it turns as it is a matter of accident which circumstances confront it. For, in the case of its action, to complete a work grounded in itself and persisting through itself matters less to it than asserting itself in general and getting something done. A. The contingency of aims and collisions. Here we have before us what in another connection may first be called the rejection of God from nature. The spirit has withdrawn into itself out of the externality of appearances which now on 1c, example pages 374-5 above. Their side are shaped no matter how, for they are unconnected with the subject since his inner world no longer sees itself in them. In its truth, the spirit is in itself mediated and reconciled with the absolute, since, however, as we stand here on the ground of independent individuality which has no point of departure but itself just as it directly is, and so clings to itself, the same rejection of the divine affects the character of the agent in his action also. He, therefore, with his own contingent ends, comes out into a contingent world with which he does not set himself in one to form a consistent whole. Adventure, which provides for the form of events and actions the fundamental type of the romantic, is constituted by this relativity of ends in a relative environment, the specific character and complication of which do not lie in the individual person but are determined from without and accidentally, and so lead to accidental collisions as the extraordinarily intertwined ramifications of the situation. Action and event, taken in the stricter sense of the ideal and classical art, require an inherently true and absolutely necessary end. Such an end includes in itself what determines both its external shape and also the manner of carrying it out in the real world. In the case of the deeds and events of romantic art this is not so. For if here two inherently universal and substantial ends are displayed in their realization, till these ends in themselves neither determine the action nor order and articulate its inner course, on the contrary, this aspect of actualization they must let go and therefore yield it to contingency and accident. The romantic world had only one absolute work to complete, the spread of Christianity and the continued activity of the spirit of the Christian community. Within a hostile world, first of unbelieving antiquity, later of barbarism with its crudity of mind, this work, when it left doctrines for deeds, became chiefly a passive work of enduring grief and martyrdom, the sacrifice of one's own temporal existence for the eternal salvation of the soul. The further act, related to the like end, is in the Middle Ages the work of Christian chivalry, the expulsion of the Moors, the Arabs, Mohammedans in general, from Christian countries, and then, above all, the conquest of the Holy Sepulchre in the Crusades. Yet this was not an end affecting men as human beings, but one which had to be achieved by a mere collection of single individuals who just streamed together at will as individuals. From this point, SSS 2.3 of view, the Crusades may be called a collective adventure of the Christian Middle Ages, an adventure inherently broken in twain and fantastic, of a spiritual kind and yet without a truly spiritual aim and, in relation to actions and characters, a sham. For, considered from the religious point of view, the Crusades have an aim extremely external to religion. Christendom is supposed to have its salvation in the Spirit alone, in Christ who, risen, has ascended to the right hand of God and has his living actuality, his abode, in the Spirit, not in his grave and in the visible immediately present places where once he had his temporal abode. But the incentive and the religious longing of the Middle Ages was concentrated only on the place, the external locality of the Passion and the Holy Sepulchre. Just as contradictorily there was immediately bound up with the religious aim the purely mundane aspect of conquest and gain, which in its externality bore a character quite different from the religious one. So men wanted to gain something spiritual and inward, and they made their aim the purely external locality from which the spirit had vanished. They strove for temporal gain and linked this mundane thing to religion as such. This discordance constitutes here the broken and fantastic situation in which externality perverts the inner, and vice versa, instead of both being brought into harmony. Therefore it turns out that in the execution of the enterprise opposites are linked together without any reconciliation. Piety turns into inhumanity and barbaric cruelty, and the same inhumanity which leads to the outbreaks of every selfishness and passion of which men are capable, turns round again into the eternal deep emotion and penitence of the spirit which was properly the thing at issue. In these opposed elements, deeds and events with one and the same end turn out after all to lack all unity and consistency of leadership. The whole collection of crusaders was scattered, split away into adventures, victories, defeats, and various accidents, and the outcome does not correspond to the means used and the great preparations made. Indeed, the aim itself is cancelled by its achievement. For the Crusades wished to make the word true again, "Thou lettest him not rest in the grave, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption." But precisely this longing to look for Christ, the living one, in such places and localities, even in the grave, the place of death, and to find satisfaction for the spirit in this search, is itself, no matter what a substantial thing Chateaubriand makes of it, a corruption of the spirit out of which Christendom was to arise in order to revert to the fresh full life of concrete reality. A similar aim, mystical on one side, fantastic on the other, and adventurous in its accomplishment, is the search for the Holy Grail. A higher work is that which every man has to achieve in himself, i.e. his life, whereby he settles for himself his eternal fate. This topic Dante has taken up from a Catholic point of view in his Divine Comedy, where he conducts us through hell, purgatory, and paradise. But here, despite the strict organization of the whole, there is no lack of fantastic ideas or adventures in so far as this work of salvation and damnation comes before us not only absolutely in its universality but as a list of practically innumerable individuals brought forward in their particular characteristics and, besides this, the poet claims for himself the right of the Church, holds the keys of the kingdom of heaven in his hands, pronounces salvation and damnation, and so makes himself the world's judge who removes into hell, purgatory, or paradise the best known individuals of the classical and the Christian world, poets, citizens, warriors, cardinals, and popes. Why, consequently, on mundane ground the other basic causes of actions and events consist of the endlessly varied adventurousness of ideas and of the external and internal contingency of love, honor, and fidelity. Here we see men hitting around for the sake of their own fame, there we see them leaping to the aid of persecuted innocents, accomplishing the most astounding exploits for their lady's honor, or restoring the rights of the oppressed by the force of their fists or the skill of their arm, even if the innocents thus freed be only a gang of rascals. In most of these things there is no state of affairs, no situation, no conflict which would make the action necessary, the heart just wants out and looks for adventures deliberately. So here the actions on behalf of love, example in their more detailed character have in them, in great part, no other determining factor save affording proofs of firmness, fidelity, and constancy in love, and showing that the surrounding reality with the whole complex of its relationships counts only as material for the manifestation of love. Thereby the specific act of this manifestation, since it is only the proof of love that matters, too, is not determined by itself but is left to the fancy or mood of the lady and to the caprice of external contingencies. Exactly the same is the case with the aims of honor and bravery. They belong for the most part to the individual who still keeps far aloof from all wider substantive content, for his action and who can put his personality at stake in every matter casually confronting him and find himself injured as a result, or look in it for an opportunity to display his courage and adroitness. Just as here there is no measuring rod for what must be made an object of the agent's action and what not, so there is missing also a criterion for what can actually be an injury to honor or be the true objective of bravery. With the administration of law, likewise an aim of chivalry, there is no difference. Here, in other words, right and law do not yet evince themselves as an absolutely fixed situation and end which is being steadily realized in accordance with law and its necessary provisions, but as only a purely subjective fancy, so that both judicial proceedings and the judgment of what in this or that case is right or wrong remains remitted to the person's purely capricious estimate. b. The comic treatment of contingency. Thus what in general, especially on the field of the mundane, we have before us, in chivalry and, 2, in the formal independence of characters is more or less the contingency, both of the circumstances within which actions are done, and also of the mind that wills. For those one-sided individual figures may take as their aim something wholly contingent which is sustained only by the energy of their character and which is carried out, or results in failure, under the influence of collisions conditioned from without. The same is true of chivalry, which nevertheless contains in honor, love, and fidelity a higher justification similar to that belonging to the truly ethical. On the one hand, owing to the individuality of the circumstances to which it reacts, chivalry directly becomes a matter of contingency because, instead of a universal work, only particular ends are to be accomplished, and absolutely necessary connections are missing. On the other hand, consequentially, on the side of the subjective spirit of the individuals, caprice or deception occurs in relation to projects, plans, and undertakings. Carried through consistently, this whole field of adventures proves in its actions and events, as well as in their outcome, to be an 591. Inherently self-dissolving and therefore comical world of incidents and fates. This dissolution of I, chivalry from within and of 2, those individual characters in their singularity has come home to our minds and achieved its most appropriate portrayal above all, I, in Ariosto and Cervantes, and 2, in Shakespeare. X. In Ariosto we are amused in particular by the endless complications of fates and ends, the fictitious entanglement of fantastic relations and foolish situations with which the poet plays adventurously up to the point of frivolity. What the heroes are supposed to be serious with is pure downright folly and madness. Love especially is degraded from the divine love of Dante, and from the fanciful tenderness of Petrarch, down to sensual and obscene stories and ludicrous collisions, while heroism and bravery are screwed up to such a pitch that what is aroused is not so much a credulous astonishment as mere laughter at the fabulousness of the deeds. But along with indifference in regard to the manner in which situations are brought about, we find marvelous ramifications and conflicts introduced, begun, broken off, re-entangled, cross-cut, and finally resolved in a surprising way. In the comic treatment of chivalry, however, Ariosto can safeguard and emphasize what is noble and great in knighthood, courage, love, honor, and bravery just as well as he can depict other passions excellently, e.g. astuteness, cunning, presence of mind, and so much else. Now while Ariosto leans rather to the fairy tale side of adventurousness, Cervantes develops the romance side. His Don Quixote is a noble nature in whom chivalry becomes lunacy, because we find his adventurousness inserted into the midst of the stable specific situation of a real world precisely depicted with its external relationships. This provides the comic contradiction between an intelligible self-ordered world and an isolated mind which proposes to create this order and stability solely by himself and by chivalry, whereby it could only be overturned. Despite this comic aberration, however, there is wholly contained in Don Quixote what we previously eulogized in Shakespeare. Cervantes too has made his hero into an originally noble nature, equipped with many-sided spiritual gifts which always truly interest us at the same time. In his lunacy Don Quixote is a heart completely sure of itself and its business, or rather this only is his lunacy that he is and remains so sure of himself and his business. Without this 592-2. 3. Peaceful lack of reflection in regard to the object and outcome of his actions, he would not be genuinely romantic, and this self-assurance, if we look at the substance of his disposition, is throughout great and gifted, adorned with the finest traits of character. Even so, the whole work is on the one hand a mockery of romantic chivalry, genuinely ironical from beginning to end, while in the case of Ariosto the adventurousness remains as it were only a frivolous joke. On the other hand, the adventures of Don Quixote are only the thread on which a row of genuinely romantic tales is strung in the most charming way in order to exhibit as preserved in its true worth what the rest of the romance dissipates comically. Why, just as here we see chivalry turning into the comic even in its most important interests, Shakespeare too either places comic figures and scenes alongside his firm individual characters and tragic situations and conflicts, or else by a profound humor lifts these characters away above themselves and their crude, restricted, and false aims. For example, Falstaff, the fool in Lear, the musician scene in Romeo and Juliet 4, VJ are examples of the first kind, Richard III of the second. C. Romantic fiction. This dissolution of the romantic, in the form of the romantic hitherto considered, closes, thirdly and finally, with romance in the modern sense of the word which the knightly and pastoral romances precede in time. This romantic fiction is chivalry become serious again, with a real subject matter. The contingency of external existence has been transformed into a firm and secure order of civil society and the state, so that police, one law courts, the army, political government replace the chimerical ends which the knights-errant set before themselves. Thereby the knight-errantry of the heroes as they act in more modern romances is also altered. As individuals with their subjective ends of love, honor, and ambition, or with their ideals of world reform, they stand opposed to this substantial order and the prose of actuality which puts difficulties in their way on all sides. Therefore, in this opposition, subjective wishes and demands are screwed up to immeasurable heights, for each man finds before him an enchanted and quite alien world which he must fight because it obstructs him and in its inflexible firmness does not give way to his passions but interposes as a hindrance the will of a father or an aunt and civil relationships, etc. Young people especially are these modern knights who must force their way through the course of the world which realizes itself instead of their ideals, and they regard it as a misfortune that there is any family, civil society, state, laws, professional business, etc., because these substantive relations of life with their barriers cruelly oppose the ideals and the infinite rights of the heart. Now the thing is to breach this order of things, to change the world, to improve it, or at least in spite of it to carve out of it a heaven upon earth, to seek for the ideal girl, find her, win her away from her wicked relations or other discordant ties, and carry her off in defiance. But in the modern world these fights are nothing more than apprenticeship, the education of the individual into the realities of the present, and thereby they acquire their true significance. For the end of such apprenticeship consists in this, that the subject sows his wild oats, builds himself with his wishes and opinions into harmony with subsisting relationships and their rationality, enters the concatenation of the world, and acquires for himself an appropriate attitude to it. However much he may have quarreled with the world, or been pushed about in it, in most cases at last he gets his girl and some sort of position, marries her, and becomes as good a Philistine as others. The woman takes charge of household management, children arrive, the adored wife, at first unique, an angel, behaves pretty much as all other wives do, the man's profession provides work and vexations, marriage brings domestic affliction, so here we have all the headaches of the rest of married folk. We see here the like character of adventurousness, except that now it finds its right significance, wherein the fantastic element must experience the necessary corrective. 3. Dissolution of the romantic form of art. The last matter with which we now still have to deal in more detail is the point at which Romanticism, already implicitly the principle of the dissolution of the classical ideal, now makes this dissolution appear clearly in fact as dissolution. Now here above all there at once comes into consideration the complete contingency and externality of the material which artistic activity grasps and shapes. In the plastic figures of classical art the subjective inner element is so related to the external one that this external is the very own shape of the inner itself and is not released therefrom into independence. In romantic art, on the contrary, where inwardness withdraws itself into itself, the entire material of the external world acquires freedom to go its own way and maintain itself according to its own special and particular character. Conversely, if subjective inwardness of heart becomes the essential feature to be represented, the question of which specific material of external actuality and the spiritual world is to be an embodiment of the heart is equally a matter of accident. For this reason the romantic inwardness can display itself in all circumstances, and move relentlessly from one thing to another in innumerable situations, states of affairs, relations, errors and confusions, conflicts and satisfactions, for what is sought and is to count is only its own inner subjective formation, the spirit's expression and mode of receptivity, and not an objective and absolutely valid subject matter. In the presentations of romantic art, therefore, everything has a place, every sphere of life, all phenomena, the greatest and the least, the supreme and the trivial, the moral, immoral, and evil, and, in particular, the more art becomes secular, the more it makes itself at home in the finite things of the world, is satisfied with them, and grants them complete validity, and the artist does well when he portrays them as they are. So, for example, because in Shakespeare's plays actions as a rule run their course in the most limited connection with others, for they are isolated and broken up into a series of accidents and every situation has its own importance, we see alongside the loftiest regions and most important interests the most insignificant and incidental ones, as, in Hamlet, the sentries alongside the king's court, in Romeo and Juliet, the domestics. Apart from this, in other pieces there are fools, louts, all Sorts of everyday vulgarities, taverns, carters, chamber pots, and fleas, just precisely, as in the religious sphere of romantic art, in the case of the birth of Christ and the adoration of the kings, oxen, and asses, the manger and straw must not be left out. And it is the same throughout, so that even in art the 595 saying is fulfilled that they that humble themselves, the same shall be exalted. One within this contingency of the objects which come to be portrayed partly as a mere environment for an inherently more important subject matter, but partly also as independent on their own account, there is presented the collapse of romantic art, which we have already touched on above. On one side, in other words, there stands the real world from the point of view of the ideal, its prosaic objectivity, the contents of ordinary daily life which is not apprehended in its substance, in which it has an element of the ethical and divine, but in its mutability and finite transitoriness. On the other side, it is the subjectivity of the artist which, with its feeling and insight, with the right and power of its wit, can rise to mastery of the whole of reality. It leaves nothing in its usual context and in the validity which it has for our usual way of looking at things, and it is satisfied only because everything drawn into this sphere proves to be inherently dissoluble owing to the shape and standing given to it by its subjective opinion, mood, and originality, and for contemplation and feeling it is dissolved. We have therefore in this connection to speak first of the principle of those numerous works of art whose mode of portraying common life and external reality approaches what we are accustomed to call the imitation of nature, secondly, of the subjective humor which plays a great role in modern art and provides, especially for many poets, the fundamental type of their works, thirdly, in conclusion, what still remains to us is only to indicate the standpoint from which art can pursue its activity even in these days. A. The subjective artistic imitation of the existent present the group of topics which the sphere can comprise widens indefinitely because art takes for its subject matter not the inherently necessary, the province of which is complete in itself, but contingent reality in its boundless modification of shapes and relationships, i.e. nature and its variegated play of separate products, man's daily active pursuits in his natural necessities and comfortable satisfaction, in his casual habits and situations, in the activities of family life and civil society business, but, in Hegel's memory of Matt 23, 12. 596-2. 3. Short, the incalculable mutability of the external objective world. Thereby art becomes not only what romantic art is more or less throughout, i.e. portrait-like, but it completely dissolves into the presentation of a portrait, whether in plastic art, painting, or descriptive poetry, and it reverts to the imitation of nature, i.e. to an intentional approach to the contingency of immediate existence which, taken by itself, is unbeautiful and prosaic. Therefore the question soon arises whether such productions in general are still to be called works of art. If in considering them we keep before our eyes the essential nature of works of art proper, i.e. of the ideal, where the important thing is both a subject matter not inherently arbitrary and transient and also a mode of portrayal fully in correspondence with such a subject matter, then in the face of works of that kind the art products of the stage we are now considering must undoubtedly fall far short. On the other hand, art has still another feature which is here essentially of special importance, the artist's subjective conception and execution of the work of art, the aspect of the individual talent which can remain faithful both to the manifestations of spirit and also to the inherently substantial life of nature, even in the extreme limits of the contingency which that life reaches, and can make significant even what is in itself without significance, and this it does through this fidelity and through the most marvelous skill of the portrayal. Then in addition there is the subjective vivacity with which the artist with his spirit and heart breathes life entirely into the existence of such topics according to their whole inner and outer shape and appearance, and presents them to our vision in this animation. In view of these aspects we may not deny the name of works of art to the creations of this sphere. In more detail, amongst the particular arts it is poetry and painting especially which have applied themselves to such topics. For on the one hand it is what is essentially a particular emotion that provides the content, on the other hand, the form of the presentation is to be external appearance in its own character, contingent but in its own sphere genuine. Neither architecture nor sculpture nor music is qualified to fulfill such a task. In poetry, common domestic life, which has the honesty, worldly wisdom, and morality of its day as its substance, is portrayed in the complications of ordinary civil life, in scenes and figures drawn from the middle and lower classes. In the case of the 597 French, it is Diderot one especially who has insisted in this sense on naturalness and the imitation of the present. Amongst our Germans, on the contrary, it was Goethe and Schiller who, in a higher sense, took a similar road in their youth, but within this living naturalness with its particular details they sought a deeper content and essential conflicts full of interest, while at that time Kotzebue and Ifhand, the one with superficial swiftness of conception and production, the other with more serious precision and commonplace bourgeois morality, counterfeited the daily life of their time in prosaic, rather narrow respects with little sense for true poetry. But in general our art has adopted this tone as its greatest favorite, even if most recently, and reached a measure of virtuosity in it. For art, long since until now, was something more or less strange to us, borrowed and not our own creation. Now this turning to the reality confronting the artist implies that the material for art requires to be immanent, indigenous, the national life of the poet and the public. When art began to appropriate this material and when purely in subject matter and presentation it was to be our own and at home with us even at the sacrifice of beauty and the ideal, the urge which led to such representations was let loose. Other nations have rather despised such things or are only now coming to a livelier interest in such materials drawn from what exists today and every day. Yet if we wish to bring to our notice the most marvelous thing that can be achieved in this connection, we must look at the genre painting of the later Dutch painters. What, in its general spirit, is the substantial basis out of which it issued, is a matter on which I touched above in the consideration of the ideal as such on pages 168g. Satisfaction in present-day life, even in the commonest and smallest things, flows in the Dutch from the fact that what nature affords directly to other nations, they have had to acquire by hard struggles and bitter industry, and, circumscribed in their locality, they have become great in their care and esteem of the most insignificant things. On the other hand, they are a nation of fishermen, sailors, burghers, and peasants, and therefore from the start they have attended to the value of what is necessary and useful in the greatest and smallest things, and this they can procure with the most assiduous industry. In religion the Dutch were Protestants, an important matter, and to Protestantism alone the important thing is to get a sure footing in the prose of life, to make it absolutely valid in itself independently of religious associations, and to let it develop in unrestricted freedom. To no other people, under its different circumstances, would it occur to make into the principal burden of its works of art subjects like those confronting us in Dutch painting. But in all their interests the Dutch have not lived at all in the distress and poverty of existence and oppression of spirit, on the contrary, they have reformed their church themselves, conquered religious despotism as well as the Spanish temporal power and its grandeur, and through their activity, industry, bravery, and frugality they have attained, in their sense of a self-wrought freedom, a well-being, comfort, honesty, spirit, gaiety, and even a pride in a cheerful daily life. This is the justification for their choice of subjects to paint. A deeper sense arising from an inherently true subject matter cannot be satisfied by subjects like these, but if heart and thought remain dissatisfied, closer inspection reconciles us to them. For the art of painting and of the painter is what we should be delighted and carried away by. And in fact if we want to know what painting is we must examine these little pictures in order to say of this or that master, he can paint. Therefore it is not at all the painter's business, as may be supposed, to give us through his work of art an idea of the subject that he brings before us. Of grapes, flowers, stags, trees, sandhills, the sea, the sun, the sky, the finery and decoration of the furnishings of daily life, of horses, warriors, peasants, smoking, teeth extraction, domestic scenes of the most varied kind, Of all these we have the most complete vision in advance. The world provides us with plenty of things like this. What should enchant us is not the subject of the painting and its lifelikeness, but the pure appearance which is wholly without the sort of interest that the subject has. The one thing certain about beauty is, as it were, appearance for its own sake, and art is mastery in the portrayal of all the secrets of this ever profounder pure appearance of external realities. Especially does art consist in heeding with a sharp eye the momentary and ever-changing traits of the present world in the details of its life, which yet harmonize with the universal laws of aesthetic appearance, and always faith. 599. Fully and truly keeping hold of what is most fleeting. A tree, or a landscape, is something already fixed, independent and permanent. But the luster of metal, the shimmer of a bunch of grapes by candlelight, a vanishing glimpse of the moon or the sun, a smile, the expression of a swiftly passing emotion, ludicrous movements, postures, facial expressions to grasp this most transitory and fugitive material, and to give it permanence for our contemplation in the fullness of its life, is the hard task of art at this stage. While classical art essentially gave shape in its ideal figures only to what is substantial, here we have riveted and brought before our eyes, changing nature in its fleeting expressions, a burn, a waterfall, the foaming waves of the ocean, still life with casual flashes of glass, cutlery, etc., the external shape of spiritual reality in the most detailed situations, a woman threading a needle by candlelight, a halt of robbers in a casual foray, the most momentary aspect of a look which quickly changes again, the laughing and jeering of a peasant. In all this Ostade, Teniers, and Steen are masters. 1. It is a triumph of art over the transitory, a triumph in which the substantial is as it were cheated of its power over the contingent and the fleeting. While here it is just the pure appearance of the things depicted that provides the true subject of the picture, art goes still further by making the fugitive appearance stationary. In other words, apart from the things depicted, the means of the portrayal also becomes an end in itself, so that the artist's subjective skill and his application of the means of artistic production are raised to the status of an objective matter in works of art. The older Dutch painters made a most thorough study of the physical effects of color. Van Eyck, Hemling, and Scorits could imitate in a most deceptive way the sheen of gold and silver, the luster of jewels, silk, velvet, furs, etc. This mastery in the production of the most striking effects through the magic of color and the secrets of its spell has now an independent justification. While the spirit reproduces itself in thinking, in comprehending the world in ideas and thoughts, the chief thing now independently of the topic itself is the subjective recreation of the external world in the visible element of colors and lighting. This is as it were an objective music, appeal in color. In other words, just as in music the single note is nothing by itself but produces its effect only in its relation to another, in its counterpoint, concord, modulation, and harmony, so here it is just the same with color. If we look closely at the play of color, which glints like gold and glitters like braid under the light, we see perhaps only white or yellow strokes, points of color, colored surfaces. The single color as such does not have this gleam which it produces, it is the juxtaposition alone which makes this glistening and gleaming. If we take, example Terburg's one satin, each spot of color by itself is a subdued gray, more or less whitish, bluish, yellowish, but when it is looked at from a certain distance there comes out through its position beside another color the beautiful soft sheen proper to actual satin. And so it is with velvet, the play of light, cloud vapor, and, in general, with everything depicted. It is not the reflex of the heart which wishes to display itself in subjects such as these, as it often does in the case of a landscape, for example. On the contrary, it is the entire subjective skill of the artist which, as skill in using the means of production vividly and effectively in this objective way, displays its ability by its own efforts to generate an objective world. Why, but therefore interest in the objects depicted is inverted, so that it is the stark subjectivity of the artist himself which intends to display itself and to which what matters is not the forming of a finished and self-subsistent work, but a production in which the productive artist himself lets us see himself alone. When this subjectivity of the artist no longer infects the external means of representation only, but the subject matter itself, art thereby becomes the art of caprice and humor. b. Subjective humor. In humor it is the person of the artist which comes on the scene in both its superficial and deeper aspects, so that what is at issue there is essentially the spiritual worth of his personality. a. Now humor is not set the task of developing and shaping a topic objectively and in a way appropriate to the essential nature of the topic, and, in this development, using its own means to articulate the topic and round it off artistically. On the contrary, it is the artist himself who enters the material, with the result that his chief activity, by the power of subjective notions, flashes R.G. Terburch. 1617-81. Not his atlas, as Osmaston has it. 6. Oy of thought, striking modes of interpretation, consists in destroying and dissolving everything that proposes to make itself objective and win a firm shape for itself in reality, or that seems to have such a shape already in the external world. Therefore every independence of an objective content along with the inherently fixed connection of the form, given as that is by the subject matter, is annihilated in itself, and the presentation is only a sporting with the topics, a derangement and perversion of the material, and a rambling to and fro, a criss-cross movement of subjective expressions, views, and attitudes whereby the author sacrifices himself and his topics alike. 1. The natural error in this connection is to suppose that it is very easy to make jests and to be funny about oneself and everything available, and that this is why the form of the humorous is commonly snatched at, but it happens equally commonly that the humor becomes flat if the author lets himself go in the field of the contingency of his notions and pleasantries which, strung loosely together, deviate into indefiniteness, and, often with deliberate bizarrerie, conjoin the most heterogeneous things. Some nations are more indulgent to this sort of humor, others are more severe. In the case of the French, the humorous in general meets with little success, in our case with more, and we are more tolerant of aberrations. So with us Jean Paul, example, is a favorite humorist, and yet he is astonishing, beyond everyone else, precisely in the baroque mustering of things objectively furthest removed from one another and in the most confused disorderly jumbling of topics related only in his own subjective imagination. The story, the subject matter and course of events in his novels, is what is of the least interest. The main thing remains the hither and thither course of the humor which uses every topic only to emphasize the subjective wit of the author. In thus drawing together and concatenating material raked up from the four corners of the earth and every sphere of reality, humor turns back, as it were, to symbolism where meaning and shape likewise lie apart from one another, except that now it is the mere subjective activity of the poet which commands material and meaning alike and strings them together in an order alien to them. But such a string of notions soon wearies us, especially if we are expected to acclimatize ourselves and our ideas to the often scarcely guessable combinations which have casually floated before the poet's mind. Especially in the case of 6 ounces 2. 3. Jean Paul. One metaphor, one witticism, one joke, one simile, kills the other, we see nothing develop, everything just explodes. But what is to be resolved in a denouement must previously have been unfolded in a plot and prepared in advance. On the other side, if the artist himself is devoid of the core and support of a mind filled with genuine objectivity, humor readily slips into what is namby-pamby and sentimental, and of this too Jean Paul provides an example. Why, true humor which wishes to hold aloof from these outgrowths therefore requires great depth and wealth of spirit in order to raise the purely subjective appearance into what is actually expressive, and to make what is substantial emerge out of contingency, out of mere notions. The self-pursuit of the author in the course of his expressions must, as is the case with Sterne and Rippel, be an entirely naive, light, unostentatious jogging along which in its triviality affords precisely the supreme idea of depth, and since here there are just individual details which gush forth without any order, their inner connection must lie all the deeper and send forth the ray of the spirit in their disconnectedness as such. Herewith we have arrived at the end of Romantic art, at the standpoint of most recent times, the peculiarity of which we may find in the fact that the artist's subjective skill surmounts his material and its production because he is no longer dominated by the given conditions of a range of content and form already inherently determined in advance, but retains entirely within his own power and choice both the subject matter and the way of presenting it. See, the end of the Romantic form of art, as it has been under our consideration hitherto, had as its basis the unity of meaning and shape and so the unity of the artist's subjective activity with his topic and work. Looked at more closely, it was the specific kind of this unification at each stage which provided, for the content and its corresponding portrayal, the substantial norm penetrating all artistic productions. In this matter we found at the beginning of art, in the East, that the spirit was not yet itself explicitly free, it still sought for its absolute in nature and therefore interpreted nature as in itself divine. Later on, the vision of classical art represented the Greek 603 gods as naive and inspired, yet even so essentially as individuals burdened with the natural human form as with an affirmative feature. Romantic art for the first time deepened the spirit in its own inwardness, in contrast to which the flesh, external reality, and the world in general was at first posited as negative. Even though the spirit and the absolute had to appear in this element alone, yet at last this element could be given validity for itself again in a more and more positive way. These ways of viewing the world constitute religion, the substantial spirit of peoples and ages, and are woven into, not art alone, but all the other spheres of the living present at all periods. Now just as every man is a child of his time in every activity, whether political, religious, or scientific, and just as he has the task of bringing out the essential content and the therefore necessary form of that time, so it is the vocation of art to find for the spirit of a people the artistic expression corresponding to it. Now so long as the artist is bound up with the specific character of such a worldview and religion, in immediate identity with it and with firm faith in it, so long is he genuinely in earnest with this material and its representation, i.e. this material remains for him the infinite and true element in his own consciousness, a material with which he lives in an original unity as part of his inmost self, while the form in which he exhibits it is for him as artist the final, necessary, and supreme manner of bringing before our contemplation the absolute and the soul of objects in general. By the substance of his material, a substance immanent in himself, he is tied down to the specific mode of its exposition. For in that case the material, and therefore the form belonging to it, the artist carries immediately in himself as the proper essence of his existence which he does not imagine for himself but which he is, and therefore he only has the task of making this truly essential element objective to himself, to present and develop it in a living way out of his own resources. Only in that event is the artist completely inspired by his material and its presentation, and his inventions are no product of caprice. They originate in him, out of this substantial ground, this stock, the content of which is not at rest until through the artist it acquires an individual shape adequate to its inner essence. If, on the other hand, we nowadays propose to make the subject of a statue or a painting a Greek god, or, Protestants as we are today, the Virgin Mary, we are not seriously in earnest with this material. 6042. 3. It is the innermost faith which we lack here, even if the artist in days when faith was still unimpaired did not exactly need to be what is generally called a pious man, for after all in every age artists have not as a rule been the most pious of men. The requirement is only this, that for the artist the content of his work shall constitute the substance, the inmost truth, of his consciousness and make his chosen mode of presentation necessary. For the artist in his production is at the same time a creature of nature, his skill is a natural talent, his work is not the pure activity of comprehension which confronts its material entirely and unites itself with it in free thoughts, in pure thinking. On the contrary, the artist, not yet released from his natural side, is united directly with the subject matter, believes in it, and is identical with it in accordance with his very own self. The result is then that the artist is entirely absorbed in the object, the work of art proceeds entirely out of the undivided inwardness and force of genius, the production is firm and unwavering, and in it the full intensity of creation is preserved. This is the fundamental condition of art's being present in its integrity. Fj, on the other hand, in the position we have been forced to assign to art in the course of its development, the whole situation has altogether altered. This, however, we must not regard as a mere accidental misfortune suffered by art from without owing to the distress of the times, the sense for the prosaic, lack of interest, etc. On the contrary, it is the effect and the progress of art itself which, by bringing before our vision as an object its own indwelling material, at every step along this road makes its own contribution to freeing art from the content represented. What through art or thinking we have before our physical or spiritual eye as an object has lost all absolute interest for us if it has been put before us so completely that the content is exhausted, that everything is revealed, and nothing obscure or inward is left over any more. For interest is to be found only in the case of lively activity of mind. The spirit only occupies itself with objects so long as there is something secret, not revealed, in them. This is the case so long as the material is identical with the substance of our own being. But if the essential world views implicit in the concept of art, and the range of the content belonging to these, are in every respect revealed by art, then art has got rid of this content which on every occasion was determinate for a particular people, 6os a particular age, and the true need to resume it again is awakened only with the need to turn against the content that was alone valid hitherto. Thus in Greece Aristophanes rose up against his present world, and Lucian against the whole of the Greek past, and in Italy and Spain, when the Middle Ages were closing, Ariosto and Cervantes began to turn against chivalry. Now contrasted with the time in which the artist owing to his nationality and his period stands with the substance of his being within a specific worldview and its content and forms of portrayal, we find an altogether opposed view which in its complete development is of importance only in most recent times. In our day, in the case of almost all peoples, criticism, the cultivation of reflection, and, in our German case, freedom of thought have mastered the artists too, and have made them, so to say, a tabula rasa in respect of the material and the form of their productions, after the necessary particular stages of the romantic art form have been traversed. Bondage to a particular subject matter and a mode of portrayal suitable for this material alone are for artists today something past, and art therefore has become a free instrument which the artist can wield in proportion to his subjective skill in relation to any material of whatever kind. The artist thus stands above specific consecrated forms and configurations and moves freely on his own account, independent of the subject matter and mode of conception in which the holy and eternal was previously made visible to human apprehension. No content, no form, is any longer immediately identical with the inwardness, the nature, the unconscious substantial essence of the artist. Every material may be indifferent to him if only it does not contradict the formal law of being simply beautiful and capable of artistic treatment. Today there is no material which stands in and for itself above this relativity, and even if one matter be raised above it, still there is at least no absolute need for its representation by art. Therefore the artist's attitude to his topic is on the whole much the same as the dramatist's who brings on the scene and delineates different characters who are strangers to him. The artist does still put his genius into them, he weaves his web out of his own resources but only out of what is purely universal or quite accidental there, whereas its more detailed individualization is not his. For this purpose he needs his supply of pictures, modes of configuration, earlier forms of art which, taken in themselves, are indifferent to 6062 him and only become important if they seem to him to be those most suitable for precisely this or that material. Moreover, in most arts, especially the visual arts, the topic comes to the artist from the outside, he works to a commission, and in the case of sacred or profane stories, or scenes, portraits, ecclesiastical buildings, etc., he has only to see what he can make of his commission. For, however much he puts his heart into the given topic, that topic yet always remains to him a material which is not in itself directly the substance of his own consciousness. It is therefore no help to him to adopt again, as that substance, so to say, past world views, i.e. to propose to root himself firmly in one of these ways of looking at things, e.g. to turn Roman Catholic as in recent times many have done for art's sake in order to give stability to their mind and to give the character of something absolute to the specifically limited character of their artistic product in itself. The artist need not be forced first to settle his accounts with his mind or to worry about the salvation of his own soul. From the very beginning, before he embarks on production, his great and free soul must know and possess its own ground, must be sure of itself and confident in itself. The great artist today needs in particular the free development of the spirit, in that development all superstition, and all faith which remains restricted to determinate forms of vision and presentation, is degraded into mere aspects and features. These the free spirit has mastered because he sees in them no absolutely sacrosanct conditions for his exposition and mode of configuration, but ascribes value to them only on the strength of the higher content which in the course of his recreation he puts into them as adequate to them. In this way every form and every material is now at the service and command of the artist whose talent and genius is explicitly freed from the earlier limitation to one specific art form. Why, but if in conclusion we ask about the content and the forms which can be considered as peculiar to the stage of our inquiry in virtue of its general standpoint, the answer is as follows. The universal forms of art had a bearing above all on the absolute truth which art attains, and they had the origin of their particular differences in the specific interpretation of what counted for consciousness as absolute and carried in itself the principle for its mode of configuration. In this matter we have seen in symbolic art natural meanings appearing as the content, natural things and human personifications as the form of the representation, in classical art spiritual individuality, but as a corporeal, not inwardized, present over which there stood the abstract necessity of fate, in romantic art spirituality with the subjectivity immanent therein, for the inwardness of which the external shape remained accidental. In this final art form too, as in the earlier ones, the divine is the absolute subject matter of art. But the divine had to objectify itself, determine itself, and therefore proceed out of itself into the secular content of subjective personality. At first the infinity of personality lay in honor, love, and fidelity, and then later in particular individuality, in the specific character which coalesced with the particular content of human existence. Finally this cohesion with such a specific limitation of subject matter was cancelled by humor which could make every determinacy waver and dissolve and therefore made it possible for art to transcend itself. Yet in this self-transcendence art is nevertheless a withdrawal of male. 1 Anti-high self, a descent into his own breast, whereby art strips away from itself all fixed restriction to a specific range of content and treatment, and makes humanus its new holy of holies, i.e. the depths and heights of the human heart as such, mankind in its joys and sorrows, its strivings, deeds, and fates. Herewith the artist acquires his subject matter in himself and is the human spirit actually self-determining and considering, meditating, and expressing the infinity of its feelings and situations. Nothing that can be living in the human breast is alien to that spirit any more. This is a subject matter which does not remain determined artistically in itself and on its own account. On the contrary, the specific character of the topic and its outward formation is left to capricious invention, yet no interest is excluded, for art does not need any longer to represent only what is absolutely at home at one of its specific stages, but everything in which man as such is capable of being at home. In face of this breadth and variety of material we must above all make the demand that the actual presence of the spirit today shall be displayed at the same time throughout the mode of treating this material. The modern artist, it is true, may associate himself with the classical age and with still more ancient times, to be a follower of Homer, even if the last one, is fine, and productions reflecting. Hegel is obviously alluding to the familiar line of Terence. CP 46. Note 6082. 3. The medieval veering to romantic art will have their merits too, but the universal validity, depth, and special idiom of some material is one thing, its mode of treatment another. No Homer, Sophocles, etc., no Dante, Ariosto, or Shakespeare can appear in our day. What was so magnificently sung, what so freely expressed, has been expressed. These are materials, ways of looking at them and treating them which have been sung once and for all. Only the present is fresh, the rest is paler and paler. The French must be reproached on historical grounds, and criticized on the score of beauty, for presenting Greek and Roman heroes, Chinese and Peruvians, as French princes and princesses, and for ascribing to them the motives and views of the time of Louis XIV and XV, yet, if only these motives and views had been deeper and finer in themselves, drawing them into present-day works of art would not be exactly bad. On the contrary, all materials, whatever they be and from whatever period and nation they come, acquire their artistic truth only when imbued with living and contemporary interest. It is in this interest that artistic truth fills man's breast, provides his own mirror image, and brings truth home to our feelings and imagination. It is the appearance and activity of imperishable humanity in its many-sided significance and endless all-round development which in this reservoir of human situations and feelings can now constitute the absolute content of our art. If after thus determining in a general way the subject matter peculiar to this stage, we now look back at what we have considered in conclusion as the forms of the dissolution of romantic art, we have stressed principally how art falls to pieces, on the one hand, into the imitation of external objectivity in all its contingent shapes, on the other hand, however, into the liberation of subjectivity, in accordance with its inner contingency, in humor. Now, finally, still within the material indicated above, we may draw attention to a coalescence of these extremes of romantic art. In other words, just as in the advance from symbolic to classical art we considered the transitional forms of image, simile, epigram, etc., so here in romantic art we have to make mention of a similar transitional form. In those earlier modes of treatment chief thing was that inner meaning and external shape fell apart from one another, a cleavage partly superseded by the subjective activity of the artist and converted, particularly in epigram, so far as possible into an identification. Now romantic art was from the beginning the deeper disunion of the inwardness which was finding its satisfaction in itself and which, since objectivity does not completely correspond with the spirit's inward being, remained broken or indifferent to the objective world. In the course of romantic art this opposition developed up to the point at which we had to arrive at an exclusive interest, either in contingent externality or in equally contingent subjectivity. But if this satisfaction in externality or in the subjective portrayal is intensified, according to the principle of romantic art, into the heart's deeper immersion in the object, and if, on the other hand, what matters to humor is the object and its configuration within its subjective reflex, then we acquire thereby a growing intimacy with the object, a sort of objective humor. Yet such an intimacy can only be partial and can perhaps be expressed only within the compass of a song or only as part of a greater whole. For if it were extended and carried through within objectivity, it would necessarily become action and event and an objective presentation of these. But what we may regard as necessary here is rather a sensitive abandonment of the heart in the object, which is indeed unfolded but remains a subjective spirited movement of imagination and the heart a fugitive notion, but one which is not purely accidental and capricious but an inner movement of the spirit devoted entirely to its object and retaining it as its content and interest. In this connection we may contrast such final blossomings of art with the old Greek epigram in which this form appeared in its first and simplest shape. The form meant here displays itself only when to talk of the object is not just to name it, not an inscription or epigraph which merely says in general terms what the object is, but only when there are added a deep feeling, a felicitous witticism, an ingenious reflection, and an intelligent movement of imagination which vivify and expand the smallest detail through the way that poetry treats it. But such poems to or about something, a tree, a mill lade, the spring, etc., about things animate or inanimate, may be of quite endless variety and arise in any nation, yet they remain of a subordinate kind and, in general, readily become lame. For especially when reflection and speech have been developed, anyone may be struck in connection with most objects and circumstances by some fancy or other which he now has skill enough to express, just as anyone is good at writing a letter. With such A general sing-song, often repeated even if with new nuances, we soon become bored. Therefore at this stage what is especially at stake is that the heart, with its depth of feeling, and the spirit and a rich consciousness shall be entirely absorbed in the circumstances, situation, etc., tarry there, and so make out of the object something new, beautiful, and intrinsically valuable. A brilliant example of this, even for the present and for the subjective spiritual depth of today, is afforded especially by the Persians and Arabs in the eastern splendor of their images, in the free bliss of their imagination which deals with its objects entirely contemplatively. The Spaniards and Italians too have done excellent work of this kind. Klopstock does say one of Petrarch sang songs of his Laura, beautiful to their admirer, but to the lover nothing. Yet Klopstock's love poems are full only of moral reflections, pitiable longing, and strained passion for the happiness of immortality, whereas in Petrarch we admire the freedom of the inherently ennobled feeling which, however much it expresses desire for the beloved, is still satisfied in itself. For the desire, the passion, cannot be missing in the sphere of these subjects, provided it be confined to wine and love, the tavern and the glass, just as, after all, the Persian pictures are of extreme voluptuousness. But in its subjective interest imagination here removes the object altogether from the scope of practical desire, it has an interest only in this imaginative occupation, which is satisfied in the freest way with its hundreds of changing turns of phrase and conceits, and plays in the most ingenious manner with joy and sorrow alike. Amongst modern poets those chiefly possessed of this equally ingenious freedom of imagination, but also of its subjectively more heartfelt depth, are Riechert, and Goethe in his Westist-like Divan. Goethe's poems in the Divan are particularly and essentially different from his earlier ones. In Willkommen und die Abschied, welcome and farewell, example, the language and the depiction are beautiful indeed, and the feeling is heartfelt, but otherwise the situation is quite ordinary, the conclusion trivial, and imagination and its freedom has added nothing further. Totally different is the poem called Wiederfinden, meeting again in the Divan. Here love is transferred wholly into the imagination, its movement, happiness, and bliss. In general, in similar productions of this kind we have before us no subjective longing, no being in love, no desire, but a pure delight in the topics, an inexhaustible self-yielding of imagination, a harmless play, a freedom in toying alike with rhyme and ingenious meter sand, with all this, a depth of feeling and a cheerfulness of the inwardly self-moving heart which through the serenity of the outward shape lift the soul high above all painful entanglement in the restrictions of the real world. With this we may close our consideration of the particular forms into which the ideal of art has been spread in the course of its development. I have made these forms the subject of a rather extensive investigation in order to exhibit the content out of which too their mode of portrayal has been derived. For it is the content which, as in all human work, so also in art is decisive. In accordance with its essential nature, art has nothing else for its function but to set forth in an adequate sensuous present what is itself inherently rich in content, and the philosophy of art must make it its chief task to comprehend in thought what this fullness of content and its beautiful mode of appearance are.